Chapter 101. Stallion Poseidon Gets Gaia. Hephaestus heard this, turned his eyes to the pair of siblings, and asked, Artemis, Apollo, have you thought about it? This is not a joke. Colluded to overthrow the king of the gods. If you fail, you should know what will happen. Artemis took the initiative to step forward, and replied calmly and firmly, Of course, Hephaestus, we've already thought it through. But we're not in a hurry to form an alliance. I think we'll talk about it in detail after we've dealt with the invading gods and demons from the abyss of hell. The voice fell. Apollo also said, I think so too. Hephaestus, you saved my life. Please don't question my determination to repay you. There is a kind of indomitable firmness in the eyes of the siblings. Athena on the side looked pale. There is a lot of credit for her. Seeing this, Hephaestus stared at the two for a moment and smiled undeniably. Okay. However, this matter is far from being as simple as it appears on the surface. Gaia is behind Zeus. It is not so easy for us to overthrow him. Artemis, you can think about it after you go back. Not long ago, after seeing the two original gods, Nyx and Gaia, Hephaestus was aware of this problem. But he is not afraid. With the system close by, he will be able to step into the original state sooner or later. At that time, even with Gaia's support, he will be able to depose Zeus from the throne. We all know this and worry about it as well. Athena also had a sad cloud on her brows. With just a few of us, we can't compete with Gaia, and it is impossible not to get the support of the original god. So I have been thinking, should I choose Hades as the king of gods first, so that at least we can get the goddess of the night for us? That's a big help. She looked at Hephaestus again. As long as you buy enough time, I think you will break through to the original god state sooner or later. Prometheus will not be wrong. The four of them got together like this and discussed for a while. Athena took the Artemis siblings away. They need to watch their tracks now. The secret meeting with Hephaestus must not be exposed. And it wasn't long before they left, when Hephaestus was about to set up a magic barrier to practice. Outside the door, suddenly there was another low voice. Vulcan, Hephaestus, could you let me in for a moment? This voice sounds familiar to Hephaestus. Think back briefly. He can be sure that this is the Sea Emperor Poseidon. Why is he here? Hephaestus frowned in confusion. He heard that Poseidon lowered his voice on purpose, as if he was afraid of being noticed by others. It's too strange to be so thieves. Hephaestus thought about it, and opened the door anyway. He was curious about what the overlord of the sea wanted from him. When Poseidon saw Hephaestus open the door, he smiled all over his face. Great. Her faith. You left the council too early, and I still want to have a good talk with you. The enthusiasm in the words seemed to be talking to an old friend for many years, and his eyes were still looking straight into the room, as if he wanted to go in. I don't know what the Sea Emperor wants from me. Hephaestus stopped at the door, not intending to move his body. Poseidon's tone turned mysterious. Well, there is naturally a good thing. But, can we go in and talk again? Hephaestus, believe me, I have no malicious intentions. There was a moment of silence. Hephaestus stepped aside. Come in. Poseidon smiled, rubbed his hands, and walked in quickly. Closed the door. The two sat face to face. Hephaestus poured himself a drink and sipped. At this time, shouldn't the Emperor of the Sea discuss important matters with Hades and the King of the Gods? Why did he come to find me? It's really inconceivable. Poseidon's purple eyes flashed brilliantly, and he said with a smile, resisting the gods and demons of the abyss, there is nothing to discuss. We are gathered here, and Cronus can't make waves at all. Hephaestus, young Vulcan, I think with your ingenuity, you should be able to guess where I am coming from. For what? Hephaestus remained expressionless. I can't guess, so just say it. Poseidon immediately felt a little embarrassed. However, his complexion soon became dignified, and he said seriously, Well, Hephaestus, I came here to form an alliance with you to deal with Zeus. I know you are very powerful. If we form an alliance, we will definitely push Zeus from the position of the king of the gods. This sentence is over. Make Hephaestus a little funny. This Zeus is really not popular enough. Not only the children are thinking of overthrowing him, but the two brothers are also thinking of dealing with him. I know, Hephaestus, you are now an ally of my brother Hades. But it doesn't matter, you will change your mind, because I will give enough sincerity. Poseidon continued. For example, I can marry my daughter Lot to you. Hephaestus, her beauty is absolutely suitable for you, and you will be a pair that makes all the gods envy. Neptune set out conditions. Too bad Hephaestus wasn't interested. There is nothing else but strength. With all due respect, Neptune. Hephaestus put down his wine glass and said lightly, Behind Pluto is the goddess of the night, and behind Zeus is the mother of all gods. And you, the only one among the three without the support of the original god. seems to have no reason for me to form an alliance with you." When Poseidon heard this, he was not angry, but just smiled mysteriously and approached Hephaestus. "You are wrong, Hephaestus. I have already dealt with Gaia. If the cards are reshuffled, Gaia will support me on the throne instead of Zeus. You must understand this." Get these two words, extremely ambiguous. Hephaestus was also taken aback. For some reason, he suddenly remembered. In Greek mythology, Gaia, the mother of the earth, and Poseidon, the emperor of the sea, had a child. For example, the maelstrom monster Charybdis he met, honors, before. Nailed it. It turns out that Poseidon gave Gaia a pillow breeze. Hephaestus figured this verse out and couldn't help but be in awe. It seems that this servant of the sea emperor is indeed skilled. "How is it, Hephaestus?" Seeing the change in Vulcan's expression, Poseidon asked. Hephaestus shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Even with Gaia's support, he doesn't want to form an alliance with Poseidon. "Neptune, I will support you to overthrow Zeus. But there is no need to form an alliance. No matter who you or Hades becomes the king of gods in the future, I will not participate, nor do I want to participate." He knew why Poseidon came to win him over. One is to overthrow Zeus. The second is to reduce a powerful enemy. After all, he is now on the bright side, but he supports Hades, the king of the underworld. Now he directly made his words clear, not interfering with who is the king of gods, which is tantamount to allowing Poseidon to achieve his goal. Chapter 102. Poseidon sent 4 sea nymphs as predicted. Poseidon, who was rejected, smiled unabated, looked quite satisfied, nodded and said, "Well then, Hephaestus, if you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. In fact, even if there is no alliance, my daughter Lot can still marry you. Of course, if you don't want to, then forget it." Hephaestus laughed and said nothing. At this time, Poseidon stood up. "Then I should go. Hephaestus, please keep our pleasant conversation a secret, and don't let my dear brother Hades and my dear brother Zeus know, okay?" "Neptune, don't worry," Hephaestus replied. Just like that, Poseidon pushed open the door, took 2 steps, and disappeared directly into the corridor. This conversation with Poseidon let Hephaestus get a lot of useful information. For example, Poseidon is also planning to be the king of the gods, and the relationship between Gaia and Zeus is not so strong. As these pieces of information accumulate, Hephaestus can probably understand Zeus' current situation. It can be said that there are many enemies around, and it is not optimistic. Hades, Poseidon, and Cronus in the abyss of hell, including his alliance with Athena, the goddess of hunting, and the god of light, are all trying to overthrow the rule of the 3 generations of god kings, whether openly or secretly. Naturally, this environment is very favorable to him. The more enemies Zeus had, the less he could draw his hand against him. And he can also take advantage of this opportunity to develop rapidly. The right way is to securely achieve the original divine realm. Early the next morning, Hephaestus awoke from his dream. "After practicing in a dream all night, I didn't feel tired at all, but my whole body was full of strength and refreshed." Just as he was washing up, he planned to talk to Hecate about his magic perception. Suddenly, a group of people blocked the door. The leader is a burly god, followed by 4 girls in blue skirts. Hephaestus was startled when he saw this. And the leading god said with great interest at this time, "Noble Vulcan, I am sent by the sea emperor Poseidon." He turned sideways slightly, fully exposed the 4 girls behind him in front of the blond young man, and introduced, "These are the 4 perfect sea nymphs, Adia, Hackney, Colleen, and Padora. Please accept this gift from the great sea emperor Poseidon." His voice fell. "BHBB. The 4 girls immediately took a step forward, bowed and saluted, and said in a clear and melodious voice, "I have seen the noble Vulcan." Hephaestus scratched his head, studying them. These 4 sea fairies all look extremely watery and delicate, with fair and delicate skin and eyes as clear as lakes. Moreover, their eyes are full of cute shyness. Why did Poseidon come to learn from Hades to do this? Hephaestus thought to himself, but he didn't refuse, and said, "I see. Please convey my thanks to the Sea Emperor for me." Sea Emperor Poseidon did this, obviously trying to win him over, or in other words, rewarding him for yesterday's promise. If he doesn't accept it, Poseidon will definitely be worried. Yes, the god withdrew respectfully, and the 4 sea nymphs stood shyly in front of Hephaestus, looking down at the ground, their hearts beating rapidly. The blond young man in front of them, their future master, was the most handsome god they had ever seen. Just looking at it will make your heart beat faster. "You 4 come with me." Hephaestus led them to Hecate, the goddess of magic. He intends to hand over the 4 sea nymphs to Hecate for training. After all, They are Poseidon's people, so they should be careful no matter what. After training, it is safer to wait on them with them. Come to the door. Hephaestus found Hecate talking to some of the lesser gods of the underworld. So I stood in front of the door and waited for a while. Hecate is the vice-lord of the underworld. The second in command has a high status, and he is naturally busy with government affairs, especially when the gods and demons of the abyss will attack at any time, when Mount Olympus and the gods of the sea gather in the underworld. Didn't wait a while. The little gods of the underworld left the room. Passing by the door, he saluted Hephaestus respectfully and left immediately. Hecate also stepped out, her skirt fluttering, exuding a scent of fragrance. After seeing the 4 sea nymphs, she was a little puzzled. Hephaestus, who are these? Hephaestus smiled. Poseidon gave me the gift. He is the same as Pluto. He wants to win me over. I have no experience, so I give it to you for training and training. See Emperor Poseidon. Hecate was a little surprised. It is self-evident what the purpose is to win over Hephaestus. She glanced at the sea fairies, nodded and said, "They're all middle gods, it's okay. Then they will be left to you, Hecate. When did I let you down? Just come and pick them up in a few days." Hecate said. She didn't feel jealous about it. After all, Hephaestus is so powerful now, it would be too embarrassing not to have fairies around him. And this kind of thing is extremely normal in the god realm. It's like a wealthy family has a maid. "Come on, you guys, come and see madam." Hephaestus spoke to some sea nymphs. The 4 sea nymphs were very obedient and immediately saluted Hecate. "I have seen you, madam." Hecate's cheeks quickly turned red again, shining brightly. This time there was no resistance. After all, she had indeed become the wife of Hephaestus, and Jia Ding had to get used to this title. The other side, a side hall of Hades' palace. Zeus, the king of the gods, was talking with Aphrodite, the god of love and beauty. This woman's peerless beauty and graceful figure are among the best in Mount Olympus. Looking at the whole world, there are not many goddesses who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Just one stop here. The air seemed to become hot and dry. An unknown light flashed in Zeus's eyes, staring at the goddess standing in front of him. "Do you know why I asked you here?" Aphrodite. The latter shook his head lightly and made a melodious voice like fairy music. "I don't know. Please ask the king of God to clarify." Zeus said, "I want you to help me. Drop the Vulcan god Hephaestus." These words made Aphrodite tremble slightly. She had also seen this handsome Vulcan in the inner palace of Hades before. Also know the opponent's strength. Therefore, Aphrodite was in a bit of a dilemma. King of God this. How could I be his opponent? I heard that before Vulcan, the 3 swords killed Typhon, the ancestor of all monsters. Zeus's eyes were filled with lightning, and he stood up, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. "You don't need to fight him. Use your power to seduce him, and lead him to any place except Hades' palace. I will solve him." Chapter 103. The original wife loves, and the beauty god comes to temptation several times failed to solve this serious problem. Zeus's patience was reaching its limit. Especially this time, he was contradicted in front of the gods and lost face, which made him even more angry. So, this time he decided to do it himself, just to be sure. Hearing this, Aphrodite knew that Zeus was determined to kill her, and her expression froze slightly. Yes, this subordinate obeys. Soon, she withdrew from the hall and went to Hephaestus' residence. At that time, Hephaestus just came back from discussing magic with Hecate. There are still patches of bright-colored lip marks on the cheeks and neck. As for him, he still had some ideas. But because Hecate had to go to work and didn't have so much time, he had to turn around. "You have been following me for so long with your head hidden and your tail showing. Did I drag you out, or did you come out by yourself suddenly?" In the long corridor, Hephaestus stopped and spoke in one direction. A cold light flashed in his eyes. From the very beginning, he was keenly aware that someone was following him. Moreover, it seems to be intentionally or unintentionally leaking breath. The voice fell. Fragrance once. A slim figure appeared in front of Hephaestus and said in a voice, "Vulcan is really powerful. It seems that I haven't mastered my hidden magic yet." Hephaestus stared at her, frowning slightly. The person in front of her was a blonde, blue-eyed, graceful beauty, with porcelain-white skin, wearing a thin veil, and bare, boneless and white feet, stepping in midair, spotless. No matter how you look at it, this woman is incomparably perfect, without any flaws. She is completely natural and extremely beautiful. Once she reveals her figure, it seems that everything in the world is eclipsed. Moreover, the realm is not low, and he is a master god. Hephaestus recalled a little. "I thought that I had seen her in the team of gods led by Zeus yesterday. Lord of Mount Olympus, with such beauty, it seems that you are the god of love and beauty, Aphrodite." Hephaestus immediately analyzed and said. Aphrodite smiled charmingly, twisted her slender waist, and walked towards him. Unexpectedly, this was also seen by Vulcan. That's right, I am Aphrodite, the god of love and beauty. Hephaestus, I don't know if I can't buy you a glass of wine yesterday. She would have said something else, but after seeing the lip marks on the young man's cheeks and neck, he couldn't help but chuckle. You are so romantic, Hephaestus. Hephaestus was expressionless, wiping the marks off his cheeks, and didn't respond to her smiles or frowns. The god of love and beauty, Aphrodite, knows who this person is best. In Greek mythology, she is the authentic wife of the real Vulcan. Although she has a peerless beauty, she is very indulgent and does not obey women's morals. When she has a husband, she also combines with many male gods and gives birth to many children. For such T, Hephaestus did not like, nor was he interested. If it's okay, Aphrodite, I'm sorry, you can leave now. I don't have time to entertain you, and I don't have time to drink. Hephaestus said flatly. Aphrodite was a little embarrassed. For some reason, she felt that Hephaestus had a big opinion of her. However, this is the first meeting between them, and she has never offended each other. Hephaestus, did I offend you somewhere? If so, I apologize to you. Don't be angry. Aphrodite said again, and at the same time, unleash his own power of love on Hephaestus. A mysterious power shrouded the young Vulcan. However, layers of main god domains appeared all over Hephaestus in an instant, forming a solid barrier to keep this force out. Secretly use your power of love to manipulate me, Aphrodite. I don't know if that counts as an offense. Hephaestus' eyes suddenly became extremely cold. A bitter chill spread in the air, and Aphrodite's charming smile froze, and she couldn't help but shuddered. That's when Aphrodite seduces Hephaestus. Underworld, in front of the palace where the king of gods temporarily lives. A dignified and elegant blonde beauty walked slowly, full of majesty and nobility. Behind him was a maid with a beautiful face and a lovely face, wearing a colorful dress. It is Hera, queen of the gods, and her confidant, Iris, the rainbow goddess. At this time, Iris stayed outside the hall to wait. Queen Hera stepped into the hall alone, and Zeus, the king of gods, stood with his hands behind his back at this moment, quietly looking at the sky of the underworld, as if he was thinking about something. Asking for flowers. Noticing Hera's arrival, he didn't take any action. Hera stopped 3 steps behind him and asked, God King, why are you doing something stupid again? There was a moment of silence. Zeus still didn't turn around and asked flatly, Hera, what are you talking about? Hera answered immediately, you know what I'm talking about. Hephaestus, why are you attacking him at this time and this place? As soon as she set up the rear and came to the underworld, she received the news that Zeus was going to deal with Hephaestus. So he rushed to see Zeus without stopping. Zeus turned around. His eyes flashed with lightning. What's the matter? Hera, are you thinking of you and him, the mother-child relationship? There was some sarcasm in his tone. Hera heard it and suddenly became angry. This is obviously a mockery of her abandonment of Hephaestus in the first place. But she also knew that this was not the time to be angry. Forcibly suppressing her anger, Hera calmed herself down and continued. Let's all calm down. Zeus, losing your temper now will only cause bad things. You must also know how powerful Hephaestus is now. 3 moves to kill Typhon. How many main gods can do this? Even if you do it yourself, you may not be able to win him. Even with a few main gods, I dare say he can escape calmly. Say these words. Zeus showed disdain. Just as he was about to speak, Hera immediately interrupted his words. Don't say it's impossible, Zeus. When you and Hades were fighting the most intensely, didn't you lead someone to ambush him? Didn't he run away? Do you think the current Hephaestus will be weaker than Hades? What's more, this is Hades. Hades can immediately detect any disturbance, and Hephaestus belongs to Hades. When you make a move, the situation will definitely be a terrible mess. Hera walked up to Zeus, looked straight into his eyes, and said. The disdain on Zeus's face gradually disappeared, and he snorted coldly. According to you, Hera, should I indulge him like this? Let him trample on my dignity and prestige. Let him and Hades working together as a traitor, colluding together to deal with me. Hera shook her head. Of course not, but we have better ways besides killing. Zeus looked at her and asked, what kind of knife? Chapter 104. Zeus. Marrying Athena to Vulcan. Hera's face was full of color, and she said with confidence, Anyway, Zeus, Hephaestus is my son. We have a good chance of winning him over. The hatred between you and him is far from the point of life and death. You just lost face. I think it is worth sacrificing this bit of face in exchange for an extremely powerful Lord God on Mount Olympus. The reason for saying this, it was because Hera knew that Zeus didn't care about the life or death of the Hyperion family. Even if you care a little bit, weigh the pros and cons. Now that Hyperion is dead, the 3 mothers and daughters of Thea, who stayed behind, have also become Hephaestus maids. It would be more cost-effective to subdue Hephaestus. After all, this can exchange Mount Olympus for a main god who is bigger than Hyperion, 620 Tiri. What you said does have some truth, Hera. Zeus thought about it calmly and stroked the beard on his chin. But I'm afraid you still don't know how arrogant that kid Hephaestus is, trying to win him over? He might not agree. Hera giggled, walked to the table, and sat down. It's not easy. You marry Aphrodite to him. How could he not agree? I don't believe in the gods of love and beauty, still can't hold his heart. This made Zeus frown slightly. When I think of that graceful and alluring, perfect figure, an impulse arises spontaneously. Zeus shook his head and refused. No, Aphrodite cannot marry him. Let's replace it with Athena. The goddess of wisdom can use her wisdom to subdue Hephaestus, and Athena's beauty is not inferior. Hear Zeus' tone. A suspicious light flashed in Hera's eyes. With a keen intuition, she noticed something strange. She looked at Zeus, and the latter felt trembling for a while, but there was no flaw on the surface. After a while, Hera with a slightly cold face said, "It's not impossible for Athena." Zeus, then you can tell her. Hephaestus, I will have a good talk with him. The voice fell. She got up and took a step and disappeared into the hall like the wind. Iris, the rainbow goddess, followed her master closely. On the other hand, Venus, who was sent to tempt Faith, was in a dilemma. She is cornered by Hephaestus. The icy chill emanating from the blond young man in front of her made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The heart seemed to be tightly squeezed by an invisible big hand. Although he is also the main god, but this feeling of oppression. But Aphrodite felt that the other party was more terrifying than God King Zeus. Aphrodite, whether it's because you can't bear the loneliness yourself or because of someone else's instigation, I hope you don't come to me to be stupid again. Let me tell you clearly that I don't have any interest in you. Next time, don't blame me for being so hot. Hephaestus said coldly. If Aphrodite was sent by Zeus, and he happened to be not so vigilant, after being manipulated by love, the consequences can be imagined. I'm afraid it's because of Aphrodite's death that they are willing to die, and they can't wish for it. Aphrodite turned pale slightly, unable to speak. At this time, a graceful and dignified female voice came from not far away. Hephaestus, I still want to talk to you for a while, but I didn't expect you to be with Cupid. It seems that I really came at a bad time. Hephaestus and Cupid looked away at the same time. Immediately, in the corridor, Hera, the queen of the gods, and Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, came. Meet this mother. Hephaestus restrained his coercion and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Why has there been an endless stream of people looking for him since Typhon was killed? It turned out that the queen of God arrived. Since I was looking for the Vulcan, then I will be rude and leave first. Feel the pressure disappear. Aphrodite breathed a sigh of relief, saluted Hera respectfully, then hurriedly turned around and left, taking this opportunity to get away. Hephaestus glanced at her, ignoring her. Good boy, I just heard you say that you can destroy flowers with your hands. How did Venus offend you? Hera walked up to the handsome young man and asked with a smile on her face. Although the appearance of Hephaestus has changed slightly, but the breath is not wrong, Hera recognizes it very clearly. This is the child born by herself. Nothing worth mentioning. After the great gods, you came to me. Why? Hephaestus did not tell what had just happened. Simply put, he has no basis for trust in this mother. If it wasn't for the fact that the rainbow goddess was not sent to the underworld to report to the underworld last time, Hephaestus might not even pay attention to her now. Hera was very understanding and didn't ask further. Okay, Hephaestus, I want to talk to you about something important. Is this your room? Let's go in and talk slowly, as you wish. Rainbow goddess is still guarding outside. Only Hera and Hephaestus enter the room. The latter unhurriedly poured 2 glasses of wine as a treat. Hera sat quietly on the side, looking at her son. Her phoenix eyes were full of smiles. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was with Hephaestus. I regret it even more. When she was on trial at the Temple of Justice, she should have forcibly kept the child by her side instead of adopting it to the goddess of the sea, Theseus. Hephaestus, what do you think of Athena, the goddess of wisdom? Hera suddenly asked without warning. The sudden mention of Athena made Hephaestus startled. What does the queen of God mean? I can be the master and promise you Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Hera picked up the drink and said slowly. As long as you agree to return to Mount Olympus, don't rush to refuse. The benefits are beyond your imagination. Hephaestus, you are my son. I will not harm you. You need to know that. Return to Mount Olympus? Hephaestus slowly put down the flagon, then quietly sat down opposite Hera. At the same time, I was thinking, seeing that Zeus's plan is changed in 3.3, it will make God win him over later. Moreover, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, is used as a bargaining chip. After being the gods, it is impossible for Hera to communicate with Zeus in every move, especially to win over an enemy of Mount Olympus. Hephaestus affirmed this. Now the pattern of heaven and earth is changing, and the holy mountain needs the support of a powerful god like you. No one can tell what will happen in the future. Hephaestus, the seat of the god king is not static. Otherwise, it will definitely not be Zeus' turn to sit on it. And you, the best and most powerful god of the younger generation, and the child of Hera after my gods, Hephaestus, your future achievements are limitless. Do you know what I mean? Hera looked solemn and continued majestically. It actually hints that Hephaestus may sit on the throne of God King in the future. Chapter 105. Vulcan seduces Queen Hera. Hephaestus felt amused when he heard the words. Without the support of the original god, to be the king of the gods, isn't this daydreaming? Although he thought so in his heart, Hephaestus did not say it. Of course I understand, Queen of God. Hephaestus pondered for a moment, pretending to be worried, and said, but I have already made a good relationship with the demon goddess Hecate. Hecate. Hera chuckled and shook her head. With your strength, what's the point of having more wives? Counting me, Zeus has 7 wives, and he's secretly hooked up with many goddesses and women. As long as you have strength, you can also have all this. No one can interfere with you. Her words were filled with dissatisfaction with Zeus. After hearing Hera's emotions, Hephaestus was moved in his heart and fell silent. After a while, he stared at Hera. God Queen, do you know the current situation of Zeus? Hera couldn't understand this sentence. How to say it? I understand what the Queen of God thinks. Hephaestus deliberately lowered his voice. I just want to tell you that there are many people who want to overthrow Zeus and replace him as the king of gods. The situation of Zeus is very bad. Hera was silent. An imperceptible sly light flashed in Hephaestus' eyes. And as the god empress said, the future is full of variables, and the position of the god king is not static. Perhaps you can also become the god king. As your son, I will be your strongest backing. Through the conversation just now, Hephaestus already knew that Hera was very dissatisfied with Zeus. Moreover, there is also the idea of his own son taking his place. That being the case, Hephaestus can turn it around and instigate Hera. Once the scourge of ambition and desire for power breeds, it cannot be contained. Even if it is a god, there is no way to resist it. Otherwise, there will be no upheavals in the seizure of power and the change of kings from generation to generation. To this day, Pluto, Sea Emperor, and the original god behind them are still fighting openly and secretly. The tide of power and desire for power engulfed the gods, and Hera could not be an exception. The premise is that someone has to fan the fire in her heart, and Hephaestus did just that. When Hera heard these words, her pupils trembled, and her eyes were a little unbelievable. Queen of God, form an alliance with me. Seeing this, Hephaestus continued to speculate. A tyrannical god king like Zeus will step down sooner or later. The future will belong to us. There is no doubt about this. Hera was silent. The heartbeat can't help but speed up. Needless to say, she was moved. How do you say this, child? I never wanted to be a god king. Hera stood up slowly, with her back to Hephaestus, with a tremor in her voice. However, in comparison, you are more suitable to be the king of the gods. Queen of God, think about it. You have been ruling Mount Olympus with Zeus, but the gods respect you far more than you, Zeus. They will only be afraid of Zeus, because he is tyrannical, cruel, and ruthless. Believe me, God Queen, you will be a more wise and mighty god king than Zeus. Hephaestus also rose to his feet. There was an irresistible magic about his words. Hera heard this, and the flame of desire in her heart expanded rapidly, and the expression gradually calmed down, and the phoenix eyes flickered. You are right, my child. Zeus is too cruel. He is no different from Cronus. He even swallowed Métis and her unborn child. That's why Arnolds and Arnolds are enmity with him, and sooner or later he will be deserted. Her tone gradually became firm and steady. This fire is already burning. Hephaestus hooked his lips and smiled. Then, let us form an alliance, the great queen of the gods, Hera. overthrow Zeus and start the era of the fourth generation of Hera god king. In any case, turn Hera against him first. In this way, Zeus will be able to lose a major pillar, and there will be nothing else, and we will wait for Zeus to be overthrown. After some secret discussions, Hephaestus and Hera decided to make a secret alliance and proceed as usual. Then, full of joy, Hera left with the ideal of starting the era of the fourth Hera god king and returned to Zeus. Zeus, who had been waiting for the news, saw Hera coming back, got up and asked, "Hera, how did you talk with him? Does he agree to go back to the mountain?" Hera stared at Zeus's face, and a burst of joy suddenly surged in her heart. All along, it was Zeus who kept betraying her. But this time, she wanted to get it back with interest. Let Zeus also experience the feeling of being betrayed. Soon Hera calmed down and replied calmly, "I negotiated with him personally. Of course he will agree. But he doesn't believe you." Zeus frowned. "Don't believe me?" Hera nodded. "That's right. He said that he can only trust you if you show your sincerity. In short, you have had so many conflicts, and you really should express it first. Athena, have you notified?" Zeus snorted coldly. "I'm not afraid. This king has already decided to let him go, yet he dares to negotiate terms first." Hera walked up to him. "Okay, now that Hephaestus can't come back, I just need a word from you. Zeus, don't lose the big because of small things." Zeus was silent for a while, and took a long breath, as if he wanted to spit out all his depression. "Pass down the order. Let all the gods of the holy mountain who came to the underworld come here to gather." Half a quarter later, the god of love, the goddess of hunting, the god of light, the messenger Hermes, the goddess of wisdom, and other gods entered the hall like wild geese and stood neatly. Zeus sat on the first seat, and Hera accompanied him. "Wait for everyone to gather and be quiet." Only then did Zeus speak slowly. "After consideration, this king has made a 467 decision, and I'm announcing it to you now. Athena, come out." The majestic words made the faces of the gods extremely serious. I thought to myself, what decision? And Athena walked up to Zeus according to her words. Her expression was peaceful and peaceful. "I have decided to marry my daughter, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, to the son of the queen of gods, the god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus." Zeus speaks out his decision. All the gods showed expressions of surprise and shock. He wanted to fight and kill this Hephaestus before. Why suddenly? He wants to marry his daughter to him? What happened? Zeus stared at the goddess standing in front of him again. "Athena, do you agree?" Athena looked confused. She didn't know what happened. Zeus didn't inform her in advance. But Athena thought about it, without any hesitation, bowed her head and agreed. Since it is the order of the god king, Athena should obey it. She had no opinion at all. After all, in Athena's view, Hephaestus is qualified to be her husband, whether it is appearance or strength. And this is more beneficial to the alliance. Very good. Seeing Athena's consent, Zeus relaxed his stern face. "After the gods and demons in the abyss of hell are dealt with, I will give you two a marriage. At that time, I will hold a grand wedding for you." Chapter 106. Hecate. Let's get married first. The first lady is mine. Zeus' decision soon spread in the underworld. Everyone was surprised, because they all knew before that the relationship between Hephaestus and Zeus was very bad. This pair of enemies suddenly got married in the blink of an eye, and everyone would be surprised. This moment, the inner hall of Hades' palace. Hades and Poseidon are in talks. The gods of the underworld and the gods of the ocean sat on both sides of the long table, discussing in groups of 3 or 4. Our good little brother really has a bit of a heroic demeanor. He can bend and stretch. No wonder, he is the king of gods and gods. I have to admire. Goddess of wisdom Athena, TSK, TSK. Poseidon said with a half-smile. A pair of purple eyes shone with light, making it difficult to understand what he was thinking in his heart. However, it can still be seen that his mood is very complicated. Compare. Hades, who was sitting on the dark throne, was much calmer, sneered twice, and continued. Athena, the goddess of wisdom? It is indeed a good bargaining chip. However, in my opinion, Zeus may not be able to catch fish when he throws bait. We, the god of fire, are not some characters who are willing to succumb to others and be ordered by others. With his knowledge of Hephaestus, it is impossible for Hephaestus to return to Mount Olympus because of Athena and be a lackey of Zeus. This is mostly false and obsequious, trying to take advantage of it. Therefore, Hades is sure that Zeus must have lost his wife and lost his army by then. Hear Hades' analysis. Poseidon narrowed his purple eyes, suddenly thought of something, smiled lightly, and shook his head, and said, Brother sees clearly, brother sees clearly. just when the gods were talking about it. Hecate, the goddess of magic who sat at the head of the gods of the underworld, suddenly got up, looked at Hades and said, "Pluto, please allow me to leave first." Her voice was clear and bright, echoing constantly in the hall. The eyes of the gods all moved to this beautiful red-robed witch in an instant. The faces of the gods of the underworld are even more wonderful. They all know that Hecate is the original match of Vulcan. Now Zeus, the king of the gods, married Vulcan and Athena. Where should the original match be placed? I'm afraid I've overturned the jar of vinegar, and I'm going to get angry. Pluto also had the same idea in his heart, but he knew that Hecate was measured, so he nodded and said, "Yes." Hecate bowed and took a step back, calmly leaving the place with a blank expression on his face. As soon as she left, there was a lot of discussion. The gods of the sea and the gods of the underworld got together to gossip. When Hecate finds Hephaestus, he is studying the fragments of the kingdom of God obtained from the goddess of Styx. Now his strength is getting higher and higher, and he is almost approaching the peak of the main god. It's time to start researching the composition of the kingdom of God. However, Hecate's appearance out of thin air forced his plan to be suspended temporarily. A sudden shadow looms over it. Hephaestus looked up and found Hecate standing in front of him like a ghost with a frosty face. His bright red robe and long hair were windless and automatic. Kind of scary. "Hecate, what's the matter?" Hephaestus asked. Hecate suddenly laughed terribly. "It's nothing, I just heard. My fiancée is going to marry another goddess suddenly. I feel a little upset." Cough. Hephaestus coughed dryly and put away the fragments of the kingdom of God. "Well, actually, this matter is a bit complicated, do you understand? Hecate, sit down first and listen to my explanation slowly." Hecate said directly, "I won't listen, and you don't need to explain." Hephaestus felt awkward. Is this guy going to be blackened? However, at this time, Hecate sat down as promised and stretched out her slender hand, interlocking fingers with Hephaestus. "You don't need to explain anything." "Hephaestus, I know, I can't stop Zeus' decision, but..." Her tone suddenly softened. But what? "However, I can marry you first, no matter how many wives you have in the future." Hecate said with an extremely firm tone, "The first lady will always be me." Hephaestus, he was somewhat surprised by this result. After all, he was married to Athena, and he had never discussed it with Hecate before. And Hecate is jealous. To be able to make such a concession, it seems that he has made a lot of determination. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Hecate said, "It's strange that I would agree to your marriage. That's because Athena is good enough to be worthy of you. Otherwise, if you have the guts to rob me of a man, I might just kill her." Hearing this, Hephaestus' facial muscles twitched. How come I didn't realize this guy was so cruel and merciless before? Hecate continued, "Let's get married first, and you don't have to be afraid of Zeus blaming you. If he dares to do something, I will protect you. If Athena disagrees, I will fight her to the death." Her tone was full of seriousness. With her character and strong strength, she can definitely take action against Zeus and fight Athena to the death. Hearing this, Hephaestus smiled helplessly and immediately said, "You be asterisk 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 D. Why are you so impulsive?" Athena, she, will agree. Hecate finally showed a blooming smile and said, "That's all right. Let her wait slowly. I want to marry you immediately. Come, follow me to see Hades." Soon, Hecate told Hades about it, and Pluto happily agreed. Hecate, the goddess of magic, is the deputy king of the underworld, his right-hand man. Since Hephaestus has such a weight in his heart that this young god can marry first at the risk of offending Zeus, he is of course willing to sponsor. Also, since his alliance with Hephaestus, no gifts have been sent. There are only some materials for forging artifacts and Thea's 3 mothers and daughters. The latter still borrow flowers to present Buddha, which is nothing. Take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate more relationships, which will be useful in the future. Sooner or later, the third battle between heaven and earth to compete for the God King will start. The benefits to him of attracting a powerhouse like Hephaestus are self-evident. 3 days passed. The huge Pluto palace was full of banquets, and it was extremely lively. Finished, on the high platform, the dawn full of hope, the silver full moon, and the beautiful rainbow form a strange fairyland. This is the means of Eos, Selene, and Iri. And Apollo, who has mastered the priesthood of music, is playing the lyre, and the wonderful music flows out from his fingertips. And the sea fairies from the sea, not stingy with their singing voice and dancing posture, lead the nymph fairies to sing and dance. The petals and fragrance linger in this world, refreshing all the gods were happy to drink and celebrate at the banquet table. Even the 3 brothers Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus sat together very rarely. However, Zeus looked stern, unsmiling, and looked very unhappy. Had it only been the wedding of Athena and Hephaestus, he would have raised his glass in blessing. But this is a wedding to the goddess of magic, Hecate. Of course he was upset that his daughter, the king of the gods, was outmatched by this titan. However, at this juncture, he is not easy to get angry. He can only get bored after drinking. Chapter 107. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, also came to the wedding. But it's different from Zeus. Together with several goddesses of Artemis, she talked and laughed generously, and didn't seem to care that Hephaestus married another goddess in advance. Soon, Hephaestus and Hecate appeared in costumes. Both of them put on luxurious new clothes. Hephaestus's thick blonde hair was tied up, neat and unrestrained, extremely handsome. A pair of clear blue eyes, soul-stirring. Even Apollo, the most beautiful god of light on Mount Olympus, and Poseidon, the most heroic king of the sea among the three god-king brothers, would feel ashamed of themselves. And Hecate's long hair was scrupulously coiled up and covered with jewels, which made her even more conspicuous, who was already glamorous. The blush of her cheeks rose, and she was shy with a little charm, almost overwhelming all the female gods in the audience, and few people could match her. Behind the two of them, a group of sea nymphs and nymphs gathered, walking slowly towards the gods. In an instant, the attention of all the gods in the audience was attracted to this place. The appearance of this pair of lovers made the world eclipsed. The bride is so beautiful, almost more beautiful than Aphrodite. The moment of marriage is the most beautiful moment for a bride, and no one needs to go to Hecate at this moment. Handsome Vulcan, a good match for the goddess of magic. It's really enviable. Many gods discussed and cheered. Many nymph fairies and sea fairies are secretly jealous in their hearts. Why are they not married to Vulcan? Hephaestus and Hecate thanked the various gods. Then came to the highest place, sitting in front of the banquet table of the three brothers of the god king, Hera, the queen of the gods, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Congratulations, Hephaestus. I offer you a glass of wine. Good boy, your wedding is going to be even more lively than when Zeus and I got married. Pluto and Hera said one after another. I offer a toast to all of you, and to my wedding to Hecate. Hephaestus smiled and picked up a glass of wine. At the same time, I still have some regrets in my heart. At his wedding, the people sitting in front of him were all people who were intriguing and deceitful with him. The same is true for Hera, the only biological mother who has a deep relationship. The person who really treats him well, the sea goddess Thetis, is not there. Although Hephaestus sent a messenger, the news was sent to the sea god palace in the shortest possible time. But Thetis did not come to the wedding. I only told him in the reply letter that I was entangled with some things and couldn't get away temporarily, expressing regret and blessing. And also sent back a piece of beautiful jewelry he had forged as a gift to Hecate. If Hecate hadn't been in a hurry to get married, Hephaestus would have personally gone to the sea god palace to invite someone. Such a major event in life. Without the company of close people, no matter how full of ritual and grand it is, it feels like something is missing. Forget it. The next time we get married, I will personally invite Thetis to make up for her. Hephaestus' mind was like lightning. After thinking about this, I just finished drinking a glass of wine. Then, the gods applauded, and there was another burst of cheers. At this time, I'm so nervous. Hephaestus, are you nervous? Hecate, with blushing cheeks, whispered through voice transmission. Relax, give me your hand. Hephaestus put down his wine glass, with a bright smile on his face, and also transmitted sound. Marriage is a top priority, and everyone will be nervous. However, in his 2 lifetimes, especially in this one, he has experienced countless trials and tribulations, so of course he will not be nervous about it. Hecate was nervous because she had a girlish heart. The shy bride heard the words, and obediently handed her slender hands to the groom beside her. Hephaestus took out the wedding ring he forged, put it on her middle finger, and said slowly, "Oh, the god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus, is going to marry the goddess of magic, Hecate. No matter what happens in the future, I swear, I will always be good to her and protect her forever. I will never regret it." This sentence uses the power of law. The entire underworld is constantly reverberating. The banquet fell silent in an instant, staring at the two admiringly. Many sea nymphs and nymphs, including some goddesses, feel almost suffocated. Hecate looked at the ring on her middle finger, and for some reason, her heart felt warm, and her tension was greatly relieved. She looked up at her groom again. Eyes met. Hephaestus gave her an encouraging look. Immediately, Hecate also took out her own ring and put it on the middle finger of Hephaestus. I, the goddess of magic, Hecate, will marry the god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus. No matter what happens in the future, I swear that I will always be good to him, protect him forever, and never change until death. Regret. This sentence also uses the power of law, and it keeps echoing in Guan Yu of the underworld. Next moment, all the gods shouted fiercely. They witnessed the union of this pair of unparalleled people. Artemis, who was sitting with Athena, kept applauding and smiling, happy for the cousin's wedding. It's just that she was still a little worried about Athena. Wouldn't you be angry if your fiancé married another goddess right after you were granted a marriage? But she was too embarrassed to speak. Benze always seems to be telling stories. Moreover, Athena seems to really have no ill will. After a long time, drink 3 rounds. All the gods are a little drunk. Everyone is drunk. God King Zeus is not so cold anymore. Hephaestus, I think you don't know how powerful this king was back then. Back then, when Hera and I got married, it took more than 300 years just for the bridal chamber wedding night. How? Ordinary gods can't do this. Zeus starts and blows to Hephaestus. Hera, who was sitting next to him, blushed immediately and said, "You can't stop your mouth if you drink alcohol. You're really shameless." But Hades, who was originally smiling, heard this sentence, but the smile gradually disappeared. But everyone is questioning whether what Zeus said is true. No one noticed the change except Persephone and Hephaestus. How did Zeus offend Pluto with these words? He was so unhappy. Hephaestus entertained the gods on the surface, thinking to himself in his heart. This wedding reception lasted all day. Before it was over, the new couple Hephaestus and Hecate were driven away by the gods. To be precise, he was driven to the bridal chamber. A moment of spring festival is worth 1,000 gold. Staying at the banquet all the time is no business. After the door was closed tightly, Hephaestus loosened his tight robe to breathe, then walked to the table, calmly picked up the jug, and poured 2 glasses of wine. Lifted up and walked to the bed. Hecate propped her forehead with one hand and lay there halfway. The graceful and exquisite figure is undoubtedly prominent. His eyes were blurred, and his cheeks were still flushed. Hephaestus, I've been drinking, haven't you had enough? My head. Hiss, so dizzy. Damn the dream wine, Hecate said coquettishly. Hephaestus sat by the bed and handed her a glass of wine with a faint smile. This is the last glass. It's famous. Come on, let's drink together. What name? Hecate hesitated. Her cherry lips fluttered, and she still reached out to take the wine glass. Drink a cup of wine and never part. Hephaestus wrapped his arms around Hecate's and said softly, "This is the custom of marrying men and women in his previous life." As for Hecate, although she didn't quite understand what it means to have a cup of wine, she still understood the emotion in it, and with a twinkling of her beautiful eyes, she repeated, "Drink a cup of wine and never part." Then, the two drank the glass of wine together. A war without gunpowder smoke ensues. The wedding banquet outside is still going on. Since the 3 brothers of Zeus fought openly and secretly and went their separate ways, there have been seldom such grand scenes. If according to the past, at most, only the gods of the underworld will participate in this wedding banquet. But this time, because of the invasion of the abyss gods and demons, Zeus and Poseidon led all the gods to come together, and they all wanted to win over Hephaestus, so naturally they had to attend the wedding. Because of this, the wedding was extremely lively. It was not until 3 days and 3 nights later that they dispersed, and that pair of unparalleled people. I also fought fiercely without sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. There is still no sign of a strike. Chapter 108. Another virgin Hades. Are you despicable? Hades, you have gone too far this time. Stop immediately, or don't blame me, show no mercy. Suddenly, there were bursts of intense fighting sounds outside. The power of the law of traction has almost spread to the entire underworld. Moreover, it was accompanied by the shouting of several women. The quilt was lifted. The sweat-drenched Hephaestus turned his head and looked out, his eyes flickering. Who's fighting Pluto? It seems to be Deheater. Hecate also showed her delicate face. Her hair was soaked in sweat, sticking strands to her fair cheeks and neck. She was equally puzzled and called out a name uncertainly. Go out and have a look. Hephaestus felt puzzled, wiped off his sweat, jumped out of bed, and disappeared into the room like a gust of wind. The robe next to the bed also disappeared. Come outside. Hephaestus saw several figures fighting in the sky. With his eyesight, it was easy to see who they were. 3 women and 1 man. One of the women is Persephone, queen of the underworld, wearing a very conspicuous green robe. The other one is a plump and hot woman who can be called a devil's gorgeous beauty. Her eyebrows and eyes are 6 points similar to those of the queen of the underworld, and the power of law lingers around her, full of creativity and vitality. The one next to him was a human-shaped flame. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a beauty with gentle eyebrows wrapped in the flames, and she is the most mature among the three women. Moreover, the domain she displays is also a flame, but the power of law is completely different from that of Hephaestus. Her flame is full of human fireworks. Burning Hades' nether laws into nothingness is quite terrifying in terms of power. This moment, the three women are fighting Hades, the god of death, and the god of sleep. It's hard to beat. Hades also roared angrily. Demeter, do you think I will let Persephone go if I get the help of the big sister? Don't think about it. She is already my healthy person, and no one can take her away from me. These words made the devilish beauty raise her brows and screamed, Shameless! Shameless! Hades, you don't even let your own niece go. You're not as good as a beast. However, she couldn't make any sharp attacks. Obviously, the power of law is not good at attacking. Hades ignored her and shouted to the queen of the underworld, Persephone, since you came to the underworld, have I ever treated you badly? I even gave you the authority of the queen of the underworld. This will allow you to reach the underworld, the great Tao of the Lord God at its peak. Are you going to fight against me too? Bang boom. A powerful law of the netherworld descended like a mountain and sea, and suppressed it towards the queen of the underworld. Persephone's face was pale, and she cried out in pain. Who wants your power as queen of the underworld? I will never stay in this dark place. I want to go back to the garden of the world with my mother. 11, however, she didn't have much time to practice after all. The scythe of death alone is enough for her. It can't stop the suppression of Hades' law. It was the main god domain full of human fireworks that quickly spread out and stood in front of her to defuse the blow. Hades, don't go too far. In the realm of the main god, a beautiful woman covered in flames appeared out of thin air and shouted at Hades. She is Hestia, one of the children of the second god king, the famous virgin goddess of Mount Olympus. She is also the sister of the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. After the Titan War, she left Mount Olympus and lived in seclusion alone. This time, she was invited out by her younger sister Demeter, with the purpose of rescuing Persephone, who was kidnapped by Hades. Originally, these two goddesses wanted to secretly take Persephone away, but it was discovered during the process, so they fought with Hades and the god of death and sleeping god. Hestia, Demeter. So it's here to save the empress. It's a pity that this Hestia is mighty, but he is outnumbered, let alone bring two burdens. It is impossible to escape from the underworld. Hephaestus, who was watching the battle on the ground, also cleared his mind at this time. Recognize who these two goddesses are and comment on the current situation. At the same time, I was thinking, no wonder Zeus didn't even let his second sister Demeter go. The charm of this goddess is indeed great, especially that proud figure. She is definitely the number one on Mount Olympus. As for Persephone, she also inherited this devil figure, and Hades abducted her, which must be one of the important reasons. The two sides fought fiercely. At this moment, all the gods gathered in the underworld came out to investigate and wait and see, including Zeus and Hera, kings of the gods, asking for flowers. When Hera saw Demeter, her complexion quickly turned cold, obviously extremely unhappy. Turn around and leave, leaving only one sentence. Don't hurry up and deal with the mess you made. Zeus snorted coldly and ignored him. Immediately took off into the air, shouted, Stop it! At the same time, a dazzling and fierce thunder strikes through the middle of the battlefield. Smash the realm of law layer by layer. Directly separate the two sides. This scene shocked many people. The strength of the king of the gods is indeed terrifying. Zeus, the separated Hestia, mother and daughter Demeter, as well as the two brothers Hades and Death, all cast their eyes on the god who was covered in thunder. Zero Demeter even shouted, Zeus, you came just in time. Let Hades not stop us. I want to take Persephone out of this ghost place. The flames all over Hestia's body disappeared, revealing a slender figure, looking at Zeus calmly, which made Zeus feel an inexplicable pressure. This big sister is powerful and has always lived in seclusion. Unexpectedly, I was invited out of the mountain this time. But Zeus still said, Demeter, calm down, don't make trouble. Now that the enemy is at hand, everything will wait until Cronus is resolved. This is obviously prevarication. Hestia's eyes showed disappointment, and Demeter was startled and shouted angrily, Zeus, Persephone is your daughter. Do you just watch her suffer like this? Everything is about the overall situation. Demeter, you should understand. Zeus replied solemnly. Hades abducted Persephone, which he acquiesced to ease the tension between the brothers. Although the relationship is getting worse and worse now, this matter, at least we have to wait until we leave the underworld. In Hades' territory, robbing the woman he regards as a treasure is just asking for fun. Not to mention the situation where Cronus would attack at any time. Seeing that Zeus didn't support the other party, Hades' cold face softened a lot, and he turned his head to the queen of the underworld in the distance and said, "Persephone, follow me." As soon as he flicked his sleeves, a force of law enveloped the latter. Then, both of them disappeared into the air. Demeter screamed on the spot. Chapter 109. Hades was castrated seeing her daughter was arrested again. Demeter screamed, and the main god domain suddenly released. "Hades, give me back Persephone. Just wanted to do it." The hearth goddess Hestia grabbed Demeter's arm and shouted, "Stop beating, Demeter. The situation is here, nothing can be done. If Zeus doesn't help, Pluto is powerful, and it's hard to get things done with just the two of them. If you continue to make trouble, there will be no good results." Turned. Seeing her sister's restraining eyes, Demeter felt a burst of sadness in her heart, gritted her teeth, and finally did not chase after her. Suddenly, she thought of Rome was cold winter again. Maybe Poseidon is willing to help her. When she cast her eyes on this Neptune, she immediately found that the other party was looking at her jokingly, and there seemed to be a kind of desire and greed. Deep disappointment ensues. 840. She suddenly recalled a sentence that the big sister once said, "These brothers, there is not a single good thing." At this moment, she had a deep understanding. The rescue of the Empress failed. Could it be that in the future, Demeter will make all the crops in the world wither, the earth will lose its vitality, and no grass will grow on the ground? Hephaestus thought to himself. As far as he knew, in the original Greek mythology, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, was snatched away by Pluto because of her daughter. Zeus didn't care about this matter, and in a rage, all the crops on the earth lost their vitality. This incident threatened the belief in the world on Mount Olympus. Zeus had no choice but to order Hades to let him go. But at that time, Persephone had already eaten the food of the underworld, and according to the laws of God, she could not return to the human world. So they thought of a compromise, so that the queen of the underworld spends half of the time in the underworld and half of the time in the human world every year. However, Persephone has not yet eaten the food of the underworld. Looks like things are still going to change. Hephaestus thought again. This farce is over. The gods also dispersed, but Hestia and Demeter did not leave. It seems that he wants to stay in the underworld and look for another opportunity. I didn't care about it. Hephaestus returned to the room first. Although Zeus was cold-blooded and ruthless, his immediate decision was not unreasonable. At this juncture, taking away Hades' beloved woman is bound to trigger a fierce civil strife. When the abyss gods and demons invade, the consequences will be very serious. However, Hephaestus had just closed the door when there was a sound of footsteps outside. Hecate, who was combing her hair in front of the mirror, didn't look back and said calmly, "Hephaestus, it seems that the goddess of agriculture has something to do with you, Emperor Shang." Although she didn't go out just now, she also used divine magic to gain insight into what happened outside. "So I know everything clearly." Hecate didn't finish his sentence. Demeter knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is this the room of the destroyer god of craftsmen?" Hephaestus was a little speechless. As soon as he walked on his front foot, his back foot followed him. He had a premonition. It must not be a good thing for the goddess of agriculture to seek him out. But he didn't avoid it either. Hephaestus took a deep look at Hecate, opened the door, and went out. Fragrant winds hit. Demeter's proud figure appeared in front of her eyes. Hephaestus couldn't help sighing inwardly. When Demeter saw the blonde-haired youth coming out, his eyes lit up, and he asked urgently, "You are Hephaestus, the god of firehorse craftsmen, right?" Tos nodded helplessly. Yes. He was sure some troubled god had brought his news to Demeter. Otherwise, it is impossible for this goddess who has never met before to know his name and find his room so accurately. "Great, Hephaestus, I didn't expect you to be so handsome." Demeter gave a compliment with weird eyes. She had heard about the abandoned son of Hera. So be amazed at Hephaestus's stunningly handsome features. Hephaestus has long been accustomed to this look, and asked, "I don't know if the goddess of agriculture is looking for me. I want to discuss something with you." Demeter seemed hesitant to speak, but finally made up her mind and said, "Hephaestus, I want to marry my daughter Persephone to you. Do you accept?" Hephaestus was stunned for a moment, very speechless. What happened recently? Wave after wave of people came, all wanting to marry their daughters to him. "Don't dislike Persephone, I promise, she is perfect." Hephaestus, "No, I swear, you have to trust me." Seeing the change in Hephaestus' face, Demeter thought that Hephaestus was despising his daughter and hurriedly defended. And her words confused Hephaestus. "Empress Dowager, Yes, a perfect body? How is this possible? It has been so long since Hades took Persephone captive to the underworld. Even if he doesn't have a stallion like Zeus and Poseidon, he can't be a Lu Xiaohui who can sit still. Demeter cast a barrier around her body and explained to Hephaestus in a low voice, "You have to believe me, Hephaestus. This is what my big sister, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, told me. It is absolutely true. Back then, Hades and our brothers and sisters overthrew the second-generation god king, and our father Cronus. During a battle, he was accidentally castrated by Cronus." Hephaestus looked strange and asked, "So, Pluto under him?" "Empty." Demeter nodded again and said firmly, "It's empty." Hephaestus felt a shock in his heart. No wonder Hades is not a stallion like Zeus and Poseidon. No wonder Hades and the Queen of Hades have never had children in Greek mythology. It turned out to be the reason. But even that proves Persephone's chastity. Hephaestus also has no intention of marrying the queen. He knew exactly what this agricultural goddess was thinking. It can be said that Demeter didn't really want to marry his daughter at all, but liked his strength. "I want to use him to help Persephone get rid of Hades and leave this dark underworld. This is the use of Chiguoguo." Hephaestus stared at Demeter, and a word appeared in his mind for 2.6 seconds. "The bear is big and brainless. Just had a fight with Hades, and if you can't fight, come to marry your daughter." He couldn't find a more suitable adjective. Even if the Empress Dowager secretly came to seduce him, it will definitely be more effective than going directly to the door and saying, "Hi, I'm going to use you." "Sorry, great Nongan." Hephaestus refused. "I just married Hecate, the goddess of magic 3 days ago. Soon, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, will also marry me. I have no plans to marry another wife for the time being." Hearing this, Demeter suddenly showed disappointment and said, "Then, that's fine." She didn't say anything, turned and left. Besides, the superficial alliance between Hades and me hasn't broken up yet, so it's not okay to go and grab his wife. Hephaestus stared at her leaving back, added something in his heart, pushed the door in, and closed the door. Chapter 110. The gods don't dare to enter the abyss. Hades' inner temple. Take advantage of the time of Hephaestus' wedding to relax and recuperate. The three kings reunited to discuss the matter of the abyss gods and demons. Now, Poseidon leaned back in his chair, staring at his elder brother with a pair of purple eyes. "Hades, we are always waiting for Cronus to lead the army to attack. It is too passive. It is not a good idea to spend it here all the time, is it? Whether it is the holy mountain or the sea, there are a lot of affairs waiting for us to deal with. The underworld is dark, full of lifelessness and coldness. Even the gods are not comfortable staying here. Not to mention enjoying Poseidon, who is used to it. He had already begun to miss those nephrite jade and warm fragrances in his palace. On the dark throne, Hades replied blankly. "Then, Poseidon, what good idea do you have? Our three armies are gathered together, and we are not afraid of Cronus. As long as you have a way to get him to come out and fight us immediately, we can end this war early. U-17, and can return to their respective territories as soon as possible, without having to stay in the underworld." Ever since the goddess of agriculture and the goddess of hearth came to the underworld to make trouble, he was always in a bad mood. Hearing some complaints from Poseidon at this time, he replied lukewarmly. Poseidon laughed loudly. "Well, it's also very simple. We rushed directly into the abyss of hell and killed Cronus. The world will be peaceful from now on. With all due respect, Neptune, the abyss is Tartarus territory." Without waiting for Pluto to speak, sleeping god Hypnos replied, "If we rush in like this, if we offend him, we will suffer disaster. Even if my mother takes action, it may not be able to save everyone." His words are also a worry in the hearts of the gods. To fight in hell is not to fight in the stomach of Tartarus. He was so annoyed that he swallowed them up. It would be too unfair to die. More importantly, Tartarus can absorb the power of the gods in the abyss to make up for its own losses. At this time, Hecate, the vice-lord of the underworld, went on to say seriously, "We rushed in recklessly, and it is very likely to help him return to the peak state. Once he turns back to the original god, he will no longer obey the agreement between the goddess of the night and the mother of the gods as he is now." After several days of hard work, her girlish features had undergone a slight change, become mature and charming, like a plump peach. If you talk about the understanding of the abyss of hell, definitely number one among the gods of the underworld. When the gods of the holy mountain and the sea heard what Hecate said, their vigilance suddenly increased. Some gods who wanted to come according to Poseidon's opinion also retreated. Poseidon stroked his beard and fell silent. Hades didn't speak and looked at the gods coldly. At this time, Zeus spoke majestically. Sooner or later, Cronus can't help but come out. It's not advisable to take the initiative to attack. Ares, you lead people to strengthen the entrance of the abyss, beware of them, and call the police at any time if there is any abnormality. Among the gods, the burly god of war Ares stood up and said respectfully, "Obey." Just when the gods were thinking about how to eradicate Cronus. In the abyss of hell, the outside world, Mount Olympus, the ocean, and the underworld have formed a coalition of the gods. Cronus, you can bring them in to fight. Whether you win or lose, they can help me recover my strength. At that time, I will return to my original state, goddess of the night, and Gaia will no longer be able to restrict me. And I can also help you regain your authority. In the endless darkness, Tartarus' voice resounded. Cronos, who stood obediently in the dark, was disdainful. What helped him gain power? It's just trying to use him. After being locked in the abyss of hell for so many years, Tartarus ignored him. Even planning to devour the underworld is almost always discussed with Typhon. The only few conversations with him were just because it was necessary to win over. Now being suppressed by the two primordial gods, the mighty son Tiefing also died and began to warm up with him. One day, I will devour you. Cronos thought to himself, but on the surface he still replied respectfully, "Dear Lord of Hell, Zeus and the others are all scheming and extremely shrewd, so they will not be fooled. Lead them into the abyss to fight. I'm afraid. Let you are disappointed. Who would know that there is a primordial god in the abyss who is waiting to be fed and come in to seek death?" Tartarus fell silent. Cronus waited, not daring to leave like this. It's been a long time. The voice of Tartarus came again. They added a guy named God of War to guard the entrance of the abyss. Maybe you can think of a way. Go down first, Cronus. He told Cronos the latest information, and the latter, thoughtful, bowed and retreated. God of War. As far as Cronus knew, this was the child of Zeus and Hera. He is a simple-minded, quick-tempered fool. When Thea descended into the abyss last time, I told him that Ares, the god of war, and Helios, the god of the sun, entered Hades together to carry out the order of the god king. If it's this idiot, then there are indeed some ways to think about it. Cronus's scarlet eyes flashed coldly. He returned to the territory where the gods and demons gathered and gave an order to his subordinates. The entrance to the abyss of hell. Ares, the god of war who followed the orders of the god king, led a group of low-level gods to guard the place. He held a spear, majestic and serious. Looked conscientious. But in fact, Ares was full of complaints and couldn't express it. Ever since he lied to his god-king father Zeus for fabricating the story of Oppo 487 Luo's death last time, he has become less and less popular. Zeus hardly looked him in the eye anymore. This time, he was directly sent over as a guard. Be a guard in such a harsh place, full of danger. You must know that once the army of gods and demons attacks, they will be submerged in the tide of the enemy's ministers in an instant. Although Ares is not afraid, he is already extremely upset inside. Full of resentment, it is difficult to vent. Boom. Suddenly, a lingering flow of evil spirit pierces the void. Pull out bursts of powerful law power. Hit Ares' head directly. The blow was very sudden and quite fierce. Almost as powerful as the 7th or 8th level of the main god realm. Gods and demons have invaded. Ares was startled suddenly. The fighting instinct came into play, and at the same time as the domain was released, he directly raised the spear, summoned the vast divine power, aimed at this magic arrow, and drew it. Boom. The sharp and swift spear deflects this magic arrow. And at the same time, above Ares' head, a void crack appeared strangely. Dozens of monsters pointed their ear piercingly at Ares and pouted their buttocks. Puff. Pieces of filth fell from the sky. It almost covered the war domain, and bursts of stench hit. When Ares saw this scene, uncontrollable anger suddenly burned in his heart. Chapter 111. Ares breaks into the abyss in the face of this kind of harmless, highly insulting excrement attack. Ares' eyes turned red, and he screamed in anger, "You lowly be asterisk 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 d. How dare you insult the dignity of the god of war? Death." His field of war explodes, unleashed. The spear is thrown like lightning to the space crack above the head. But the opponent's movement was one step faster than his. The monsters let out ear-piercing ridicules, then scattered, and the cracks healed again. The meteor-like spear hit an empty space. Where to escape? Ares was so enraged and dizzy at this moment that he tore open the seal of the abyss and rushed in regardless of the consequences. Although the anger made him lose his mind. But Ares still knew in his heart that there was Tartarus sitting in the abyss, which was very dangerous. So he decided to evacuate immediately after killing these monsters. Anyway, the three original gods had agreed before that Tartarus could not do anything. As for the other gods, as the god of war, he is not afraid. Master god of war must not do it. Come out, Lord god of war. Seeing this scene, the low-level gods guarding this place were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. They hurriedly exclaimed and followed closely, trying to stop Ares, god of war, and he is the son of god king and god queen. Don't make a mistake. Except for a god who moved a little slower and didn't keep up. The gods guarding this place all chased Ares into the abyss. And the remaining low-level god was stunned, screaming something is wrong, and ran towards the direction of Hades' palace. In the abyss of hell, it was dark and cold. Ares and the gods guarding the entrance came down together, and they all shuddered, feeling that the power of the gods was not working smoothly. However, this cannot extinguish Ares' anger. He spread out the field, and immediately sensed the monsters who were molesting and insulting him not far away, raised his spear and roared, "Dare to desecrate the dignity of the god of war. I want you to die without a place to bury you." To. Would those monsters were still mocking him without any fear. This made Ares even more angry, and War Realm immediately blessed the spear, intending to kill him. And at this moment, rumble, a vast and boundless force of law descends. Suppress Ares' domain directly. The gods can't even move a finger. This terrifying coercion has far exceeded the realm of the main god. I am afraid that only that one can release it. Lord of Hell, Tartarus. No. Ares felt himself being poured from the head to the bottom by a basin of ice water, and looked into the boundless darkness with horror. Many guarding gods also trembled. They all thought that Tartarus did not keep the agreement. Now they are dead. Ares and the gods entered the abyss of hell, but did not come out. This incident soon alarmed the gods of the coalition forces. But Ares, the god of war, is the man of Olympus. The gods of the underworld and the sea watched from the sidelines and did not respond. Only Zeus made waves. What now? Zeus. Ares hasn't come out for so long. He must have been captured by Cronus. The god Empress Hera turned around in a hurry. Although Ares is always giving her trouble. But this is her flesh and blood after all. It is impossible not to worry. Ms. Knight has an agreement with Gaia and Tartarus. The original gods cannot intervene in this war. Zeus, you lead the army to save people quickly? We will definitely defeat Cronus. This will also help this war. Hera paced back and forth, and said to Zeus, who was sitting there motionless. However, she said so much. Zeus still just shook his head slowly with a blank face. It won't work, Hera. We can't bet on life and death on the promises of these original gods. They're cunning far beyond your imagination. As the king of the gods, he cannot take risks. Not to mention that an Ares went in. Even if an Apollo was added, he couldn't move lightly. This is a fierce battle related to the position of the king of gods. Zeus, that's your son. Seeing Zeus' refusal, Hera couldn't help being angry. She suddenly understood now. Deseter's mood is gone. Stop talking. I won't send anyone in to rescue Ares. If someone violates the order and acts rashly, he will be punished by the law of God. Zeus said coldly. Hera fell silent. Looking at his face with complicated eyes for a moment, he sat down helplessly on the side of the god queen. She knew there was no hope with Zeus. I kept thinking of other ways in my mind. And the gods stood silently, not daring to say a word. Ares is an idiot. He can't even do things like guarding the gate. Zeus's eyes were filled with electricity and light, and sullen anger appeared on his face. Also complaining about Ares. This idiot not only harmed himself, but also implicated him in an embarrassing situation where he would not save his son. Just when the gods are silent, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, walked into the palace, followed by two low-level monsters filled with evil spirits. The eyes of all the gods moved to them instantly, including Zeus and Hera, and these two monsters were trembling because of this. What is this for? Hermes, Zeus asked with a frown. A murderous look appeared between his brows. Now that he saw the monster, he couldn't help but feel murderous. Hermes replied respectfully, King of the gods, these two are messengers sent by Cronus to negotiate. They said that if you want to save Ares' life, you have to take out 3 gods in exchange. His voice fell. Many gods were in an uproar. This is simply a lion's mouth. 1 Ares is exchanged for 3,000 gods. When Zeus heard this, a terrifying coercion suddenly erupted from his body. The 2 little goblins collapsed to the ground on the spot, tremblingly said, The great king of the gods, Lord Cronus, he did indeed say so. We are just passing on the message. Please forgive me. Go back and tell him. I won't change even a single god. If he kills Ares, this king will personally cut off his head and avenge Ares. Zeus' anger seemed to materialize, turning this place into a coercive hell. All the gods were frightened. The two little goblins even said yes again and fled out of the shit. Wang Dezhao saw them disappear in sight. Hera, who was sitting by the side, changed his complexion, thought for a moment, and said to the god king, Zeus, how about giving Cronus 3,000 lower gods? As long as we return Ares, we can get them back. As soon as the statement came out, Zeus immediately looked at her sharply and said in the same way, Hera, I didn't expect you to be so confused. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Seeing Zeus like this, Hera replied coldly, I only know that my son Ares is in danger now. Zeus's face was livid, and he roared through the voice transmission, a woman's opinion, a woman's benevolence. Hera, if you really do this, we will lose the support of the gods from now on. Do you know what this means? When the gods no longer support, the king of the gods will no longer be the king of the gods. Hera fell silent. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she also looked very angry. After a while, she snorted coldly and got up to leave the palace. Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, followed closely. Chapter 112. The primordial artifact once you leave the temple. Hera immediately ordered Iris to go to Hypnos, the god of sleep. Now that Zeus won't help save Ares, she has to find another way. For example, ask the original god for help. Not long, Iris returns with Sleepy God. Apparently, the sleeping god also knew about Ares' failure to return after entering the abyss, so Hera was not surprised to find him. After seeing the gods, Hypnos bowed slightly to the beautiful blonde woman in front of him. Hera waved her hand and said, There's no need to be too polite. Hypnos, I want to ask you something. Hypnos shrugged and said irrefutably, If it's to rescue Ares, the god of war, I don't think I can help you, queen of the gods. No, you can. Let me enter the kingdom of dreams. Hypnos, I want to see the goddess of the night. I must talk to her. Hera regained her usual calm and majesty. Say this sentence in a tone that leaves no doubt. Hypnos sighed and said, Okay, of course you can enter the dream kingdom, but I can only help here. Whether my mother is willing to come out to see you is another matter. Hera nodded, indicating that she understood. Please lie down on the bed and relax, and I will guide you into the kingdom of dreams. Hypnos waved his arm, and a magic wand appeared in his hand. Okay. 133 Hera came to the bed according to his words, lay down flat, closed his eyes, and waited for the god of sleep to cast a spell. After settling down, Hypnos swung his magic wand at her. A deep and irresistible deep drowsiness came surging. The next moment, Hera's consciousness fell into the boundless darkness. The breeze was blowing. Hera opened her eyes again. She found herself in a vast wilderness. The black sky is dotted with thousands of stars, full of sacred and peaceful atmosphere. Hera immediately knew that she had come to the kingdom of dreams. She was slightly overjoyed and shouted to the sky, Great Lady of the Night, Wind. But there is no response. Hera waited for a moment, frowned slightly, and said again, Ms. Night, my son Ares, the god of war, was captured by the despicable Kronos in the abyss of hell. He also sent people to ask us to exchange 3,000 gods for the life of Ares. Behind this must be supported by Tartarus. Ms. Evernight, please help me save Ares from hell. It's over. After a long time, only then did a quiet and peaceful voice sound from the sky. I have an appointment with Gaia, so I can't take action against Tarda, BHFJ, Los. Otherwise, Gaia will also deal with Hades and my children. Hera, I can't agree to your request. This is the reply from the goddess of the night. She didn't show up, but the whole world is like her incarnation. Her voice kept echoing. But asking for 3,000 gods is obviously to help Tartarus recover his strength. Goddess of the night, they have already violated the agreement first, cried Hera again. She had already figured out something just now. The kidnapping of Ares was apparently done by Cronus and the Eye of Hell. A long time passed. It seemed to be considered for a moment. The goddess of the night said, Well, Hera, I will give you an artifact, and you go and give it to Cronus. The voice did not fall. A stream of black light descended from the sky. A layer of black light shrouded him, and the incomparably powerful power of law lingered around his body. This is the pupil of darkness, the primordial artifact that I cultivated, enough to devour Tartarus, who is half a step into the primordial state. With Kronos' ambition, once he gets this artifact, he will definitely use it to deal with Tartarus. At that time, if he succeeds in devouring the Lord and becomes the new Lord of the Abyss, I will also be able to attack him. Gaia, I won't say much. If it fails, this artifact will be obtained by Tartarus, and I will use this as an excuse to deal with him. This calculation is accurate to Cronus. Moreover, these two tigers are fighting each other and killing each other. No matter who wins or loses, Evernight Goddess has an excuse to make a move. After hearing this, Hera showed joy, held up the dark pupil, and said, Miss Evernight has a wonderful plan. I will go and give this artifact to Kronos. The Evernight Goddess didn't speak anymore. The bright stars twinkle. Hera felt dizzy, and a strong sense of dizziness came to her head, and she couldn't stand at all. She let out a groan and sat up abruptly on the bed. God Queen, what's the matter? Iris, who was guarding the side, immediately walked to the bedside and asked worriedly. It's nothing. It's just being rejected by the kingdom of dreams. Hypnos, who was waiting with folded arms, replied. It would be uncomfortable to be excluded from the kingdom of God. Unless you have a dream priesthood, you can enter and exit independently. I'm fine, Iris. Hera calmed down for a while, and suddenly remembered the original artifact given to her by the Evernight Goddess. Open your palms and take a look. Sure enough, there was an unknown object emitting black light. Powerful coercion constantly fluctuates and spreads from it. The rainbow goddess Iris and the god of sleep felt the horror, and their complexions changed at the same time. But Hera, a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After getting help from the Evernight Goddess, Hera didn't inform anyone, but went to the abyss of hell alone. The low-level gods guarding there couldn't stop it at all. Eyes blurred. A crack was slowly healing in the seal in front of him. Wait for them to react. Hera has entered the depths of the abyss. Still boundless darkness. And bone-chilling cold. As soon as Hera came in, she immediately felt that the divine power in her body was suppressed a lot. But she didn't care about that. Following the induction of the blood in the dark, Hera turned into a streamer and flew away like lightning. And at the same time, the second-generation god King Cronus also sensed Hera. A cold light flashed across the scarlet eyelids. Unexpectedly, I have the guts to come in. Are you negotiating, or are you here to save people? Kronos smiled grimly and flew away as a streamer. After a while, I saw two faint lights colliding together in the darkness. Hera, unexpectedly, Zeus would send you in. Do you want to single-handedly rescue your child? Slowly falling from midair, Kronos sneered. Opposite him, Hera also slowly fell down, suppressing a ray of panic in her heart, pretending to be angry and shouting, Zeus? I was not sent by him. He is a coward. Don't mention him again. Father, I am come to negotiate with you. Father? I haven't heard these two words for a long time. Kronos glanced at Hera and found that the other party did not intend to do anything. He laughed and put away the sickle in his hand. What do you want to negotiate with me? Hera, don't play tricks. You and Zeus are both my children, and I know your little thoughts clearly. Hera's expression remained unchanged, and she cried. He doesn't intend to rescue Ares at all. Your messenger should have told you very clearly. Cronus, I am only here on behalf of myself, and you can't refuse my negotiation, because you can't refuse such a bargaining chip. She flicked her wrist. A terrifying power of law that belongs to the original state diffuses out. Chapter 113. Devouring Tartarus 01 Original Artifact. When Kronos saw this, his pupils shrank suddenly. He could clearly feel the power of this artifact. Looking around vigilantly, he was covered by Hera's domain and covered another layer of domain. I am afraid that Tartarus will notice something strange. Yes, this is the original artifact. This is my bargaining chip, Hera said. Cronus, for the sake of the overall situation, they are unwilling to save Ares, but Ares is my child. No matter what, I can't just sit idly by. I can't do anything with 3,000 gods, but I can. How about exchanging Ares for this original artifact? She said this as if complaining. The purpose is to make Cronus believe in himself. But Kronos stared at the dark pupil, ignoring Hera at all, as if he didn't listen to the words at all. Using the original artifact for an insignificant little master god, Kronos sneered in his heart. If you think about it with your toes, you all know that there must be a conspiracy. But he didn't intend to refuse. After all, this artifact is too tempting. With this original artifact, he can regain his strength and get rid of Tartarus' control. Maybe he can be promoted to the original realm in one fell swoop. No matter how big the pit is inside, he has to jump into it. Dangers and opportunities coexist. Hera, I never thought you would love your child so much. Kronos spoke and approached Hera step by step. You are right. This chip is something I cannot refuse. Give it to me, and I will let Ares go. Hera was very nervous. It took a lot of courage for her to enter hell alone. In case of being swallowed by Cronus again, she may not survive. Cronus, you have to swear before I can hand over the artifact to you. Hera clenched the pupil of darkness, turned her back behind her, and said after 2 steps. Kronos showed an impatient look. However, in order not to cause further complications and attract the attention of Tartarus, he still said, I swear, I will let Ares go. Remember your oath. Hera nodded and handed over the pupil of darkness. The latter took the original artifact with fiery eyes, feeling the enormous power in it. At the same time, it is constantly checking whether there are any restrictions or hidden means in it. I checked it over and over 10 times. Kronos didn't find anything wrong and stared suspiciously at Hera standing in front of him. What's the matter? Kronos, can you release Ares now? Hera asked nervously. Hearing this, Kronos sneered. Not yet. Ares was captured by Tartarus. How can I let him go rashly? This is obviously cheating. Although I know that Kronos will play tricks. Moreover, this is also part of the calculation. But at this moment, Hera still couldn't help being angry and scolded through gnashing of teeth. You are shameless. Hera, it seems that you don't know your dear father well enough. The scythe in Kronos' hand reappeared. Strands of scarlet silk thread flew over from the sickle like lightning, entangled Hera. The latter withdrew and retreated, trying to use the power of law to resist. However, that is still not able to escape. Go and accompany your son. When I achieve the original state, maybe I will let you go. Kronos laughed grimly and swung his scythe. He threw Hera out like a meteor and quickly disappeared into the night. Hera's frightened screams also disappeared. Full of darkness, this is probably something of the Evernight goddess. But why is there no dark hand inside? Layers of barriers are laid around the body. Kronos began to study the dark pupil. He couldn't believe that there was no hidden means in this original artifact. However, no matter how you check, there is nothing unusual. This made him very puzzled. Confused for a moment, Kronos' eyes glowed red. He decided to risk himself. This is his best chance to get rid of Tartarus. The best chance to become the original god. Therefore, Kronos also took out the corresponding Soul 5. Infusion of divine power. The pupil of darkness is suspended in front of him. It quickly turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Kronos' brow. The latter felt a piercing pain between his brows. He hugged his hair immediately and let out a low growl like a wounded beast. The pain came and went quickly. After screaming in pain for a moment, Kronos felt the power in his body, rising steadily. A new way of law is presented in front of you. It is completely different from his previous way of the God King, but it still allows him to become the original god. This artifact has merged with me. Kronos raised his head, excitement and frenzy flashed across his scarlet eyes. Between his eyebrows, a black vertical line appeared. With a thought, the vertical stripes mutated and opened directly, revealing black and terrifying pupils. A destructive force is constantly overflowing from it. Swallow? Swallow. Soon, Kronos accepts the dark pupil's intentions. And being affected, he also felt an unstoppable sense of hunger in his heart, and he began to yearn for something that could make up for this hunger. Not food, but power. Strong force. The scarlet light in Kronos' eyes grew bigger and bigger. His spirit spread out infinitely, and he immediately sensed the depths of the distant hell. Zero the existence of a behemoth. Normally, this huge monster would only scare him. But now, blessed with incomparably majestic and vast power, Kronos seemed to have discovered a delicacy, the most delicious food. With the blessing of artifacts, I should be able to rival Tartarus now. An idea suddenly emerged. Kronos' ambition is rapidly expanding. It seems to be to give Kronos confidence. The pupil of darkness exudes a power almost like that of a primordial god, even more terrifying than Tartarus. Kronos touched the vertical pupil between his eyebrows, grinned, and disappeared in place. He is one with the darkness. Dive far away where Tartarus sleeps. Devour Tartarus. Become the master of the abyss of the new generation. Thus, even without this original artifact, he can still dominate one side. That's what Kronos thought. He can't ensure that the original artifact has no hands and feet, but he can ensure that he has the authority of the abyss. I don't know how long time passed. In the deep and dense darkness, suddenly there was a terrifying roar from Tartarus. There is a hint of panic in the anger. Immediately, the entire abyss of hell, including the entire Netherland, shook violently. All the gods and demons imprisoned in hell, as well as the gods gathered in the underworld, all looked in the direction of the sound with puzzled faces. What happened to be? Chapter 114. This is the power of Nyx. Kronos, how dare you betray me? In the dark abyss, Tartarus let out a painful roar, unceasingly exploding tsunami-like monstrous divine power, slamming towards the surrounding dark barriers. However, all his attacks were swallowed by this barrier. Even the power of the vast law that can shatter everything disappeared without a trace. Although the aftermath of Tartarus' resistance shook the entire abyss of hell and the underworld, but still can't break through this dark cage. And Cronus, holding a sickle, stood outside the dark barrier. His aura was rising steadily, and the expression of extreme enjoyment was displayed on his face. Devour. Tartarus, your power is so pure. This is the original power. Very good. Very good. I am getting stronger and stronger. The power he devoured continuously feeds back the pupil of darkness. And the pupil of darkness continues to strengthen the barrier of darkness. After a short cycle like this, Tartarus's aura has already become sluggish. 733. He was never back to his peak. Now with this powerful primitive artifact, it is almost like fighting a primitive god. How to match it? There was a flash of light I saw in the huge dark enchantment. Tartarus turned into a cold and proud man in black, floating in the air, looked at Cronus angrily, and shouted, Cronus, don't think that with Nyx helping you, you can devour me. I'll give you one last chance to think about it. Stop now. Otherwise, don't blame me and you. The darkness around him creases. It seems like it's about to be shattered at any moment. A terrifying force is brewing. Cronus outside the cage was throbbing in his heart. Scarlet eyelids also gazed at Tartarus. He had a premonition that this old monster's counterattack on the verge of death might destroy him too, and it was not a lie. Cronus, you figure it out. That cousin of Nyx is just using you. Let us kill each other. Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon in the underworld are your enemies. I promise. You now stop. I can let go of the past. We can still cooperate. Don't you want to regain control of the world? I will help you. I will help you regain everything that was lost and regain the throne of God King. Isn't that good? Tartarus said hastily. He is getting weaker and weaker. This original artifact is too powerful. Every time he is about to break through, the pupil of darkness will burst out a bright light full of sacred aura, suppressing him. If he couldn't escape again, he was afraid that he would really die here. Cronus still didn't respond. Just as Talos, he was considering his conditions. Kronos suddenly let out a hoarse and shrill laugh. Ha ha, Tartarus, is this your last words? Unexpectedly, you are also an idiot. If I don't devour you, how can I deal with Nyx? You can die for me in peace. I will completely replace you, be a new generation. Rumble. The powerful forces belonging to the original realm suddenly gathered. The dark enchantment shrinks rapidly. The living space of Tartarus is extremely compressed. In an instant, his already pale complexion became even paler. Lord of Hell. Kronos roared frantically for the last time. The endless power of law forcibly deprived Tartarus of the authority of the abyss. Ah! Tartarus twisted his face and let out a shrill scream. At the last minute, he manipulated the final authority, gathered all the power of the abyss to bless himself, launched a self-destruct. I saw thousands of cracks in his body. His eyes revealed a destructive dark aurora. This is a former primordial god, the final counterattack. But the pupil of darkness between Cronus' brows, in an instant, erupted with more outrageous power of law and power of origin, infinitely close to chaos, swallowing all light, cutting darkness, all laws. Los devour. In an instant, it became a space without color and sound. Everything returns to dead silence. It's like the initial state where nothing was born. This moment, Earth Temple. While sleeping, a graceful woman suddenly opened her eyes. Tartaros. She panicked and whispered a name, and her eyes immediately burst into divine light, reaching the deep and boundless abyss of hell. Immediately afterwards, she saw the scene where Tartarus was swallowed by Cronus. Cronus, damn you, seeing my lover die. Gaia raised her eyebrows, screamed angrily, and a breathtaking evil spirit erupted from her body. She swayed slightly, as if she was about to get up. However, in the end, Gaia only clenched her fists and did not enter the underworld. Cronus, I didn't expect you to turn around one day. By yourself, it is impossible to kill Tartarus. It seems that Nyx is helping you. A look of fear flashed in Gaia's eyes. If Kronos and Nyx colluded, then if she rushes in rashly now, she will definitely encounter an ambush. Gaia's thoughts flashed, and her face soon calmed down as before, half lying down in a charming posture. Cronus, since you are endless, let me see where your limit is. Gaia's anger was not entirely due to the death of Tartarus, but mostly because of being offended by dignity. After all, although this concubine has some old feelings with her, she also has her own plans, and she is not in the same heart or in the same boat as her. Now that he is dead, there is no need to take the risk of leaving the people. The battle between Tartarus and Cronus actually passed quickly. The gods of the underworld, as well as the gods and demons in the abyss of hell, only felt waves of violent shocks. After a while, everything returned to calm. However, the abyss of hell seems to have undergone a completely different change. In this short moment, no one knows what happened in the abyss, except for the goddess of the night in the kingdom of dreams, and Gaia in the temple of the earth, and the bound god Queen Hera obtained the authority of the abyss. Cronus's body recondensed. He raised his head, closed his eyes, and spread his arms, showing a look of intoxication. He has now merged with the abyss. This is his unique kingdom of God. A new generation of Hell Masters is born. Moreover, the realm of Cronus has been promoted to the half-step original realm. This is the power that can be exerted without relying on the original artifact of the pupil of darkness. This is the original realm. Cronos opened his eyes. His eyelids were scarlet. When he was the second-generation God King, he also touched this realm. It's a pity that before he was promoted further, he was overthrown by his good boys 2.0 and sent into the abyss of hell. Gaia, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Cronos whispered in his heart. He knew very well that the Battle of the Scythe was Gaia's work. The person who really overthrew him was Gaia. Without her support, it would be impossible for Zeus to grow up, nor would it be possible for the series of events that followed. But now is not the time to take revenge and take it all back. Cronus intends to become the original god, and then walk out of this abyss cage and rule the world. With strong strength, all conspiracies will be self-defeating. Cronos touched the pupil of darkness between his brows. After this fierce battle, this original artifact seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep after consuming too much power. In the short term, there is no way to use it again. It takes a while to restart. Cronus grinned. Nyx, your move to drive away tigers and wolves is wonderful. Unfortunately, you must have never imagined that I will be the winner in the end. I will accept your original artifact. Chapter 115. The Kingdom of Dreams. The goddess of the night, like Gaia, is also staring into the abyss of hell. Witness that Cronus achieved half-step originality. Although it is also half-step primordial, Cronos is stronger than Tartarus. In order to ensure that Cronus was fooled, Evernight Goddess did not put any hands or feet on the pupil of darkness. Because of this, Cronus got a lot of money from it. In addition, his original path of the God King has not been completely cut off, and he has merged with the authority of the Abyss to create a more powerful Abyss Lord. Cronus deserves to be the second-generation God King who controls the world. He really swallowed Tartarus. Moreover, there is no intention of invading the underworld at all. It seems that they want to consolidate the realm and attack the original. The Evernight Goddess murmured to herself and smiled disdainfully. Tartarus was originally in the original state, so he only needed to recover slowly to reach the peak again. However, Cronus has never stepped into this realm, and it is extremely difficult to break through, especially without the support of the Pupil of Darkness. The Pupil of Darkness represents another smooth path to the original. Cronus cannot follow, but can learn from it. Goddess of the Evernight naturally wouldn't hand over this great benefit to him. Now, it's time to harvest 17 harvests. Today, all the guys who threaten the underworld will be dealt with. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of divine power emanated from the Kingdom of Dreams, traveling through the endless void and reaching the distant Earth Temple. Gaia, you must be aware of the riot that happened just now. Cronus swallowed Tartarus, and it will not take long for him to hit the original realm. The enmity between you and him is not shallow. Why not go into the abyss with me, behead him, and avoid future troubles for you and me? The quiet and pleasant voice of the goddess of the night sounded. In the temple of the earth, there was a sneer in Gaia's eyes, as if mocking Cronus for being self-confident, and replied lightly at this moment. Nyx, you can solve Cronus by yourself. Why come to me again? The abyss of hell. I'm not interested in going there again. Whether you want to cut off future troubles or raise tigers for trouble, feel free. The contract is broken. She had nothing nice to say about Evernight either. And to this answer, the Evernight goddess couldn't help being a little surprised. Originally, she thought that Gaia would definitely accept the invitation and go with her to kill Cronus. After all, Gaia and Cronus have had a long-standing grudge, and once the latter grows up, he is bound to launch fierce revenge. If that's the case, don't bother me much. Gaia refused, and Evernight Goddess didn't say much and cut off contact directly. Actually, there are many hairs, and she doesn't care about the bad ones. Moreover, to kill Cronus, she can also do it alone. Even if the other party achieves the original state, she will not be her opponent. The reason why she refused was because she wanted to see how far Cronus could develop, whether it would be stronger than that trash of Tartarus and puppets and Cronus Dog's dog. In the abyss of hell, The dreamland came quietly. The endless, bright, and dazzling light of the stars dispelled the bitter cold and darkness here. In an instant, thousands of gods and demons were awakened, and the trapped Hera and Ares' mother and son. The Evernight goddess has come. Hera murmured inwardly. It seems that this plan is going well. And at the same time, Cronus, the second-generation Hell Master who is consolidating his realm, has also noticed the coming of the Dream Kingdom. Opening her scarlet eyes, she shouted fearfully in one direction. Goddess of the night, what's your business in hell? His voice resounded through the abyss, full of vast and unrivaled laws of hell. Ask the question knowingly. Cronus, return the artifact quickly. Harsh words rolled out in shock. In the hazy starlight, the goddess of the night appeared, with a slim body and proud curves. A ray of light reflected between Kronos' brows, and he continued, What artifact, Evernight goddess? I don't understand what you are talking about. A primitive artifact. He will not give up so easily. The abyss of hell is his kingdom of God, can weaken the enemy and strengthen himself, so he is not afraid of the Evernight goddess. If the opponent wants to grab the artifact, he doesn't mind a fight. Humph. Nyx didn't talk nonsense, snorted coldly, and immediately pushed his palm and blasted out a vast force of the same origin as the pupil of darkness, which went straight to Cronus in the depths of hell. The kingdom of dreams behind her is just a projection, so the power of blessing is not enough. After going through the layers of weakness of the law of the abyss, the power of this blow has been greatly reduced. Rumble. Cronus waved his sickle and summoned the power of the abyss to meet him. The two collided, and a huge earthquake erupted immediately. The underworld and the earth trembled again. Even if there is an abyss to bless itself and weaken the enemy. Cronus shook the palm hard, but it was still very uncomfortable. #xebec. Cronus, you are going to die. Nyx gave another cold shout, and merged into one body in the darkness, wrapped in the projection of the kingdom of God, and went straight to Cronus. The latter's face was pale, and cold sweat broke out from behind. As long as it can stop this time, he will be able to completely stabilize the foundation. So this is a crucial battle. Come on. The fear in Kronos' eyes turned into a raging fighting spirit. The two powerful forces of the abyss and the night collided violently. From time to time, there are scythes that split the void and the law. But even an extremely powerful lunatic like Kronos is not a match for the Evernight goddess. Bombarded by waves of fierce law force. Spit blood. If it weren't for him to control the authority of the abyss, those who are already dead at this moment cannot die anymore. Goddess of the night, the abyss is me, and I am the abyss. No matter how powerful you are, it is impossible to erase the abyss of hell. Kronos wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his body suddenly disintegrated, merging with the entire abyss. The whole abyss was repeating his last words. 363 Nyx stopped attacking, frowning. Fighting in the opponent's kingdom of God is troublesome. Kronos' strength was a bit beyond her expectations. It is indeed difficult to kill the other party. Moreover, Nyx didn't want to kill Kronos just like that. This time, he and Gaia formed another bridge. Letting Kronos, who covets the position of God King, survive can also give Gaia a headache. Kronos, I'll give you a chance. The Evernight goddess thought about it, and said, Give me back the artifact, let Hera and Ares go, and I will leave immediately, and I won't trouble you anymore. Talk about conditions? Kronos was a little surprised by this, but if he could eliminate this fierce battle, he would still be very willing. After the battle just now, he realized that he was not the match of Evernight goddess. So he said, Yes, but I also have a case. What conditions? I can give you artifacts and people, but goddess of the night, in the future, you must not interfere with me regaining the throne of God King. Kronos said, Zeus is Gaia. Competing for the position of God King is a problem for Gaia. Of course Nyx would not stop him, so he said, As long as you don't deal with the underworld, I don't care about the rest. Get this sentence. Kronos was overjoyed and said, In this case, it doesn't matter if the artifacts are returned to their original owners. Chapter 116. I'll help you ascend to the God King anyway. The pupil of darkness consumes too much power. It won't be available anytime soon. F#82 #. Kronos isn't afraid to hand it over either. After a while, he might be able to reach the original state. With great strength, naturally there is no need to be afraid of this artifact. He immediately worked to expel the artifact from his body. A faint light emerged from the darkness and flew in front of the Evernight goddess. It is the pupil of darkness. The latter took it with his hand, checked it, found no problem, nodded and said, Deal. Kronos, let Hera and her son be released together. If you don't invade the underworld, I won't come to deal with it. You. Kronos laughed. Goddess of the night, the artifact has been returned to you. The two of them. I will let you go after you leave. Although I, Kronos, is not a good person, I will not renege on my word and lose weight. The goddess of the night closed her eyes of darkness and said silently, Forgive me that you don't dare to cheat, otherwise I will destroy you. The domineering voice has not yet fallen. Her figure flashed and disappeared together with the projection of the kingdom of dreams. Only an outrageous breath remained. She walked for a long time. Kronos's physical body was reappeared, and he was relieved from the bottom of his heart. This catastrophe is over. From now on, he will also have a foothold in the world, compete for the position of God King, and have a strong capital to avenge the gods. Hera Ares. Kronos' scythe swings. The void twists and turns. Hera mother and son who were trapped in a distant place were immediately moved by him. Both mother and son had just heard Evernight and Kronos talking. Ares' pale face regained some color. Hera was also much calmer than before. Hera, don't say I'm shameless. Now that I've killed Tartarus, it's useless to keep the two of you. I will let you leave the abyss of hell safely. Kronos glanced at the two and said. Hera nodded. Then Tuxi. In fact, she was thinking in her heart, if it wasn't for the Evernight goddess, this guy would never let the two of them go, and would definitely take this opportunity to blackmail Zeus for more. With a wave of the sickle, a hideous gap appeared in the void, and Hera was immediately teleported away after the gods and disappeared. However, Ares, the god of war, remained in place. Seeing this situation, Ares immediately tensed up. What do you want to do with him? Could it be that you regretted it? Don't be afraid. My good grandson Kronos was not in a hurry to send him out, but approached him with a smile on his face. I will send your mother out first. Because she is here, I have some things to say. I want to talk to you, god of war Ares. What are you going to talk about? Ares exerted himself to be calm. Of course it's a deal. I don't think you'll say no, Ares. Kronos said in a seductive tone. As long as you can help me become the original god, I will help you become the king of the gods. How about we complement each other and benefit each other? The words are amazing. Ares' eyes trembled slightly, seemed to be in a daze for a moment, and then refused. Kronos, you can't fool me. You have been plotting to become the king of the gods. How could you give me away? Let me go back immediately, or my mother I will find the Evernight goddess again. Hee, little guy, you are quite wary. Is Kronos still smiling all over his face, persuasively? However, you are wrong. What I have been plotting is revenge, not the throne of the god king. What's more, I am already half primitive now, and I will soon become the real, original god. To be the king of gods, what's the use? Of those primordial gods, have you seen anyone who was tempted by the position of god king? Ares, you are a smart person. You should know how to choose. You help me. I will help you. The era of Zeus, it is time to end. These words, straight to the heart of Ares. He couldn't help but fell into deep thought. No matter how you think about it, Kronos' words are very reasonable and convincing. A flame of desire for power gradually burned surgingly in Ares' heart. How do you want me to help you? Ares asked tentatively. Kronos replied. It's very simple. Do your best to catch the gods into the abyss for me to practice. When I break through the original day, you will ascend to the throne of God King. Although there are many gods and demons in the abyss. But Kronos couldn't move lightly either. These are the elite soldiers and generals under his command, and they will be used in future battles in all directions. It's that simple. When Ares heard this, he asked again with burning eyes. And Kronos evoked a meaningful smile. It's that simple. After a moment of silence, Ares made up his mind, looked a little happy, nodded and agreed. Yes, I promise you, Kronos. I will find a way to help you break through, and when the time comes, you will also help me to turn Zeus. How can he, who is already arrogant and ambitious, stand up to Kronos' teasing? A few words made him unable to control himself, and he directly turned to his enemy. Kronos' conversation with Ares didn't last long. The entrance to the abyss. It didn't take a while for Hera to come out. Ares also returned to this land of the underworld. Ares, why did you take so long? What did Kronos do to you? Hera, who was anxious, saw her son coming out, and immediately asked nervously. She knew her father's methods, and it was absolutely impossible to let their mother and son leave so easily. It's nothing, mother, I'm fine. Ares shook his head and patted his solid chest. Hera glanced suspiciously several times, and found that there was indeed no problem, so she was relieved and took Ares back to Hades' palace. The mother and son soon reunited with the gods of Mount Olympus. They were worried at first, but now they breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the goddess of the night, Mount Olympus would have suffered a huge loss this time, losing two main gods. Hera, what happened inside? Why are there successive melees? Also, how did Tartarus and Cronus let you out? Zeus got up and asked the two of them. He is eager to know the situation in the abyss. He had a hunch that a drastic change had taken place in that city. When Hera heard this, she immediately told Zeus exactly what happened. From her seeking help from the goddess of the night, to Cronus devouring Tartarus. After learning all this, Zeus' face darkened, Sway's eyes flickered with lightning, and there was a hint of fear. Kronos has achieved half-step primordial, and can hit the primordial realm at any time. Isn't his good life coming to an end? Goddess of the Night doesn't care about such a huge threat, but he must take it extremely seriously. He must find a way to eradicate it immediately. Otherwise, his position as the God King will be lost. What's wrong, Zeus? Seeing that her husband's expression was not right, Hera asked with concern. It's nothing. You all retire. I have important history. Zeus was silent for a moment and waved away the gods. The God King ordered, and the gods had to retreat one after another. Even Hera did not survive. When the temple was empty, Zeus immediately began to summon the mother of all gods, Gaia, the goddess of the earth. Chapter 117. Daughter, you can be Vulcan's lover. Take out the life crystal. Zeus poured divine power into it, and immediately began to summon Gaia. Kronos, who is half-step original, can't even kill the goddess of the night, so he will definitely not be an opponent. So this grandma must be called in. Solve this big threat. The life god crystal shone brightly. After a long time, there was no response. Zeus frowned tightly and continued to devote his divine power, but still failed to get in touch with Gaia. What happened? It is impossible for Gaia not to receive. A thin layer of sweat formed on Zeus' forehead. This has never happened before. Every time he called, Gaia would show up immediately, without a single delay or surprise. This time, the divine crystal of life suddenly failed. And it's this pass. Zeus has thought of a possibility. Damn it. Zeus cursed. He didn't continue to urge the god crystal, but clenched his big hand tightly, almost crushing the god crystal. He sat back in his seat, his chest heaved violently, and his face was very ugly. It's been a long time. Zeus tried again, but Gaia still didn't respond, apparently ignoring him. This also made Zeus understand that Gaia really didn't want to help him. Zeus sank to the bottom of his heart. Hades, Poseidon is enough to make him very jealous. 997 Now, there is another Cronus who hates him deeply, and he is still half a step into the original state. If Gaia does not help him, how will he get through the difficulties? Damn. It's this time. Gaia, what are you thinking? There was a click. The blue veins on Zeus's forehead were looming, and he directly crushed the handle of the seat into powder. So angry for a moment, Zeus began to calm down and think about countermeasures. If Gaia doesn't help him, he has to find another way. Hephaestus. According to Prometheus' prophecy, he can also achieve the original state. According to this momentum, he will definitely be one step ahead of me. It seems that we have to find a way from him. Zeus quickly thought of his Vulcan son-in-law. If Hephaestus could achieve the original, he would not have to be afraid of Cronus at all. After all, the relationship between him and this son-in-law has eased, and the previous grievances have been resolved. If there is a war, Hephaestus will not sit idly by. Apollo, come and see me quickly. Zeus thought of this, and immediately sent a voice transmission to one of his sons, Apollo, the god of light. Not long, Apollo, wearing a crown of branches, came to the temple and saluted Zeus respectfully. Since the death of the sun god Helios, Zeus handed over the authority of the sun god to Apollo. The strength of Apollo who got this priesthood has greatly increased, and his momentum has become deeper. At this moment, Apollo tentatively asked, I don't know what your father ordered me to come here. Seeing Zeus's complexion was not good, he thought it might not be a good thing. Nothing else. You are in charge of the priesthood of prophecy. I want you to say something for me. Zeus said straight to the point. Let's see how Hephaestus, the god of fire, can be promoted to the realm of the original god as soon as possible. Apollo can also prophesy, but in this respect, he is not as powerful as the prophet Prometheus. Hearing what Zeus said, Apollo was taken aback. How to promote Vulcan to the realm of the original god as soon as possible? Prophecy of this. What's the matter? Apollo, Zeus asked. It's nothing, father. I'll start prophesying now. Apollo, who was greatly surprised, calmed down and began to prophesy Hephaestus according to Zeus's instructions. Mobilize priesthood. Immediately, an obscure power of law lingered around him. After a while, Apollo's expression became more and more puzzled, as if he was trapped in a problem and couldn't get out. Zeus watched anxiously. After a few breaths, Apollo opened his eyes. His face was a little embarrassed. Father, this. See what? Say it. Yes. I didn't see anything. Apollo continued. I tried my best, but I got an answer vaguely. The breakthrough of Hephaestus seems to be related to the goddess. Is it related to the goddess? What goddess? It's not a goddess. It's related to a goddess. Zeus looked puzzled. This answer is too vague. After thinking about it for a moment, I didn't have any clues. BHFF, did Hephaestus need many goddesses? If so, it would be all right to give him a few goddesses. Zeus thought to himself, for the throne of God King, he will not be soft-hearted no matter how many goddesses he sends. Anyway, there are many sexy goddesses on Mount Olympus. Hephaestus married Hecate, and Athena is also his fiancée. He must find someone who is not less beautiful than them. A vigorous and dashing figure holding a bow appeared in Zeus' mind. Goddess of the hunt, Artemis. Apollo, step back, and call your sister to see me by the way. Zeus made up his mind and ordered again. Apollo bowed respectfully and stepped back. I muttered in my heart, is it because I want to marry my sister to Hephaestus? When he turned around and didn't take a few steps, Zeus stopped him again. Apollo, don't go away and make another prophecy for me. This time, how can I break through the original state? Apollo had no choice but to turn around and replied after hearing the words, I obey, Father. This time the prophecy is no different than the prophecy of Hephaestus. The only difference is that the first time got a vague answer, and this time got nothing. After Zeus knew the result, his complexion changed, and he turned Apollo away. Soon after, his order was successfully transmitted to Artemis, the goddess of hunting, via Apollo. The latter floated down into the palace like a long wind. Father, the dashing Artemis saluted Zeus and said with some doubts, Apollo said you summoned me? Artemis, you are here. When Zeus saw this daughter, he showed a rare smile on his face, stood up, and said, Yes, I have something important to discuss with you for my father. Now that I have internal and external troubles, and the enemy is facing me, I am really tired. Artemis felt that there was something wrong with Zeus today, but he didn't think too much about it, and said, If there is anything to do with the father, just tell him. If the daughter can help, she will definitely share the father's worries. This made Zeus very satisfied. He nodded and said, It's not a big deal, but I want you to get closer to Hephaestus. He is the pillar of the holy mountain. You are my most beloved daughter, and you are also very suitable, but don't let Athena and the others know. You should know what I mean, Artemis. After a few seconds of silence, Artemis' eyes burst into anger. At this moment, she remembered some hints that Apollo told her just now. Goddess, breakthrough, Hephaestus. With these words, the meaning is already obvious. Father, do you want me to be Hephaestus' lover? Artemis suppressed her anger and asked straightforwardly. Hearing her daughter say it so bluntly, Zeus also felt a little embarrassed, but he still said, Don't be so angry. Artemis, I know, you have always been arrogant, but Hephaestus is no less than me in terms of strength. In terms of appearance, you can beat your younger brother. What are you dissatisfied with? Chapter 118. Vulcan, can I be your lover? These words led Artemis be even more disappointed with this father. Father, I never thought you would use your daughter like this. Isn't it enough to send Athena away? Now you want me to be Vulcan's lover? Don't even think about such a thing. Artemis raised her eyebrows sharply and coldly refused. If it is said to marry in the past, she may still think about it for the rest of her life. However, Zeus actually asked her to be the lover of Hephaestus. How could she, who is proud and arrogant, bear it? Is she that mean? It's not about Hephaestus being good or bad. It's about her own dignity. Although she has a good relationship with Athena, she has been comparing who is better with Athena. Athena can be a fiancé openly. Why can't she? Moreover, she has never considered getting married at all. Artemis resolved to remain chaste forever. Zeus did not expect such a big reaction from Artemis. Although he was refuted so mercilessly, he couldn't get angry at all. He has always been more tolerant of Artemis and Apollo. At this moment, I raised my finger and pointed, but it didn't happen in the end. He just sighed and said helplessly, Forget it. If you don't wanna, you can just say it directly. Why lose your temper like this? Go on. Artemis pursed her lips slightly, turned around, and left. Nothing. Zeus summoned Aphrodite, the god of love and beauty. This goddess is not inferior to Hecate and Athena in terms of beauty, temperament, and figure, and is even better in some aspects. As for the god of Cupid, Zeus has actually been coveting for a long time, but Hera stared too closely, and he never found a chance to make a move. Now there is no good candidate. Zeus had no choice but to let his own white moonlight help Hephaestus break through. If it wasn't for Cronus' impact on the original, imminent, he would be reluctant to do so. King of gods, what order do you have to summon Aphrodite? Salute like a god of love. She is also blonde, but compared to Hera, she has a unique charm, which is more youthful and beautiful. Zeus suppressed the impulse in his heart and said blankly, I have a very important task for you, Aphrodite, and you must complete it. The voice fell. Aphrodite immediately remembered the matter of seducing Hephaestus before, and a bad premonition floated in her heart. What? What task? Hephaestus. Zeus stood up, feeling very complicated, and said, This task is roughly the same as last time, but you have to do it for real. This is related to the rise and fall of Mount Olympus. You must not refuse, understand? His last mission to Aphrodite was to seduce Hephaestus. Linked with the current words, the meaning is self-evident. Aphrodite's face froze. What is a fake show? What is about the rise and fall of Mount Olympus? Translate this task. Isn't it to let yourself be the mistress of Vulcan? Think of that handsome face and bright eyes. There was a throbbing in Aphrodite's heart, and her complexion became more complicated. If the task had to be done for real, she would rather marry Hephaestus. God King. Aphrodite wanted to try Zeus' tone. What's the matter? Don't you want to? Zeus immediately looked terrified. An invisible coercion swept out. Aphrodite felt a big mountain coming to suppress her head-on. She couldn't help taking a step back, and said in a little panic, I are willing to carry out this task. God King hearing this, Zeus put away his coercion. That's good. But, God King, if this mission must be carried out, why don't you marry me to Vulcan? I don't want to be his lover. Aphrodite, who was extremely entangled in her heart, still said this sentence. And, by God, I'm not interested. Aphrodite added in her heart. But she didn't dare to say it, for fear that it would make Zeus think she was shirking the task. No, you can't marry him. Zeus simply refused. If Aphrodite married this Vulcan's son-in-law, he would have no chance again. If the two were married, he wouldn't dare to cuckold Vulcan. Why? Aphrodite raised her head and said aggrievedly. No reason. The more guilty Zeus became, the more serious his tone became. Remember, Aphrodite, your task is related to the rise and fall of the holy mountain. It is related to whether my position as the king of the gods is stable. The responsibility on your shoulders is very heavy. You must be outstanding. Finish it, understand? Aphrodite was silent. Slowly hang your head. Her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of crystal mist. Seeking flowers zero actually. Aphrodite is not yet the god of love in the myths and legends, who was forced by the queen Hera to marry Vulcan, and then became dissolute and merciless. Now she is still a pure and flawless virgin goddess. Zeus asked her to be a nameless, humble lover for Vulcan who would be ridiculed by the gods. Of course she was wronged. However, the king of the gods issued such an order. She couldn't refuse to say such a heavy word. There was a moment of silence. Aphrodite replied helplessly, I will obey the order of the god king. The other side, Hephaestus is on his way to the cella where Hades resides. Just now, the goddess of magic, Hecate, sent someone to send a message, telling him to go to the inner hall to discuss matters quickly. Zero, it sounded quite serious, so he had no choice but to put down the research at hand and rush over. It should be the riot in the abyss of hell, and the goddess of the night took action. Hephaestus was thinking secretly while walking. Although he has the priesthood of hell, he usually hides his whole cards and will not communicate with them. Naturally, I don't know what happened in the abyss, but it doesn't matter. Immediately go to the inner hall, see Hecate, and you will understand everything. Who suddenly? Fragrance once. A beautiful figure stood in front of her. Hephaestus stopped at the same time. Looking away, brows slightly raised. It's this guy again. Aphrodite, what are you doing again? Hephaestus said in a cold tone. The one who came was the god of love and beauty, Aphrodite. Vulcan, what happened last time? I took the liberty, please forgive me, Aphrodite smiled. At this moment, she has returned to her smiling and charming life, her gestures, and her charming appearance. Apologizing to Hephaestus at this moment, she also exudes a soul-stirring glamour all over her body. No need to apologize. I warned you too, so we're even. Seeing this, Hephaestus didn't respond, and walked past Aphrodite unhurriedly. Treat her like nothing. Don't go yet, Hephaestus. Aphrodite flickered, and stopped in front of the blonde youth again. Moreover, Maymao flickered, did not dare to look directly at him, and said with some shame, Hephaestus, I think, is it okay to be your lover? Chapter 119. Eros. I am also a virgin. Hephaestus froze. Did he hear correctly? What did you just say? Hephaestus asked uncertainly. Aphrodite blushed, lowered her head, and repeated, I said, Hephaestus, can I be your lover? Hephaestus confirmed that he heard correctly, with black lines all over his head. Didn't he get what he said last time? This Aphrodite actually wants to be her lover? It's really strange. There are so many male gods for you to choose. Why do you keep pestering me? Get out of my way. I say it for the last time, Aphrodite. Hephaestus flatly refused. When Aphrodite heard the words, her smile gradually disappeared. She just couldn't figure it out. I have never met Hephaestus before, let alone offended. 390. Why does Hephaestus treat her so badly? I have obviously put down my figure and face and posted it with an extremely humble and almost begging attitude, but I was rejected. This made Aphrodite doubt herself for a while. Is it because I am not beautiful enough? Or, Hephaestus, why? You hate me so much. What makes you hate me? Tell me. Aphrodite pursed her lips tightly, bullied the blond young man, and asked angrily. Seeing Aphrodite being so aggressive, Hephaestus couldn't help laughing, glanced at her, and said, I'm sorry, Aphrodite, I didn't explain it before. I only like virgins, so please don't pester me anymore. However, upon hearing this, Aphrodite immediately shouted, Nonsense, I am perfect. Why do you still beat me up again and again? When Hephaestus heard this, he looked at Aphrodite in disbelief. Aphrodite was a virgin goddess? Nothing wrong. Hephaestus was confused for a while before he figured out the joint. In the original Greek mythology, Aphrodite was indeed a virgin before marrying Vulcan. So now, he is not married to her. What Cupid said may be true. But even so, Hephaestus felt that he couldn't accept it. If I really fell in love with this Y guy, I don't know how many green hats I will wear on my head in the future. And Hecate and Athena would definitely not agree. Furthermore, his bad impression of Eros has not changed because of the other party's perfect body. When Aphrodite saw the unbelievable eyes of Hephaestus, she immediately felt that she had suffered a great insult. Her delicate body trembled a little. However, at the same time, there is also a glimmer of expectation in my heart. He knows I'm a virgin, so he should accept it. Aphrodite thought so. You belong to you, and I refuse to belong to me. I like virgins, but it doesn't mean I like you. Don't pester me again. Okay. Hephaestus refused again. Aphrodite's self-esteem was hit hard again. Hephaestus, you are too much. Aphrodite's divine power surged out, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. She can't bear this kind of humiliation no matter what. However, reason did not let her do it. In the end, Aphrodite just blushed angrily at Hephaestus, turned, and walked away angrily. Hephaestus would not coax her. It's just right when the gas is gone. Otherwise, it will always pester him. At this moment, Hephaestus took a step forward and walked towards the inner hall of Hades on his own. In the inner palace of Pluto, all the gods gathered. After Hephaestus came, Hecate invited him to sit beside her. They are a couple now, and the gods naturally have no objection to this. Cronus devoured Tartarus, and now he has reached the half-step original state, becoming the master of the new generation of Abyss. The gods and demons in the Abyss have completely listened to his orders since then. Fortunately, the Evernight goddess has an appointment with him, so he won't deal with the underworld for the time being. Even if you want to make trouble, it's to Zeus, Mount Olympus. We don't have to worry about it for the time being. However, the defense is still good. Beware at any time. Cronus is extremely insidious, and it is absolutely impossible to follow the agreement honestly. About what happened in the abyss of hell, almost all the gods already know. Sleeping god Hypnos reported it to Hades very clearly, and Hades, at this moment, relayed it to the gods of the banquet world without any lessons. Cronus has become a half-step primordial, the lord of hell. I killed his divine sense avatar, and I have formed a grudge. Although he will not deal with the gods of the underworld, he will not let me go. Hephaestus frowned slightly, thinking to himself, get this message. A sense of oppression arises spontaneously, but he still has time. Moreover, his growth rate will definitely be faster than Cronus. The premise is that there are enough resources to forge artifacts. Parliament ends quickly. The gods of the underworld perform their duties. The leisured Hephaestus left the cella and returned to his room. He intends to immediately start collecting materials to forge artifacts. It is best to be able to forge the original artifact. Maybe, because of this, he can also step into the realm of the original god. Even if Cronus troubles him, he is not afraid. However, the materials that can be used to forge the original artifact are so precious that they cannot be obtained by ordinary means. Hephaestus is now unable to leapfrog to kill the original god. This made Hephaestus feel a little difficult. Nyx, the goddess of the night, is the original god. After living for so many years, I might have the materials I need in my hand. I can think of a way from her. Hephaestus thought of a solution to his dilemma. He and Hades are allies, and goddess of the night is naturally in the same camp. After a good negotiation, the other party has no reason to refuse him. After making up my mind, Hephaestus lay on the bed, closed his eyes, activated the power of the priesthood, directly entered the dreamland, and went to the kingdom of dreams. He has the dream priesthood. You can enter and exit the dream kingdom at will. You don't have to go through Hypnos, the god of sleep, like Hera. 1.7. The Kingdom of Dreams. The endless quiet night. The stars are shining brightly. A handsome figure appeared in midair out of thin air. Hephaestus opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. It's not the same here as when he came here before. The current Kingdom of Dreams is more stable, and there is a powerful and mysterious force to suppress it. He who has the priesthood of dreams seems unable to fully mobilize the power in it. This is naturally the reason why the Evernight goddess woke up. The great goddess of the night, Hephaestus, god of fire and artisans, comes to see me. Hephaestus calls to the sky. The power of law permeates, and his voice echoes throughout the dream kingdom. After a while, the bright stars are twinkling, and the quiet voice of the sun comes out. Unexpectedly, you have the same authority as Hypnos, Hephaestus. You are full of secrets. Chapter 120. Realm Promotion. The peak of the main god Hephaestus chuckled and replied, "It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning." Among the stars, a Miomon figure condensed. The goddess of the night appeared. "So, you really have a lot of tricks. Hephaestus, you often go to the kingdom of dreams, and this is the first time you asked to see me. What are you talking about?" She knows everything in God's country like the back of her hand. Every time Hephaestus entered the dream kingdom, she naturally knew it clearly. "There is a deal I want to discuss with you." Hephaestus replied. "What deal?" The eyes of Hephaestus flickered. "Forge the original artifact. You provide the materials, and I will help you forge without any compensation, just to prove my forging skills." "Oh, can you forge the original artifact?" Evernight goddess was a little surprised. "As long as there are materials, the original artifact is not a problem. As you know, I am the god of fire and craftsman. In today's world, when it comes to forging, I am the second, and no one can be the first." Hephaestus' tone revealed a wave of unquestionable confidence. But Nyx chuckled twice, shook his head, and said, "That's a pity. I don't have the materials to forge the original artifact. This kind of thing is too precious." Hephaestus was disappointed when he heard this. It seems that the plan to forge the original artifact to break through its own realm is going to fail. Maybe the Evernight goddess really doesn't exist. Or maybe the goddess of the night was afraid that the forging would fail and the materials would be wasted, so she refused to take them out. "However, Hephaestus, I still want to open my eyes and see your world-leading forging technique. I have some top-level main god-level materials here, and you can use them to forge artifacts that are close to the original. If you want, how about I bring you the materials?" The Evernight goddess continued. Hephaestus thought for a while and replied, "Of course. Although there is no way to forge the original artifact, but the two main artifacts can be forged, and the harvest is not cheap. He is now at the 8th level of the main god realm, and if he forges it again, he will almost reach the peak of the main god realm. This can also pave the way for advancing to the original realm." The goddess of the night nodded slightly upon hearing this. A few rays of light flew down from the bright starry sky and landed in front of Hephaestus. One is a severed limb, with majestic blood and lingering power of law, obviously the arm of the peak master of the main god. The second one is a source crystal the size of a human head, and the aura it exudes is of the same origin as the kingdom of dreams. Followed by a black sword. The blade is like a mass of flowing moyu slurry, which also exudes a dark atmosphere. But it is completely different from the breath of the Evernight goddess. At the end is a broken holy grail, which is filled with a pool of clear water, full of strong breath of life. All four things are extraordinary. Nyx said, "There are only these materials. You can forge whatever you want. The water in the Holy Grail is the water of life obtained from the deal with Gaia. I used it to cultivate the pupil of darkness, which is very powerful to the artifact. The success rate helps a lot." Hephaestus looked slightly fiery, nodded and said, "Please wait a moment." He waved. The field of forging by fire enveloped and took away these few things. Red golden flames gushed out like a tide and began to refine. These are well-deserved, infinitely close to the original primary materials. It may take a long time for the flame next to it to be refined, but Hephaestus' divine fire and the sun's divine fire are fused together, which is extremely powerful, and it only took a quarter of an hour to complete this step. The subsequent process is magnificent, fantastic, and dazzling. The flames in the field continuously transform into various utensils, tempered, fused, and forged, which are very ornamental. The goddess of the night also saw this superb forging skill for the first time, and felt very interesting and fresh. There are also some details of Hephaestus forging, so she has to admire its ingenuity. About half an hour passed. I saw Hephaestus in the red gold flame. A black scepter and a dark crown rise from the ashes. The divinity they exude is extremely close to Nyx. Moreover, judging from the intensity of the divine power fluctuations, they are all infinitely close to the original powerful artifacts. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the perfect main artifact. The system rewards 2,500 years of divine power. Holy title/night. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the perfect main artifact. The system rewards 2,500 years of divine power. Holy title/daytime. 2 artifacts took shape. Hephaestus also received a total of 5,000 years of divine power. And the 2 kinds of priestly authority on the goddess of the night. The goddess of the night has many priestly powers, such as night, day, death, dream, sleep, and so on. Among them, the authority of death, sleep, and dreams, she gave Thanatos and Hypnos, the gods of death. 5,000 years of divine power. I don't know if I can hit the half-step primordial. Hephaestus thought to himself, withdrew the domain, lifted the 2 artifacts with divine power, and sent them to Nyx in the starry sky. The latter glanced around and praised. Sure enough, Hephaestus, it seems that you can forge the original artifact without any problem. It's natural. Hephaestus shrugged irresolutely and asked, Goddess of the night, I also want to ask, do you know where I can get the original primary materials? Nyx put away the 2 artifacts at this time, sounded quite happy, and replied, if you can find the broken kingdom of God, you can get the original materials, or kill Cronus. You can also get the original materials. Kill Cronus. Hephaestus gave a helpless smile. If he could kill Cronus, he wouldn't have to stand here. After leaving the kingdom of dreams, Hephi 130 stores arranged a magic circle in the room to shield the divine power wave, then add 5,000 years of divine power and priesthood to him. After a few breaths, the mighty momentum rises violently. He was successfully promoted to the peak of the main god, and get the 2 priesthoods of night and day, 2 more powerful cards. It's a pity that this is still not half-step original opponent. Hephaestus is well aware of this. Shards of the Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of God is broken. Hephaestus stood up, took out the fragment of the Kingdom of God from the storage space, and observed it carefully. According to the goddess of the night, as long as he can find the broken Kingdom of God, he can benefit from it, and then forge the original artifact. And this fragment of the Kingdom of God is the key clue. I don't know where the goddess Styx got this fragment from. She might know something. Hephaestus' eyes sparkled. Think for a moment. He decided to ask Styx for clarification. In a flash, Hephaestus had disappeared into the room. By the river of hatred, a blond and blue-eyed handsome man appeared. He is tall and strong, full of masculinity. Facing the river of hatred at this moment, he opened his mouth and shouted loudly, Styx, goddess of the river Styx, come out and see her. Chapter 121. The goddess of Styx tempts Vulcan. Humph, Hephaestus, little Vulcan, you are such a rare visitor. What are you looking for me for? Does Hecate know? On the Styx River, a storm suddenly rose. A plump figure came to the shore and landed in front of Hephaestus. It is the enchanting Styx, the goddess of the river Styx. She smiled and looked at Hephaestus. I have something to ask you, said Hephaestus, adding at the end, for a fee. Hee, what's the matter? Just ask. Let's talk about it first. I don't necessarily have to answer you. Styx answered, and kept looking Hephaestus up and down. His eyes were very interesting. This fragment of the kingdom of God, where did you come from? Hephaestus said, if the news is useful to me, I will be rewarded heavily. He flipped his wrist, and the dark and simple fragment appeared in his palm. Shards of the kingdom of God. Styx cast his gaze over, his expression becoming a little unfriendly. Isn't this my reward for forging Apollo? This question, I have the answer you want, but I don't want to tell you. Styx said, you lied to me last time, but I still remember it clearly. I won't finish this matter with you. Here Styx bring this up. Hephaestus had a headache, frowned and said, Goddess of the river Styx, I thought you had figured it out. If it wasn't for me, you, Artemis, and Athena would have lived and died separately. Are you confident that you have beaten them both? What's more, there was Hermo at the time. C was present. Besides, you also got a top-grade high-level artifact, and you didn't suffer a loss. A loss? Styx sternly said, Zeus devoured my sister. Did you know that? I killed one of his sons for an eye, blood for blood. Hephaestus was speechless. Why can't I get along with this woman? Forget it, don't talk about it. The air froze for a moment. Styx's face softened again, and he approached Hephaestus with great interest. Vulcan, actually, it's not impossible for me to tell you the origin of this fragment. It's just that your reward must satisfy me. Hephaestus looked a little furious at her. What do you want? What can you give me? Styx asked back. The main artifact, the powerful main artifact, I can give it to you, or help you to forge it. It's fine, and it can be regarded as compensation for you last time. Hephaestus replied seriously. No, I'm not interested in the main artifact now. Whatever you want, just say it, Styx. Styx's eyes fluttered, and Hephaestus met his eyes. 2 blushes suddenly appeared on his cheeks, and he said sourly, I really envy Hecate. Hephaestus, you are so handsome. As long as you accompany me to explain just to relieve boredom, I don't want anything but you. The words made Hephaestus's scalp tingle. Envious of Hecate? Relieve boredom? What does this mean? Hephaestus, the secret of the fragments of the kingdom of God must be very important to you, right? As long as you are willing to accompany me, I will tell you everything in detail. How about it? You don't even think about refusing. If you refuse, you never want to put anything out of my mouth, Styx said, pretending to be charming. Looking at the eyes of Hephaestus, his salivation became more and more fiery. Hephaestus is too handsome. For her, it was simply a depraved poison. But Hephaestus became more and more annoyed. He said word by word, I'm discussing things with you, Styx. I hope you can also get serious and stop making moves. Ah, Styx suddenly said frivolously. It's very majestic to be angry, Hephaestus. I like your expression. It's so cute. At the same time, she is getting dishonest. Hephaestus clenched his fists. After a few breaths, rumble, a powerful main god domain was released. It directly suppressed Styx. Her knees gave way, and she almost knelt down. This kind of coercion at the peak level of the main god makes Styx pale. You've got me going, Styx. The molested Hephaestus almost spewed out golden flames from his eyes. Since you don't drink a toast, don't blame me for being rude to you. Styx is also powerful, though, but he has not yet reached the peak powerhouse that can compete with the main god. As soon as the coercion came out, she turned pale and trembled. She didn't expect that she would provoke such a big wrath from Hephaestus. It's time to play off. Styx, tell me the origin of the fragments of the kingdom of God immediately. Remember, immediately. Don't say a word of nonsense. Hephaestus said coldly. 11 Styx pursed his lips together, looking ashamed. She didn't want to say it. But don't say it now. Hephaestus is likely to do something to her. After weighing it, Styx said with great reluctance, I got this from the original god Eros. Styx didn't play tricks this time. Very politely told Hephaestus everything. Many years ago, before the Titan War broke out, she traveled to the edge of the world, inadvertently entered the kingdom of the ancient god of love, Eros, and picked up the fragments of the kingdom of God. Because this fragment of the kingdom of God is of no use to her. So all along, it has been accumulated as a treasure. Until that day, it was given to Hephaestus as a reward for forging the artifact, and the words of goddess Styx. It also left Hephaestus in deep thought. In Greek mythology, the god of love should be Aphrodite. But he also remembered that in early mythology, Eros was the primordial god who was believed to be born with chaos. Chaos, the goddess of the earth Gaia, the peer of Tartarus, the god of hell and abyss. It is considered to be the incarnation of the love of all gods. And in late Greek mythology, Eros is the youngest son of Aphrodite and Ares, the god of war. That is, the common cute little boy with a bow and arrow, bare feet, and wings. Apparently, in this world, Eros is a powerful ancient primordial god, not the illegitimate son of Aphrodite. This Eros is mysterious and deceitful. Entering his country, I'm afraid, Zhao Diheo, will be in danger. Hephaestus frowned, thinking carefully. But on second thought, even goddess Styx is fine. With his strength, going in should be all right. Do you remember the route to the kingdom of Eros? Styx, Hephaestus asked again. Remember? Styx looked ugly, but still told Hephaestus the direction and exact location. After getting this news, Hephaestus consolidated in his mind and said, If you deceive me, you should know the consequences. Styx snorted coldly and turned his head. The strong man at the peak of the main god, the son-in-law of the king of the gods. How dare I deceive you? Hephaestus didn't bother to pay attention to him and disappeared in place in a flash. He intends to leave Xion immediately. But before leaving, let Hecate know. After all, it is uncertain how long he will leave the underworld this time, and it may be delayed for a long time in the divine kingdom of Eros. Chapter 122. God of Love in Hades' Palace. Hephaestus soon found Hecate. She was wearing a bright red robe, and she was sitting at the side of the case to deal with affairs. Standing respectfully behind him are 4 sea nymphs sent by Poseidon. In front of them was a group of little gods of the underworld, who seemed to be discussing something. As soon as these little gods of the underworld saw Hephaestus coming, they very consciously shut up and retreated. The son of the queen of the gods, the son-in-law of the king of the gods, the ally and guest of Pluto, the husband of the goddess of magic, and the fiancé of the goddess of wisdom, they dare not neglect at all. When Hecate saw him, she cast her eyes and smiled helplessly. Hephaestus, I was dealing with official business, and you scared them away again. Hephaestus couldn't help but tilted his head, walked to the table, and said seriously, Don't be too busy. I have a very important matter to discuss with you. Hearing this, Hecate's complexion became serious. She stood up and asked with concern, What's the matter? What happened? At the same time, she released a force of law to cover the two of them, isolating the outside world from seeing and hearing. I just got the location of the ancient primordial god Eros' god kingdom. I need to go there. Maybe there is something I need in it. Hephaestus similarly released the field, obscuring the conversation between the two. Eros. Hecate raised her eyebrows slightly, with a sharp feeling. The kingdom of the primordial god? This is too dangerous. Hephaestus, you can't go alone. I'll go with you. Hecate said seriously. She said to protect Hephaestus. In such a dangerous place, since Hephaestus can't be prevented from rushing towards the facade, then let's go together, and if we encounter an abnormal situation, we can fight side by side. Actually, that place is not dangerous. Hephaestus scratched his head. You have never been there. How can you judge? There is no need to discuss this matter. I will go with you. When are you going to leave? Hecate said without doubt. Hephaestus shook his head and smiled. Knowing Hecate's intentions, he no longer refused, and said, The sooner the better. It's best to leave now. Cronus is like a ticking time bomb. No one knows when it will explode. So Hephaestus must improve his strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can we face all the dangers that are coming. All right then, let's go and explain the situation to Pluto and set off immediately. Before Hecate finished speaking, the man had disappeared. Only a red phantom remained. Hephaestus followed suit. Bedge. Pluto Hades did not express any opinion on the actions of the two. Instead, it expressed support. After all, there is nothing wrong with the underworld now. Even with Cronus, he would not dare to attack the underworld for a while, otherwise the Evernight goddess would attack him. Hephaestus and Hecate, who were supported by Hades, set off immediately without any delay, left the underworld, and went to the kingdom of Nelos. The edge of the world is an extremely remote place, even for gods. So, for an early arrival, Hephaestus and Hecate, without sleep, were flying with all their might. I do not know how long it has been. Edge of the world. 2 beams of light descended from the sky. One is the charming Hecate. The other is Hephaestus, who is blonde and handsome. The two are standing at the edge of the world together at this moment. Through the world membrane, there is a gap, which is the junction of this world and the endless chaotic universe. The kingdom of Eros is inside. Hephaestus said now. His voice fell. Raise your palm and tap the date lightly. Rumble. Immediately, the vast and powerful divine power turned into light waves, directly piercing through this edge barrier. A round hole appeared in front of the two of them. It was silent and cold outside. Compared with Hades, it is not much better. Then let's go. Hecate turned into a red streamer and flew over first. Hephaestus felt warm in his heart for her act of taking the lead every time and shielding himself from the wind and rain, and followed closely. Both streamers passed through the crack hole. Walls of the world are creeping healing. Why did Eros bring the kingdom of God to such a place? It's really strange. Hephaestus hovers in the world gap, looking around. There is neither darkness nor light here, filled with chaos. But in the extreme distance, there are countless bright ancient stars shining, giving people an extremely shocking visual impact. How to find the kingdom of Eros here? Hephaestus. Hecate spread out the field and searched for a while, but found nothing unusual, and asked through voice transmission. Follow me. Hephaestus no longer waits and sees. Led Hecate across the gap. Not long. Hephaestus followed the road map to find the kingdom of Eros. In the vast chaos, a seemingly endless passage paved with crystal stones appeared in front of the two of them. The two looked at each other and flew inside together. Wait till you reach the end of the road. The two felt that they had passed through a layer of enchantment. His eyes blurred. That is, to a strange place. This is a vast temple, cool and quiet, full of trees. There are also many statues around, with more or less golden arrows stuck on their bodies. Hephaestus and Hecate cast their eyes and found that these statues are all gods. Gods of the underworld. gods of Olympus, gods of the sea. It also includes statues of Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon. Each statue is lifelike, as if it is real flesh and blood. Is this the kingdom of Eros? Hecate said with some surprise. Probably. Hephaestus nodded. I see my statue, Hephaestus, look, just behind Hades. Hecate said suddenly. While speaking, he walked to the statue of Hades not far away in surprise. And Hephaestus walked to the other side, in front of the statue of Zeus. Zeus' body was full of golden arrows. As for the arrows, there are many engravings on them. Hephaestus saw the word Hera at a glance. Obviously, each arrow represents a goddess or mortal woman. So many arrows are the wives and lovers of Zeus. Except that the arrows on Poseidon, the stallion king, can be compared with Zeus. Other gods are inferior too much. Hephaestus, Hecate called again. Hephaestus heard this and walked over quickly. Come to the statues of the gods of the underworld. Hephaestus found that there was only one arrow on Hades' body, with the name of Persephone engraved on it. In this way, Hardy is not very specific. There is only one wife in life. But behind him, on the statue of Hecate, there were no arrows. This made Hecate very puzzled. If the golden arrow represents marriage, then how could she not have arrows when she was already married to Hephaestus? Chapter 123. Primordial Artifact. 12 golden arrows. Hecate, help me find the fragment of the kingdom of God. I need that thing. For this statue, Hephaestus had some understanding in his heart, but he didn't say it, but distracted Hecate's attention. Okay, the latter knew that this was the right thing to do, so he didn't dig into the dead end, and began to help search for the fragments of the kingdom of God. The two walked deeper and deeper. Search for a moment. No fragments of the kingdom of God were found, but I found a statue of the god of fire and craftsman. Is this you, Hephaestus? Why isn't that like? Hecate walked up to the statue and asked with a frown. The statue is short and ugly, not at all like Hephaestus' tall and handsome appearance, and he is a different person. Moreover, a golden arrow stuck on his body is written with the name of the god of love and beauty, Aphrodite. This? I don't know either. Maybe I made a mistake. Hephaestus said casually. But in the bottom of my heart, there is a secret thought. This statue should be the original version of Vulcan in Greek mythology. He traveled through time, and he changed his destiny logically. Naturally, he will not be the same as the original Vulcan, with ugly appearance and marrying Aphrodite. Except for the problem with the statues of you and me, the arrows on all the statues here seem to correspond to their marriages. This should be the kingdom of Eros. That's right. Hecate couldn't figure out the reason, so he didn't look at the Vulcan statue anymore, and continued to walk deep. And he was still analyzing, and the more he said, the more fearful his tone became. Could it be that Eros is secretly manipulating all the love and impulse between the gods? If this is the case, isn't he manipulating the fate of the gods? Too frightening, suddenly. Hephaestus, who was walking ahead, stopped. What's the matter, Hephaestus? Hecate also stopped in her tracks, and she looked forward following Hephaestus' gaze, her pupils trembling suddenly. At the end of the temple in front, there are several statues, which are the statues of Gaia, Tartarus, goddess of the night, and other original gods. Their stunning looks are also revealed at this moment. Moreover, their bodies also had golden arrows stuck in them. Among them, Gaia, the mother of all gods, has the most arrows. Could it be that the power of Eros can't even be resisted by the original god? Hecate walked over to see the name on the arrow and said in amazement, even the marriage of the original god can be manipulated. The power of this Eros is too terrifying. This is the power of love. The power of love that even the primordial gods can't resist. Hephaestus frowned. Yes, now that the broken kingdom of God is here, where is the original god Eros, who is so powerful that he can manipulate the fate of the gods? Did he fall asleep too? Everyone is suspicious. The two searched the temple carefully again. However, the fragments of the kingdom of God were still not found. And here is the end of the temple. Let's go there and have a look. Hephaestus aimed at the passages at both ends of the temple and said to Hecate behind him. The latter naturally had no objection. Go. Step into the dark passage together. Space transfer. The eyes of the two blurred, and they came to a strange place again. Here is an endless mountain range, and everywhere you can see, there is a sea of fragrant and bright flowers. This kingdom of God is in chaos. Hecate frowned and said, when they passed through the passage just now, the space was distorted for a while, and they were teleported here. The broken kingdom of God is probably like this. Hephaestus nodded in response, and spread his domain of the main god infinitely, spread over the entire mountain range. In a cave, Hephaestus found some golden arrows. This arrow of arrows is irresistible, just like the moon-old red thread he knew in his previous life. Engraving the name and inserting it on the sculpture can control the fate of the other party's marriage, which is obviously not ordinary. It may also be helpful for forging artifacts. Did you find anything? Yes, come with me. Hephaestus held Hecate, and his body moved instantly to the inside of the cave. On a stone platform, 12 golden arrows lie here quietly. Ordinary, doesn't look like anything special. However, the power of this arrow can't even hide from the primordial god, so it might be a primordial divine weapon. Are these weapons of arrows useful to you, Hephaestus? There doesn't seem to be anything special about these arrows. Hecate picked up an arrow and looked at it and asked, "Should work." Hephaestus, perhaps it can be used to forge a primordial artifact. Hecate nodded and put down the golden arrow in his hand. Then Hephaestus waved them all into the storage space. Ardalian Titi. Apart from these arrows, there is nothing else here. So Hephaestus took Hecate back to the temple. His mind is active, and he has already focused on the arrows on these sculptures. If you can pull them all out, you won't have to worry about refining artifacts from now on. Hephaestus went directly to Gaia's statue, grabbed the golden arrow, and fired it out. But the veins in his arm were swollen, and the arrow didn't move at all. As the main god, he has infinite power, so it stands to reason that this kind of situation is impossible to happen. But unfortunately, the arrows and statues were completely motionless. Hephaestus frowned. Raise your hand and blast out the vast divine power. The space is distorted, but still, the statue didn't even leave a trace. Zero Hecate on the side was also very puzzled, and tried several methods to attack the dissolving statue, but all of them returned in vain. What's going on here? Hecate tapped the statue with his finger, and Nacon asked. Hephaestus thought for a moment, and could only blame himself for being too weak. This statue was obviously forged by arrows with special substances or laws. Before the strength surpassed arrows, there should be no way to shake these statues and the golden arrows inserted on them. Facing the circumstances, the two were helpless and had to give up. There is no way to take these arrows away, so let's go find something else. Hephaestus said. Hecate nodded. The following few days. Both Hephaestus and Hecate searched for treasure in this chaotic kingdom of God. However, after a few days passed, the two found neither the fragments of the kingdom of God nor the golden arrows. This made Hephaestus wonder for a while whether the contents inside were swallowed up by the goddess Styx. After all, this place is so remote and secretive that ordinary gods cannot be found at all. The harvest this time is only 12 cupid arrows. Although it's not a good harvest, it's not empty-handed either. Hephaestus said, "It is time for us to go back, please. The arrows on those sculptures are a pity." Hecate said in a regretful tone, "When the strength becomes stronger, it will not be too late to come again. Let's go." Hephaestus smiled slightly, took Hecate's hand, and the figure disappeared in the same place in an instant. I saw two brilliant streamers piercing the gap between the worlds, penetrating the film code of the world, and returning to the embrace of heaven and earth. Chapter 124. Reaching half-step primitive realm all the way without words. The two soon returned to the underworld. As soon as Hephaestus came back, he locked himself in the room, set up a magic circle, and began to retreat. Can this time achieve the original? Let's see if these arrows work. Forging field, refine. Hephaestus took 3 arrows from the storage space, put it in the field, and start smelting. The red-gold high-temperature flame turned into a furnace, devouring it instantly. An hour passed. The golden arrow stood still. Hephaestus frowned. This is the worst of the results he envisioned. If you can't melt the golden arrow, let alone use it to forge the artifact. But then Hephaestus took a closer look, and his eyes lit up. One of the 3 arrows, 560, showed an imperceptible wear and tear. This means that with the current power of Hephaestus, it can still be refined. It's just time-consuming. It will definitely be very, very long. To save time, Hephaestus put away the other 2 arrows, leaving only one out, and intensified his strength, poured his divine power into it, activated the divine fire, and refined the arrow. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. Within the forging field, the incomparably tough golden arrow was successfully melted into a ball of golden liquid by Hephaestus's relentless smelting. Even if it is not the original grade material, it is half-step original grade material that can make Hephaestus take so long to refine. This also made Hephaestus look forward to it even more. This time it might work. The flames in the field changed, and he began to shape the golden liquid. After some pondering and consideration, Hephaestus intends to still forge it into the shape of an arrow. Erase the power of Eros love contained in it. Infuse the two most lethal powers into this arrow, and use it as a trump card and a trump card. Thunder. Sun god fire. Hephaestus's eyes are bright. His right hand is grasping the thunderbolt, and his left hand is holding the golden flame. His handsome appearance is reflected by the light of these two groups of power, showing a kind of evil temperament. He pushed out his hands, and the thunder and the sun fire blasted into the forging field together. The surrounding space is twisted for a while, wrinkled. Looks like it's about to collapse and shatter at any moment. And the barriers of the magic circle also faintly look like they couldn't hold on to the coercive fluctuations. Fortunately, a quarter of an hour passed. A luxurious and exquisite golden arrow engraved with detailed runes, the birth of the divine fire written in the thunderstorm. A divine aura pervaded the air. Hephaestus stopped, and the coercion fluctuated. The surrounding void also suddenly returned to calm. The destructive power is all contained within the golden arrow. When not activated, the arrow looks just like an ordinary arrow. It worked. At least it's a half-step original primary artifact. Hephaestus was slightly joyful in his heart. After wiping off the sweat from his forehead, he removed the forging field, held the golden arrow in his hand, and looked at it carefully. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging half-step primordial artifact. The system rewards 10,000 years of divine power. Mastery/Eros. The harvest of this forging. It is 10,000 years of divine power, an Eros erotic priesthood. 10,000 years of divine power will undoubtedly make Hephaestus a big step forward. And the power of love can give him the power to control the fate of marriage between gods and humans. Half-step original artifact, it's not bad. Start promotion now. It's time to break through the shackles of blood. Hephaestus couldn't wait. Immediately opened the system panel and clicked the plus sign with his mind. In an instant, surging and surging, the vast divine power like a sea of sheep is born in the body. The momentum of Hephaestus is rising steadily. Just at this moment, the divine power in his body is dozens of times stronger than before. Moreover, Hephaestus secretly felt that the shackles on his body had been broken. Because of this, he successfully broke through the peak of the main god and reached the half-step original state. It can be said that there is no one like him who breaks through the limit of bloodline level, and he is the only one. After a few breaths, the turmoil in Hephaestus calmed down. Now, he is full of vigor and power, and he is in the best peak state ever. Look at the system panel. Hephaestus gave the order. The system panel immediately appeared in front of you. There is an extra item of love in the priesthood column, and there is an additional item of destruction arrow in the item column. And in the level column, it shows half-step original first level. This made Hephaestus fall into deep thought. It turns out that half-step primordial is also a division from 1 to 9 levels. Then he is only the first rank now. Certainly not Cronus' opponent. That guy himself is at the peak of the main god realm, and Tartarus, who has devoured half a step of the original realm, and Hellebis, the kingdom of God's blessing. Although the strength cannot match the real original realm, it is still quite powerful. Perhaps, only by constructing your own kingdom of God can you overwhelm Cronus. Hephaestus thought to himself. Now he is not an opponent of Cronus, but he is definitely stronger than Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon. We still have to continue forging. Then create your own kingdom of God as quickly as possible. Hephaestus calculated that he could start constructing his own seed of the kingdom of God at the beginning of half-step, and when the kingdom of God really took shape, his strength would be further improved. Perhaps it is not impossible to step up to fight. Hellebis, a figure slowly condensed in midair. Cronos showed a lean and domineering figure, high-spirited, looking down on the world, and wearing a black and mighty armor. I don't know how many times stronger than the ragged appearance before. After this period of consolidation, Cronus has fully mastered his own powerful power. He has a kind of self-confidence. If the Evernight goddess attacks again, he won't be as embarrassed as last time. Just keep growing. Now, I am far from being Gaia's opponent. Cronos' eyes flickered, and he suppressed the impulse in his heart. 0.9, with his current strength, he can completely destroy the forces of Zeus and Poseidon. But now, he can't move lightly. Gaia must be watching his every move. If you leave the abyss of hell, your own kingdom of God, you will be killed by Gaia if you fail to keep it intact. Ares is an idiot. After so long, there is still no movement. It seems that there is no hope. Cronos suddenly thought of this. His face turned cold, and he cursed inwardly. It's been almost a month since he and Ares made a deal. There has been no movement until now. Obviously, this Ares is a guy who cannot be supported by mud. If we continue like this, Gaia might get impatient and make a move directly. Kronos does not intend to sit still like this. So, you still have to figure it out on your own. Kronos' eyes flashed red, and he launched a magic spell to look out of the abyss of hell. Chapter 125. Zeus versus Cronus, the entrance to the abyss of hell. Dozens of low-level gods guarded there, armed with weapons, with solemn expressions. Standing there, like stumps, motionless. Less is less, but it's better than nothing. The corner of Kronos' mouth curled up into a sinister smile, and he aimed at the gods guarding the entrance. As soon as he raised his arm, he brought up a mighty force of law, and shook it in that direction. Rumble. The space is suddenly torn apart by force majeure. The seal at the entrance is also like a piece of thin paper. It will break if you poke it. A pitch-black, giant hand suddenly stretched out from the abyss. As on that day Tartarus attacked Hephaestus. An extremely terrifying blow. When these dozens of gods saw this scene, their eyes burst into tears, and they roared, "Back! Back! Back!" But it was too late. Their weak strength cannot compare with Cronus' grasp. The black giant hand shattered many attacks, passing by like lightning, and quickly retracted. The gap between the void and the seal also slowly healed. Dozens of gods guarding this place disappeared. Hades' palace. Wearing a black robe, Hades, with an indifferent face, immediately noticed the movement. Looking from afar, he smiled sarcastically. 17. Cronus actually made a move. It seems that he can't hold back anymore. Backed by the goddess of the night, he has no fear of Cronus. Even if this guy makes a move, he must be dealing with Zeus and his gang. Unless Cronus thinks he can beat the original god. And this is obviously impossible in such a short period of time. Now, the lightning in Zeus's eyes was intertwined, and he also saw the scene of the gods being captured by the dark devil's hand in the abyss of hell. The blue veins on his forehead suddenly popped up. Cronus, you are so omnipotent. Even these little gods will not be spared. He snorted angrily. Those who guard the entrance to the abyss are the gods of Mount Olympus. Nothing. Cronus made a move. Even the main god could hardly escape this catch. Simply, Zeus no longer sent gods to garrison, and no longer gave Cronus a chance. That's it. A few days passed in peace. In the abyss, Cronus completely digested these gods, and his own strength also slightly increased. Taste the sweetness. Of course, he wasn't going to stop there. Cronus scouted out again. I glanced around, only to find that there was no god at the entrance of the abyss. Could it be that the other party no longer sends gods over? Cronus was suspicious. His figure flashed. He tore through the void, and came to the land of the underworld beyond the seal. Even if there is no god guarding here, there must be many in the field of truth. As long as he continues to grasp, he can continue to rapidly improve his strength. Suddenly, Cronus' complexion changed. He hurriedly moved his figure, tore through the void, and quickly returned to the abyss of hell. He got carried away because of a little benefit. Forgot that his mother Gaia was still spying on him. Cronus returned to the abyss in an instant, and his face turned suspicious. No. His brain was running, and he realized something. Just now, I have left the abyss of hell and my own kingdom of God. It stands to reason that Gaia will attack and kill me already. Why didn't she do it? Cronus thought of this and fell into deep thought. It is absolutely impossible for a primordial god not to notice his movements. It is even more impossible to be too late to make a move, traveling through endless time and space. Gaia's thought is enough. So what is the reason? Cronus couldn't help thinking. What is the reason for Gaia to let him go? Doesn't Gaia care about Tartarus' death? Doesn't Gaia care about killing Tartarus? Half a day passed. Cronus couldn't think of the answer, and was wondering whether he should go out to test it. The advantage is that if Gaia really doesn't attack him after testing, he can take the opportunity to deal with Zeus and other gods. The downside is that if he guesses wrong and attracts Gaia, he will have to bear an extremely painful price. Try it. As long as you escape back to the kingdom of God as soon as possible, Gaia won't be able to kill me. A fierce light flashed in Cronus' eyes. He has always taken risks. Otherwise, knowing that the Evernight goddess had a conspiracy, she would not use the pupil of darkness to devour Tartarus. After making up your mind, Cronus acted immediately. The figure flickered, and he left the abyss again, appearing outside the seal. This time, there was still no response. So, for the third, fourth, and fifth time, Cronus appeared on the field of truth. After waiting for a while, Gaia still did not come out. These few trials let Cronus show a ghastly smile. It seems that Gaia won't deal with me for a while. Then, I have nothing to hide. The Evernight goddess has an appointment with me. As long as she doesn't deal with the gods of the underworld, she won't deal with me either. Zeus is now alone and helpless. Cronus laughed wildly. A sickle appeared in his hand, and he drew on the void, and a crack connecting the sky and the earth appeared immediately. And his voice also rolled and echoed in the abyss of hell. Come out, gods and demons in the abyss. My army. Today is the time for us to destroy Mount Olympus and avenge our shame. This is what he said in his heart, and it is also his order. The monsters in the abyss surged out of the cracks like a tide. The gods and demons of hell are under pressure again. This earth-shattering movement. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades were quickly alarmed. However, in the end, only Zeus and Bohandon led the gods to the field of truth to fight. Hades and the gods of the underworld did not see a single shadow. The reason is the same, the promise of the Evernight goddess. Cronus doesn't trouble them, and they certainly don't trouble themselves. In particular, Zeus, the king of the gods, is now bearing the brunt. Hades, who coveted the throne of God-King, wished that Zeus 063 and Cronus would perish together. The evil spirit and demonic energy linger and linger like dark clouds. Many abyss gods and demons either fly in the air or walk with the underworld, immeasurable. Set off by this thin black cloud, it seems to be endless, stretching on and on. The army is at the forefront. It was 300 armed titans covering half of the sky, and several monsters transformed from Typhon's broken limbs. They all stood behind Cronus. This second-generation Hell Lord, holding a sickle and wearing a pitch-black demon armor, stood at the head of all armies, looking down on the world, overwhelming the mountains and rivers. And their opposite, dense streamers flew over one after another, standing in midair. It is Mount Olympus and the gods of the sea. The leaders are Zeus, the king of the gods, and Poseidon, the king of the sea. The former is wearing a silver armor, and the lightning in the bright eyes seems to be sprayed out at any time. Cronus, how dare you come out? Don't you want to die? Zeus roared, secretly kept urging the life god Crystal to contact Gaia. No matter how arrogant he is, he still knows that he is not the half-step original Cronus opponent. The goddess of the night and the underworld will only protect themselves and will not care about him. Hephaestus is practicing in closed doors and has not yet broken through, and he cannot deal with Cronus, so the only way to do it is to ask Gaia to come out. Ha. I once said that I will soon walk out of the abyss again. Cronos waved his sickle and sneered. Also, Zeus, with your current strength, are you still yelling at me? Chapter 126. The fourth God-King contest. Cronos waved his sickle and sneered. Zeus, with your current strength, how dare you yell at me? Rumble. A terrifying coercion swept over. In an instant, the gods of Mount Olympus and the gods of the sea felt great pressure. This is a genuine half-step primordial. Even if it is a God-King, it is not its opponent. For a time, the gods felt fear in their hearts. Among them, Poseidon's pair of purple eyes rolled around, not knowing what he was thinking. Cronus, Zeus roared full of hatred, clenched his teeth and clucked. Thunderbolts bloomed all over his body, and he also emitted a terrifying aura, but he was still far behind Cronus. The gap in realm is difficult to make up, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, is constantly thinking in her heart at this moment. At this juncture of life and death, Gaia, Zeus's big backer, did not stand up. It stands to reason that this is impossible, unless Gaia gave up on Zeus. It is impossible for Hades, the king of the underworld, to help Zeus. Poseidon is also full of evil intentions. He will never help Zeus. Zeus' only hope is that Hephaestus is also practicing in seclusion. It is the original state, and it can't help much. This time, Zeus is probably in danger. Athena analyzed and thought like this, and the main gods of Mount Olympus have more or less similar ideas to her. Queen Hera, goddess of justice Themis, god of war Ares, siblings Apollo all frowned. Just when they were worried, Cronos shot without warning. The sickle was aimed at Zeus, and across a long distance, it was lightly stroked. It doesn't look like any danger. However, the vast void in front of Zeus suddenly collapsed. The cold light from the sky and the earth fell head-on. The ear-piercing whistling swept across. It was surrounded by an irresistible mighty force. Zeus's face turned pale, but his eyes blazed with flames of fighting intent. With a roar, he greeted him with a thunderbolt in his hand. His thunder was built for him by the one-eyed Titan during the Titan War. Coupled with his priesthood and authority, his divinity is consistent, and his power surges when he uses it. I saw the blue thunder light colliding with the scarlet blood light in midair. The two burst together, and the vast expanse of space was shattered like a mirror, and the stars were dotted, extremely beautiful. The gods and demons of the abyss, as well as the gods of the holy mountain and the sea, were all retreated far away by the impact of this residual power. Cronus was as calm as ever. But Zeus, like a cannonball, flew backwards far away. Finally, Themis, the goddess of justice, supported his shoulder with one hand, stopping his figure. The gap T has been clearly revealed. Zeus didn't turn his head back, and there were thousands of thunderbolts in his eyes, and he roared, "Gods of the holy mountain, come with me and kill this rebel." He doesn't intend to go it alone, because that will undoubtedly lose. There may be a little hope in swarming. As soon as this order is issued, Themis, Hera, Athena, Apollo's siblings, Ares, Cupid, and other main god powerhouses all flew out of the camp together. Even Hermes, the envoy of God who is not good at fighting, followed up. And use your own authority to bless the gods. This way of fighting can make the gods a lot faster. Cronus, you should have stayed in the abyss of hell obediently, instead of coming out to make trouble. Those who violate the laws of God will receive justice. The goddess of justice, Themis, said coldly. In her left hand appeared a sword of killing evil, and in her right hand appeared a scale, both of which exuded powerful fluctuations of divine power, which were impressively infinitely close to half-step original primary artifacts. Cronos laughed loudly. Themis, do you think you can judge me who is half a step away from the original state? Since you choose to support Zeus, stop making these high-sounding excuses and fight me directly. Let's see how much progress you have made over the years. The pressure on him is getting heavier and heavier. The gods with lower realms were all pale and couldn't bear it at all. Rumble. Die. At this moment, God King Zeus took the thunder in his hand and took the initiative to kill Cronus. In an instant, tens of thousands of huge thunder pillars burst out. The vast expanse of fields of truth turned into a terrifying thunder prison capable of suppressing everything and crushing everything. God's grace is like the sea. God's power is like prison. At the same time, the goddess of justice threw the evil-killing sword, pierced through the endless void, and went straight to the head of Cronus. Athena raised her sword of victory, while Artemis and Apollo pulled their golden and silver bows respectively. Ares' body swelled against the wind and turned into a towering titan. The ear-piercing thunderclap and whistling resounded through the sky and the earth of the underworld. Gods of Mount Olympus, out of the country. Ha! Is this the current power of Mount Olympus? Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Facing the attack that could destroy everything, Cronos didn't care, but laughed arrogantly. At the moment when many attacks are about to come, he raises his sickle high. In an instant, the mighty power of the kingdom of hell, the abyss, continuously blessed him. The pitch-black demon armor squirmed, covering his whole body, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes full of circles. Break it. Cronos let out a deep growl. The phantom of the kingdom of God is coming. Endless darkness envelopes the underworld. In an instant, all the attacks on Mount Olympus disappeared in the eyes of the gods. In other words, the eyes of the gods were filled with the thick darkness of the abyss at this moment. The inner hall of Hades' palace. Hades stood with his hands behind his back, watching the battle from a distance, and murmured to himself, "Is this the strength of Cronus? Half-step primordial, no less than Tartarus." Standing beside him was Hecate, the goddess of magic, with beautiful eyes shining brightly. This battle on Mount Olympus will undoubtedly be lost. It's just that I didn't expect that coward Poseidon to run away without even pretending. At the moment when the gods of the holy mountain fought against Cronus, Poseidon had already led the sea gods to flee the battlefield without hesitation for a moment. A certain good money, good corner of the underworld. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, and Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, stand side by side. Also pay attention to this battle. Humph, Cronus and Zeus. Neither of them are good things. It's best to kill them. Demeter said angrily. She didn't have a good impression of Zeus, and Zeus gave birth to Persephone after he d her. Before rescuing her daughter, Zeus was even more unwilling to help. She already hated Zeus. As for Hestia, there was a glint of worry in his eyes. If Cronus defeats Zeus and makes a comeback, the world will be in chaos. This war is only the beginning of the fourth God-King War. In today's world, the three brothers Zeus are not the only ones who are powerful and tyrannical. The remaining 12 titans, as well as the sons of Gaia, Pontus, the sea god, and Uriah, the mountain god, are all in hibernation, feeding energy and energy to eat. Many of them are ambitious. As she said, if Zeus is defeated, it will only be the beginning of the battle for the fourth generation of god-kings. Chapter 127. Zeus' despair. The infinite darkness of the abyss of hell filled the eyes of the gods. drown all the gods of Mount Olympus. 10,000 hectares of thunder prison, Xingtian Titan, piercing sword light, meteor-like arrows, all kinds of attacks. The power is weakened layer by layer, and finally the light is reduced, and they all disappear in the sea of darkness. The earth-shattering explosion brought by it also fell silent after a few breaths. All attacks were blocked by Kronos' move and shattered. Zeus and other gods felt that they had fallen into the ice cave at this moment. It was so cold that even their minds were almost frozen. This is close to the original strength. Although Hephaestus was able to fight back Tartarus, it was only one hand after all. It is far from the main body dispatched and fully exerted. At this moment, Cronus exerted his full strength, and the phantom of the kingdom of God in the abyss of hell descended, and immediately suppressed the gods of Mount Olympus. Ah! The thunder in Zeus' hand flickered, and he roared unwillingly. The next moment, he erupted with even stronger power. Unleash your own main god domain. The 10,000 hectares thunder prison has reappeared, and there are faint signs of breaking this abyssal cage. And the gods like Themis, Hera, Artemis, and Apollo are also full of divine brilliance. Especially for Apollo, the blazing light and flames squeezed out the tide-like darkness and opened up a small 577 world. It gives people a kind of hope of victory. But these are all short-lived. With a cold snort from Kronos, rumble, the vast darkness suppresses fiercely. All the light, all the attacks, like a dream bubble, flashed away. The gods groaned one after another, obviously all hurt by it. The opponent is too strong. If there is enough time to use the trump card, or there is still a chance of winning, it can hurt Kronos. But how could Kronos give them enough time? The victory and defeat of the strong are often only in an instant. Kronos, Gaia. The thunder intertwined in Zeus's eyes did not dissipate, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood, struggling to fight against Kronos. At the same time issued a roar. He yelled two names. The first one was full of endless killing intent and unyielding, and the second one was full of the anger of being betrayed. Even at this moment, the gods of Mount Olympus are in danger. Whether it is destroyed or not depends on the enemy's thought. This old grandmother didn't even help. Ha ha ha. Zeus, you are naively relying on the outside world for your hope of victory. As my son, let me teach you one last time. Only your own strength is the real strength. Relying on the outside world will only make you die faster. Death will be worse. Kronos let out a mirthful laugh, but the tone was also full of resentment. At the beginning, it was because his own strength was not strong enough. It will be overthrown by Gaia behind-the-scenes manipulation. He also experienced this old woman's betrayal and this kind of pain once. Just as the father and son had a short conversation, the gods tried their best to resist the suppression of the mighty power of the abyss. Thoughts are different. Athena was forcing herself to think calmly, what strategy to use to protect herself wisely. Ares was secretly delighted. After Zeus died, how should he please Kronos? Ascend to the throne of God King? Themis kept summoning Gaia in the dark, trying to defeat Kronos. Cupid was in a panic, worried about his life, and was afraid of being killed. As for Apollo and Artemis, a pair of siblings, a figure, and an overly handsome face appeared in their minds. Will Hephaestus make a move? Rumble. Kronos taught Zeus the last lesson, that is, to launch a full blow without any hesitation. The endless power of law and darkness, ruthlessly suppressed. There was an endless rumbling sound like the collapse of the sky. The various clergy and authority of the gods of the holy mountain have been weakened layer by layer, making it difficult to resist. At this moment, it seems that there is only death, the only way. A faraway place. Hades, the gods of the underworld, Hestia, Demeter, and the gods of Poseidon are all watching these 10 scenes. Some of them are worried about the gods of Mount Olympus. But this war is no longer in their hands. There is no other choice but to wait and see. Pluto Palace, in a certain room. Beb, an incomparably handsome young man with blonde hair, showed a bright smile, holding a golden arrow with the power of thunder and fire in his hands. It is densely engraved with mysterious magic runes, forming magic circles one after another. When stacked together, the power is infinite. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging half-step original primary artifact. The system rewards 10,000 years of divine power. Without any hesitation, Hephaestus opened the system panel and clicked the plus sign with his mind. After he was promoted to half-step Yuan, he didn't send it off. Instead, it took so many days to continue forging the artifact. At this time, he finally forged another arrow of destruction and obtained 10,000 years of divine power. The majestic divine power is endless. Hephaestus' momentum climbed, and he was easily promoted to the second level of the half-step original state. The strength has gone up to a higher level. Hephaestus let out a breath, refreshed and satisfied. If you continue to forge all the remaining 10 golden arrows of Eros, maybe he can be promoted to the original god state in one fell swoop. At that time, there will be one more original god in the world. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise from the outside came in through the magic circle. Hephaestus' ears moved slightly, and his brows suddenly frowned. This seems to be the sound of a battle. There is another battle in the underworld? Could it be the Cronus invasion? Hephaestus immediately activated the divine spell, and his blue eyes shone brightly, looking into the distance. Seen only in the field of truth near the abyss of hell. Endless darkness is suppressing, and below are the gods of Mount Olympus. God King Zeus, God Queen Hera, goddess of justice Themis, and so on. At this moment, powerful forces erupted from the three of them together. Thousands of thunder and divine light burst out. It seems that some trump card was used, and a large piece of darkness was shattered with a bang. But in the same way, the three of them also vomited blood, their faces were pale, and they kept flying backwards and falling back. Sure enough, it was Cronus invasion. I'm a second-order half-step primordial now, so I should be able to fight him? Hephaestus glanced at Zeus, Hera, Themis, and Athena, and fell directly on Cronus, the second generation of Hell Lord. And the latter seems to have a sense. The scarlet eyelids flickered. He also travels through time and space, looking back at Hephaestus. The four eyes are facing each other. Suddenly, Hephaestus flickered and disappeared into the room. Cronus didn't care about Vulcan's prying eyes. In his opinion, Mythology is also an ant that can be crushed to death. His eyes fell on the three gods Zeus, Hera, and Themis again, and he sneered. Sure enough, you still have some hidden cards that can break my law of the abyss, but you didn't take the opportunity to run away, presumably because you ran out of energy, powerless to escape? The power of boundless law and darkness recondensed. As if it had never collapsed, it was completely suppressed by the gods again. Zeus, Hera, and Themis looked desperate. The move they just made had already caused them to suffer serious injuries. Now I have completely lost the ability to resist. Chapter 128. Battle against the half-step primordial god Cronus. A bright and holy flame appeared in midair, between Cronus and the gods of Mount Olympus. Not swallowed by the law of the abyss and darkness. Steadfastly burning and growing rapidly, sprawling, eloquent. Compared with Apollo's bright flame, this flame is 100 times stronger. Therefore, it powerfully carved out a world in this darkness and extreme cold. Occupy half of the country on the field of truth. The gods of Mount Olympus were astonished. The gods and demons in the abyss of hell feel incredible. Who is this besides the goddess of the night? Who else in the underworld can contend against Cronus? It actually directly expelled half of the darkness of the abyss. Cronus was equally surprised. But soon, a name burst out between his lips and teeth, full of killing intent. Hephaestus. He recognized it. The person who came was Vulcan, who rejected his cooperation invitation some time ago. Hephaestus, the son of Hera after the gods. It's just that Cronus couldn't think of it. At the last moment, it was this Vulcan who came out to disrupt the situation. Moreover, the other party really has this ability. Judging from the fact that its flame melts the darkness of the law of the abyss, the opponent must have advanced half a step to the original winning intention. Although the strength is not as good as his, but it must be half a step original. I don't like it when you call me by my name, Cronus. It's so ugly. In the hot and fiery golden waves, a tall and slender figure emerged from the ashes. The face is handsome, with eyebrows and eyes like the face. This kind of good-looking face is even more amazing than Aphrodite. See him. All the gods of the holy mountain were absent-minded for a moment, and then exclaimed in unison in their hearts, God of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus. Zeus and Hera were both surprised and delighted. Athena, sister and brother of Artemis, is the same. They didn't expect it. The last one to help is Vulcan, and the other party has been promoted to such a realm. At the same time, Hades, Hecate, the gods of the underworld, the gods of the sea, the goddess of the hearth, and the goddess of agriculture in the distance were also surprised. Another half-step primitive. And it's Hephaestus, the god of fire who was just born. This speed of promotion is simply terrifying. Hephaestus could feel one sight after another falling on him, full of surprise, shock, joy, even resentment and jealousy. But he was very calm. No one here can affect his state of mind. In the temple of the earth, Gaia, the mother of all gods, half lead on the bed enchantingly, holding a wine glass, savoring carefully. Several handsome male gods were carefully beating her legs and shoulders. Suddenly, her movement of tasting wine froze. A figure was reflected in the eyes of God, followed by a look of astonishment. Hephaestus? Half-step primordial? How is it possible? He broke through the shackles of blood. Gaia was shocked. That's something even Zeus couldn't do. How could a child conceived by Hera alone with willpower do it? Being able to break through the shackles of the bloodline and break the limit means that Hephaestus has the qualifications to be promoted to the original realm. This is simply unbelievable. Actually, from beginning to end, Gaia is paying attention to Cronus and the war in the underworld. But neither Zeus nor Themis responded, nor did it elicit any reaction from her. Only the appearance of this little Vulcan surprised her, and she showed a little gaffe. Same. The kingdom of dreams. Nyx, the goddess of the night, was also very surprised and murmured, "This little guy is really interesting. It seems that he left the underworld some time ago, and he encountered many adventures. Hephaestus, as far as I know, the relationship between you and Zeus is not harmonious. Why do you want to help? Do you think you can stop me if you advance half a step to the original realm?" Kronos reacted quickly, his scarlet eyes sparkled. "How about this? I will give you another chance to cooperate. We will destroy Mount Olympus together, the seat of God King. I will let you sit." Although he didn't think Hephaestus could defeat him. But the other party is a half-step primordial god after all. It still takes some time to fight. If you can persuade the other party to stop and surrender, that would be the best. After destroying Zeus and others, whether he chooses to devour this little devil to strengthen himself or choose to cooperate, is it not a matter of his own thoughts? At this time, Hephaestus didn't say anything. Zeus shouted from behind, "Don't promise him, Hephaestus. This rebel is sinister and cunning. He is vicious and ruthless. He will never show mercy even if he devours his relatives, let alone you." However, his voice fell. Many strange eyes fell on him. All the gods thought of Métis at the same time. Ask for flowers. The father and son are obviously a virtue, and Zeus actually has the nerve to criticize Cronus like this. Zeus also seemed to feel the awkwardness of the atmosphere. Immediately fell silent. Hephaestus ignored him, just staring at Cronus calmly. Very calm. That is, ruthless indifference. "Cronus, it's not your fault that you failed to succeed after repeated mischief. Your calculations are too bad, and you are always repeating the same mistakes. Since you want to give me another chance, then I will give you another answer." Hephaestus reached out and grabbed it. The power of the law engulfed the sun god fire and instantly condensed a golden god bow, which appeared in his hand. The golden flame inside is gurgling and flowing, like a slurry, extremely gorgeous. He drew the bowstring familiarly. A golden arrow engraved with magic runes appeared out of nowhere on the fingertips. Thunder and lightning lingered. Destroy explosive power, born spontaneously. At this moment, all the gods and demons in the underworld felt a chill run down their spines. This arrow, before it was fired, made them feel palpitations. Panic. Obviously, this arrow is extremely powerful. Kronos' complexion changed suddenly, and he hurriedly raised the sickle in his hand, intending to kill Hephaestus first. But it's too late. Endless whistling suddenly swept through. The blue thunder light mixed with golden light descends, render the entire underworld. Hephaestus draws his bow like the full moon, destroys the arrows, tears the void, and shoots. Just like the divine sense that killed Kronos last time. This time his choice was the same as before. Kill. Damn. 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 Kronos felt the threat of death was approaching, and on a whim, a layer of cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. At the same time, he summoned the divine power of the kingdom of God, condensed it on the sickle, and stood in front of him. This Vulcan is obviously not as strong as him, but this arrow has the power to kill him. Boom. In an instant, the destroying arrow collided with the sickle, making a loud noise. At this moment, the light was so dazzling that even the gods could not look directly at it. None of them could see what was happening, but it was clear that in the loud noise, Cronus heard a low and painful moan. It was just that collision. The arrow of destruction swung the sickle, pierced through the pitch-black demon armor, and pierced into the flesh and blood of Kronos' chest with a puff. Chapter 129. An arrow injures Kronos. Arrows of destruction stuck in the chest. Kronos' mouth immediately filled with a strong bloody smell. His eyes were full of fierce light, but he did not launch an attack. Suddenly his figure flashed, turned into a streamer, and fled back to the abyss. Only a cold and unquestionable voice remained. Retreat. The phantom and darkness of the kingdom of God receded like a tide. The gods and demons in the abyss also scrambled to be the first, and all of them escaped back to hell. Seeing this, Hephaestus shook his head slightly, and the divine bow in his hand scattered. I thought I could play a game. That's obviously not a fatal injury. His arrow was not sure about killing Cronus, who was much higher in realm. What's more, the opponent blocked it with the sickle again, so it would definitely not kill him. However, Cronos still chose to retreat, which shows his prudence and cunning. The god of Vulcan retreated from the enemy with a shocking arrow. The gods breathed a sigh of relief. 520 life and death crisis passed. This time is really too dangerous. Almost wiped out. The eyes of the goddesses, including Hera and Themis, all fell on Hephaestus, and it was difficult to move away. Themis wavered in his heart. Hephaestus was a violator of the laws of the gods. He killed Hyperion and stole the magic fire. It should be ruled logically. But at this moment, he saved the lives of the gods. Clearly the merit outweighs the fault. She was lost in thought. And Zeus, after a brief relaxation, the veins on his forehead popped. He took out the life spar and roared, Gaia, mother of all gods, goddess of the earth, why on earth are you unwilling to show up? Why are you unwilling to help? Could it be that I am dead? The destruction of Mount Olympus will cause you to die. Are you satisfied? The whole body is covered by the power of law. No sound came out. But seeing his hysterical appearance, all the gods knew that the god king was very angry. And Hera, Themis, and Athena, the main gods, all vaguely knew who Zeus was talking to and what he was shouting at. Inside the temple of the earth, the roar of Zeus continued to echo. Several male gods who beat Gaia's legs and shoulders were a little frightened. But Gaia, with a blank face, ignored it, and the voice was cut off with a wave of his hand. She has lost patience and interest in Zeus. Now, Poseidon is her heart and soul. The reason why he didn't kill Cronus just now and allowed him to attack the gods of Mount Olympus and Zeus was also to get rid of Zeus with the help of Cronus. In this way, it is logical that Poseidon is on top. How perfect! But now, this plan is destroyed by Hephaestus. A cold light flashed across Gaia's eyes. She thought for a while, then lightly opened her vermilion lips and sent the message to a distant place. On the field of truth, Hephaestus put away the domain, and the sky, full of flames, turned around, and his eyes fell on Zeus with great interest. It was at that point just now, the supporters of Zeus, the original god behind him, and Gaia, the mother of all gods, did not help. It seems that Zeus was really abandoned. What Poseidon told him before was true. Gaia has been dealt with by the Neptune. The position of God King is unstable. Among the three parties, Zeus has become the weakest one, Hephaestus was thinking, and Gaia seems to intend to kill Zeus with the help of Cronus. Based on the relationship between the mother and son, Cronus should have been killed by Gaia as soon as he came out of the abyss. Can't live now. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Hephaestus' mind. The god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus, I think you know who I am. I want to tell you that you should stop meddling in the affairs of the underworld and the abyss of hell. You are now a half-step primordial god, the top strongman in the world. One of the gods, according to the agreement, can no longer intervene in the battle between ordinary gods. Do you understand? This voice is gentle, but full of doubts. It makes it difficult for people to feel disgusted and unconsciously wants to do what the voice says. The voice transmission of Gaia, the mother of all gods. Hephaestus narrowed his eyes slightly. He actually transmitted the voice directly to him. Gaia is really paying attention to everything in the underworld. It looks like his predictions were right. If he is not allowed to intervene in this war, then the outcome is that Zeus will be killed. You know, Cronus is also half-step original. However, Gaia did not give Cronus any warning and let him deal with Zeus. It is self-evident that it is tricky. Hephaestus sneered in his heart, but did not refuse, and replied, Gaia, the goddess of the earth, I can agree and abide by this agreement. However, if Cronus takes action against the underworld or my friends and family, I can't be blamed for breaking the agreement. After a while, Gaia's voice came again. It's natural. Then, it settled like this. Gaia's voice disappeared. Hephaestus curled his lips into a smile. His eyes fell on Athena and Artemis. Who doesn't know how to pretend to be false? In the next war, Athena and Artemis, as the important main gods of Mount Olympus, cannot fail to participate in the war, and they will definitely fight Cronus at that time. He still has to make a move after all. Besides, Cronus has suffered twice in his hands, and it is impossible to let him go. It's better to get rid of Cronus now, when the gap between the two sides is not too big. Otherwise, when Cronos achieves the original first, he will be the one who will be killed. On the surface, agreeing to this agreement is just to temporarily stabilize Gaia. Thus ended the war. The field of truth fell silent again. the gods returned to the palace of Hades. Because of this battle, Hephaestus' weight in the hearts of the gods has greatly increased. The queen of God, Hera, was even more excited. A mother is more expensive than a child, and her son is so powerful. Not only will she look good, but her status will also be greatly improved. Maybe she can really overthrow Zeus and become the fourth generation of God King. So, the more she looks at Hephaestus, the more pleasing she is. On the way back, he kept trying to talk to Hephaestus. But Hephaestus was surrounded by Athena and Artemis, and she had no chance at all, so he had to endure it. Although the god king Zeus hated Gaia and his lingering anger still persisted, he had to start thinking about how to win over Hephaestus. Hephaestus proved his potential and strength. Of course, Zeus also has to increase his bargaining chips. You can't promise without fulfilling. For example, the grand ceremony with Athena. Before his decision was to repel Cronus, the two remarried. But now, mutations have sprung up, Tartarus is dead, and Cronus is in power. It is extremely difficult to eradicate the opponent. It is better to marry the daughter first and completely win over Hephaestus. In this way, he can also stabilize his position as the god king. Even without Gaia's support, there will be no problem with 0.4 for a while. Hephaestus. Zeus suddenly opened his mouth and said, Cronus and his army of gods and demons have become a problem, and it is extremely difficult to eradicate. I don't know when this problem will be solved. In my opinion, don't delay your wedding with Athena. Get married as soon as possible. What do you think? The gods were silent. We all know that this is Zeus' method to win people's hearts. Otherwise, who would rush to worry about their children's wedding right after a life-and-death battle is over? Of course Hephaestus knew this too, but he had no objection. Athena was with him. I can, if Athena has no objection, Hephaestus replied. The eyes of the gods fell on the heroic Athena in armor again. Athena, my daughter, what is your opinion? Zeus asked. Athena stepped out of the procession, stood side by side with Hephaestus, and replied calmly, I agree. Chapter 130. The adoptive mother is in trouble. Zeus was overjoyed. Okay, then let's hold the wedding and get married as soon as possible. The battle of life and death is over. The enemy is not settled yet. The wedding will be held here immediately. It stands to reason is quite strange. But all the gods knew that Zeus was in a hurry and couldn't wait to win over Hephaestus. Hades and Poseidon only had endless sneers at this. They are looking forward to the day when Zeus loses his wife and loses his army. The wedding preparations are still made by the gods of the underworld. Mount Olympus also provides a lot of resources. After all, both sides of Hephaestus are allies, so naturally they should try their best to make this wedding beautiful. Even Poseidon, who had nothing to do with him, sent many sea nymphs to help, to show his kindness to Hephaestus. Who wouldn't be envious of a half-step primordial god? It's best to fight for it, and don't get offended if you can't fight for it. Although Zeus was angry with Poseidon's 17 actions of running away, he tacitly did not tear his face. With the wedding of Hephaestus approaching, it is better to maintain the false friendship on the surface. None of them wanted to mess up their wedding, especially Hephaestus's. Colleen, Padora, you two go together and give this letter to Thetis, the goddess of the sea. Remember, you must hand it to her. If she still refuses to come, be sure to ask about the situation. Hephaestus handed a letter to two fair-skinned and beautiful girls. This is the maid that Poseidon gave him before. The taller and slender one is Kyllene. The exquisite and rounded one is Padora. At this moment, Kyllene took the envelope with both hands and said very solemnly, Master Vulcan, please rest assured. With this letter, the two quickly left the underworld and headed for the sea. 4 days later, the two sea nymphs are back. Bring back some wedding presents from Thetis. But did not bring Thetis. Where is Lord Thetis? Why didn't you come together? Hecate asked, frowning. Hephaestus sat aside, gazing at the two sea nymphs, without speaking. Lord Thetis told us that we were busy with work and had no free time, so he sent us back with some gifts. We asked according to Lord Vulcan's order, but Lord Thetis still refused to tell us. We have no choice but to come back and report first. Kyllene and Padora spoke to each other one by one. He still looks a little scared and cringes, not daring to look down at Hecate. Hecate listened with a slightly cold face. Didn't ask anything? How did you do it? She knew that Hephaestus cared deeply about Thetis, his adoptive mother. I couldn't come to the wedding last time, and I have a knot in my heart. He still didn't invite Thetis this time, which would undoubtedly make Hephaestus feel very bad. Although it wasn't her wedding this time, she cared deeply about Hephaestus. Hecate asked this sentence. The two sea fairies trembled and almost knelt down, shouting in unison, Madam, forgive me. Before Hecate could speak, Hephaestus stood up and said, I don't blame you. I'll go back this time myself, as it should be. Hecate thought for a while and asked, do you want me to go back with you? No, you just wait in the underworld. I will bring her. Hephaestus didn't finish his sentence. The figure has disappeared into the room. He couldn't get away once, couldn't get out twice, and it was his wedding. Hephaestus couldn't help but wonder, what happened to Thetis? Although he stayed in Ocean God Palace for a year, his relationship with Thetis was real. It is impossible to have two weddings and not come to one. So, Hephaestus decided to go there himself. Check it out. Over the endless ocean, a tall figure appeared quietly. Thick golden hair fluttering in the wind. Blue eyes are extremely clear. It is Hephaestus. He breathed the smell of the ocean, feeling a little nostalgic. More than a year ago, he was still a little boy, living in the ocean priest, sculpting and making handicrafts all day long. But now, he is already a half-step primordial god, so powerful that Zeus, the king of gods, would win over him. This huge change, Thetis should be very surprised to know, right? Thought Hephaestus. Dive into the sea. Schools of fish swam in groups. Hephaestus followed the familiar route in his mind, and soon came to the majestic ocean god palace. Not much has changed here. It's just that a few more heavily armed guards came out at the gate of the palace, armed with weapons, and their momentum was quite powerful. This made Hephaestus frown. Thetis had never had a guard in the shrine before, suddenly strengthening the defense. It seems that something has happened. But what happened? Confused, Hephaestus walked through the gates of the shrine. With his speed realm, the main gods who are weak can't detect it, let alone these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The divine sense glanced at Thetis in the room. Hephaestus flew straight over. Inside the room, the head nymph of the ocean shrine is gently combing Thetis's hair. The beautiful and thick long hair shawls, exuding bursts of fragrance. Thetis's appearance has not changed at all. She is as beautiful as before, and she stares at an open envelope in front of the dressing table with a hint of joy in her eyes. It was a letter sent by Hephaestus. The content is the news of her adopted son's marriage. Master Thetis, Master Hephaestus has invited you for the second time. Why don't you go? This is the master's wedding, and you are his adoptive mother. If you are not present, he will definitely be unhappy. Nymph manager, finding Thetis's gaze fell on the letter, she couldn't help muttering. The joy in Thetis' eyes disappeared, and after a moment of silence, she said, I'm going to cause trouble for him. Hephaestus has grown up, so he doesn't need me to accompany him in everything. Manager Ningfu thought for a while, and then said, Master, I don't know what troubles you have. You couldn't shirk your two weddings. You must have thought you didn't want him. Didn't you hurt your feelings for nothing? These words made Thetis fall silent again. Looking at herself in the mirror, Thetis sighed and said nothing. When she thought of that troublesome matter, she was very helpless. But there is no solution. It can only be dragged on slowly. However, at this time, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded in the room. My goddess Thetis, long time no see. The sound came suddenly. The head of the Ning mansion trembled with fright and combed out two hairs. And Thetis didn't care at all. Her eyes widened slightly, and she turned her head to look at the door in surprise. As predicted, a familiar figure appeared at the door. This figure is taller, stronger, and more handsome and mature than before. Thetis looked at those blue eyes. She was very surprised, but couldn't help it. A smile floated on her face. Hephaestus, why are you back? Chapter 131. Of course I came back to see what happened to make my goddess Thetis refuse to even attend my wedding. Hephaestus smiled and walked through the door. This smile. Too good looking. Both Thetis and the nymph chief behind him were briefly absent-minded. Hephaestus. Thetis came back to her senses and immediately stood up and walked to Hephaestus. I want to say something, but feel that there are too many things to say, and I don't know where to start. Moreover, Hephaestus gave her a feeling of familiarity and strangeness. The faint majesty on his body made people dare not underestimate him, nor dare to get too close. So, Tis stood there a little at a loss. Seeing her like this, Hephaestus was a little amused. He took the initiative to walk over and hug Thetis. What's the matter? Mother doesn't know me anymore. Feel each other's strong heartbeat. Thetis suddenly relaxed, feeling warm in her heart. She couldn't help smiling and said, You little guy, I'll recognize you in 10,000 years. The two hugged and then separated. At this time, the chief nymph came over, with glowing cheeks, and bowed to Hephaestus. Young master is welcome home. Hephaestus nodded to her, and she withdrew very sensibly. She knew that the two of them must have a lot to say. And in fact, it is true. Thetis held Hephaestus' arm and couldn't help asking, Hephaestus, tell me quickly, where have you been during this time? Earlier I heard that God King Zeus took you into Mount Olympus. Why did you go to Binsi now? Are you still married there? She has been very secretive during this period of time. A lot of information from the outside world is unknown. Hephaestus shrugged and said, "This is a long story. You sit down first. Your hair hasn't been combed yet." Only then did the latter realize that his hair was messed up. So, the two came to the dressing table. Thetis sat down again, while Hephaestus combed her hair slowly, not in a hurry to speak. Because Thetis looks very young. In the mirror, the two looked like a loving couple, not like a mother and son. "You've grown fast, Hephaestus. You've grown taller and bigger, and you're a different person than when you left." Thetis looked at the blonde youth in the mirror, her eyes filled with warm love. When Hephaestus left Ocean Shrine, he was still a teenager. When he came back, he was already an adult, and even more handsome than before. It is more beautiful than Poseidon, the king of the sea, and Achilles, the silver vortex of the oceanic and river gods. Some gods have grown up since they were born, but I have grown slowly. Hephaestus laughed. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart that Thetis didn't have any other problems other than looking a little sad, and maybe what he encountered was not serious. In fact, for him at the half-primary stage, apart from the God-King War, nothing can be called serious. "Is she pretty?" Thetis asked suddenly. Hephaestus knew who the she was referring to, thought for a while, and replied, "As beautiful as you. She is the goddess of wisdom of Mount Olympus, Athena." "Athena? Daughter of Metis? Oh, why didn't you mention her in your letter?" Hephaestus. Tis was obviously taken aback. Because Metis is the goddess of the ocean, the daughter of Os Arnolds, and Athena is the daughter of Metis. Moreover, Athena is one of the main gods of Mount Olympus. Thetis was naturally surprised. How did Hephaestus climb onto this thigh? She still doesn't know the power of Hephaestus. "Because I want you to go to my wedding and see for yourself." Hephaestus fixed her hair, looked into the mirror, and said, "Don't just talk about me. Tell me first, my lord mother, what is it that bothers you? Not even going to my wedding? Tell me, I'll settle it for you." Thetis looked a little unnatural. She shook her head and said, "It's just a little trouble. There's no need to worry about me. Hephaestus, you should go back to the underworld now. There's only one day left before your wedding, right?" Her demeanor changed. Seen by Hephaestus, he said calmly, "If you don't tell me, this marriage will not be concluded." Thetis shook her head again and again, a little anxious, and said, "How can this be? Hephaestus, you must hurry back." Hephaestus smiled lightly, went to the table, poured a glass of wine and drank it, and said, "Mother, don't cover it up. With your lying skills, can you hide it from me? Also, you don't have to have any worries." Although it is a bit arrogant to say this, it is also true. Unless you offend the original God, otherwise I can take care of your troubles and solve them perfectly. These words, the first half made Thetis flustered, and the second half made her feel dazed. It took a while for Thetis to react, and asked with some uncertainty, "Hephaestus, what state are you in now?" Hephaestus released a ray of golden flame from his fingertips. The flames flowed in the air and turned into a few small characters, half-step primordial. After Thetis narrated, Hephaestus knew the whole story. Thetis nodded. At first he was concerned about my background and didn't dare to do anything wrong. But later on he became more and more reckless, and even sent guards to the shrine. I chased him away and killed him, and then sent again. I fought him a few times, but he was no match at all. Thetis turned pale for a moment, and took a step back. The power contained in this flame is too powerful. Even the coercion makes her unbearable. Thetis did not even attend the wedding for fear of causing trouble to Hephaestus. Thetis, a high god, is no match for her at all, so she can endure it like this. So, those guards at the gate of the shrine were sent by Acasta to watch over you? Hephaestus asked. However, the relationship between the grandparents and grandchildren is not harmonious, which is why Acasta is so bold and always comes to harass Thetis. During his absence, this guy has been harassing Thetis almost all the time. Moreover, all kinds of coercion and temptation to Thetis are unbearable. It's good to have the money, but this Acasta is powerful, and he is a strong man in the main god realm. One of the sons of Arnolds, lord of the ocean and rivers. Acasta, Thetis' grandfather, was the first sea god Pontus. After learning about the powerful strength of Hephaestus, Thetis no longer had any worries, and immediately said, "It's Acasta." Thetis was overjoyed again, and asked in a trembling voice, "Half-step, primordial? Hephaestus, are you really half-step primordial?" But at the same time, if it wasn't for the fact that Hephaestus came back in person this time, showing great strength, Thetis would have chosen to continue to endure. Hephaestus withdrew the flame, and tilted his head in disbelief. So, what's the trouble? Chapter 132. Molesting the adoptive mother. Kill. Ocean Arnold's son, Each one is better than the other. Hephaestus' eyes were cold, and a murderous intent filled the air. The temperature of the entire room dropped suddenly. He still remembered that the father of the sirens, the river god Icarus, had chased and killed him before, and a dozen or so river gods from Zeus' gang had also chased and killed him, and they were all Arnold's son. Now, another Acasta came to harass the sensuality that raised him. It was simply poking at his bottom line. Suddenly, a rough laugh came from outside, followed by someone's words, "Ha ha, Thetis, beauty, I'm here again, come out and meet me." A powerful coercion rolled over the ocean god palace. Many nymph fairies were terrified and trembling. As for Thetis, her complexion changed badly. She stood up abruptly and said angrily, "It's him. Here he is again." Acasta. Hephaestus got up after him. His expression regained his composure, and he said, "It's just in time. Let's go. Let's go out and meet, son of Arnold's." The two walked out of the room. Come to the palace hall. Hephaestus immediately saw a tall and burly figure in the center of a temple. A suit of armor, extremely majestic. His appearance wasn't too bad, but his eyebrows and eyes were dark, and his aquiline nose was very conspicuous. It always looks a little uncomfortable. This is Acasta, the son of Arnold's. Originally, Acasta was very happy to see Thetis, the object of her love, walking out with a smile on her face. But when he saw Hephaestus beside Thetis, his complexion immediately became gloomy. "Who is he?" "Thetis," Acasta asked coldly, giving people a feeling of provoking guilt. "It seems that the owner of this ocean god palace is him, and Thetis is also his person." Thetis snorted in extreme displeasure, but did not answer. And Hephaestus, with a smile on his lips, took 2 steps forward in a calm manner and said, "I am the adopted son of Thetis, Hephaestus." With his stunning beauty, this smile can capture more than just the heart of the goddess. Acasti was amazed. He was in a trance. His complexion suddenly changed. He grinned. His eyes shone with greed like a wolf, and said, "Adopted son of Thetis? I seem to have heard of you. Hephaestus, you are the enemy of my oceanic and river gods. The murderer who killed Icarus, right?" Icarus was one of his 3,000 BHDJ brothers. Long ago, Acasta also met each other a few times. Then suddenly heard the bad news. It is said that he was killed by a god named Hephaestus. Hephaestus nodded in disbelief. "It's me. That's right. What do you want?" Acasta grinned twice, looked at Thetis, then at Hephaestus, rubbed her hands expectantly, and said, "Actually, don't be afraid. With me protecting you mother and son, my father will not pursue your crimes, and everything will be fine. Of course, you mother and son must find a way to repay my benefactor." Teddy C, are you right? Anger immediately appeared on Thetis's face. This B asterisk 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 D is too shameless. As for Hephaestus, his face was expressionless, but the killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. "Repay. Of course you have to repay. So, Acasta, do you want to die?" These words are very flat, very calm. However, a bitter chill spread out and filled the entire hall. Thetis turned her head and looked, feeling that Hephaestus' whole person changed in this instant, and he became terrible. As for Acasti, he stopped in his tracks, not angry, but a little dazed. Doesn't seem to understand how Hephaestus dared to speak to him like that. Could it be that the other party doesn't know that he is the main god powerhouse? Where does the confidence and courage come from? If you don't answer, I'll take it as your default. Seeing this fellow, Hephaestus continued. He thought for a lifetime, and the forging domain was released suddenly, covering Acasta like a lifetime. Then, the red golden flames with frightening temperature gushed out like a dragon, like a python. It directly devoured this burly man. Ah! Burning flames. Acasta let out an incomparably shrill scream, and her body melted visible to the naked eye, like a burning candle. Only now did he understand that the other party was 100 times stronger than him, and he felt infinite remorse and hatred in his heart. Struggling to death, he hit the barrier of the field a few times, and he didn't move anymore. A breath passed. The flame disappears. Acasta vanished. Not even a strand of hair remained. Thetis witnessed this scene. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock, even though she knew Hephaestus was strong. But he was still shocked by his method of killing the main god in seconds. What has Hephaestus experienced during this time away from home? He has become so powerful and decisive. Soon, Shijing realized a serious problem. Oops, Hephaestus. Arnold's must have sensed Acasta's death. He will rush over to take revenge. Thetis said in a panic. She doesn't know how strong Hephaestus really is. Because she had never seen half-step Yuan reveal her strength, she always felt that it was very mysterious. So she was worried that Hephaestus could not defeat the Lord of the Ocean and Rivers. At this moment, I can't help but regret that I should have blocked Hephaestus' hands. In comparison, she would rather endure than bring trouble to Hephaestus. Don't be afraid. I'm just waiting for him to come. Hephaestus didn't change his face and said flatly, the trouble must be solved from the source. Otherwise, it will come out to trouble you continuously. Seeing him so calm, Thetis didn't know what to do. Along the way, the sea burst into a tsunami because of his anger, almost destroying the world. Even though he has many children, he still feels very sad. Moreover, this is related to the dignity of the ocean and river gods. How can his children be slaughtered one after another like pigs alone? One of the overlords of the ocean, Zeus, once again felt the disappearance of his bloodline descendants. Many children and gods looked at the scene in front of them in panic. Acasta, whoever you are, I will kill you. What happened? It made God so angry. From Ecrueus to the dozen sons of Juxo, and now to Acasta, Arnold's has run out of patience. Stopping over the ocean god palace, Arnold's roared again. It turns out that the children of Pontus are doing the trick. How dare you kill the son of Arnold's? I want you all to be buried with me. In less than a year, he lost nearly 20 heirs. He stood up abruptly, growling, his beard trembling, his face full of anger. Disappearance means death. Arnold's roared, and the entire sea erupted into a turbulent and frightening tsunami because of his anger. And Arnold's, following the bloodline induction, flew all the way to Ocean God Palace. Oceanic River Shrine. The death of a strong man in the main god realm is undoubtedly a serious loss to the Oceanic River god system. In a flash, he disappeared into the palace. Chapter 133. Almost killed Grandpa Athena. The divine power fluctuations of the main god's peak state kept suppressing the Ocean God Palace. Thetis raised her eyes and looked out, revealing a look of fear. She is just a high god, and she can't match this power at all. But soon, a tough magical barrier wrapped her inside, protecting her from harm. Hephaestus stood up and said jokingly, "Sure enough, I didn't make me wait in vain. The master of the ocean and rivers is quite fast." It was only a short time before Acasta died, and they rushed to the Ocean God Palace. It didn't waste too much of his time. "Wait here for me, Thetis. I'll come back as soon as I go," Hephaestus said without turning his head. He straightened his figure and flew out of the shrine. Hephaestus and Thetis yelled anxiously. Rumble. The majestic and turbulent blue sea enveloped the sky and the earth. It is as if the whole world has become an ocean. And an old man with a crown on his head and a scepter in his hand was standing in the center of the sea world, making angry howls, and his white beard was constantly blowing on his chin. One of the 12 ancient titans, Arnold's. Its strength is stronger than that of the ancient sun god Hyperion. Hephaestus judged in his mind. However, that's fine. If he wanted to destroy the arrows all the time, he would kill the ocean overlord. Hephaestus was walking on the blue sea, and the current kept lifting his body to a higher level. After a few steps, he was already level with Arnold, who was hundreds of meters away. "You have the breath of Acasta. It was you who killed my son. Damn it. Report your name." Arnold saw the blond young man across from him at a glance, and was stunned by that handsome appearance for a moment, before he pointed his scepter and roared angrily. In his ocean domain, he is invincible. At least, Arnold's thought so himself. Therefore, this fair-haired young man, who is as handsome as a monster, is just a poor creature who is about to be killed. And he doesn't need to have any compassion for him. Blood feud, irreconcilable. "My name is Hephaestus, Arnold's. You should have heard my name," Hephaestus said calmly. Although the sea waves continued to howl and shake the earth, they still couldn't cover up his voice. It contains the power of law. When Arnold's heard this name, his eyes flashed, and he said fiercely, "It's you." His memory of this name is still very clear. It can even be said to be profound. Because not long ago, it was Hephaestus who killed Ecrueus, Zuxo, and a dozen sons. If he hadn't been afraid of Zeus at that time, he would have shot at that time. Unexpectedly, after many days, the other party killed Acasta again. "I can't bear it. It's me." Hephaestus walked over step by step. "What happened just now? Arnold's, you know it too. Still, I'm going to tell you something you didn't know. Your son, Acasta, is full of lust and has a heart for my adoptive mother Thetis and planned to put it into action. Therefore, I killed him. If you want to avenge him, come as soon as possible. I will not show mercy." This scene seemed familiar. Hephaestus had warned Zuxo in the same way before. It's a pity that the other party didn't listen to the persuasion and finally died together with the brothers. Arnold's heard this. "I suddenly understood many things in my heart. He had heard that Acasta had gotten closer to Thetis recently, but he didn't expect that such a thing would happen now. But even if his son is wrong, the other party shouldn't just be slaughtered like a pig. Arnold's anger was still strong. Are you bullying the dead and can't speak? Hephaestus, you killed nearly 20 of my heirs. No matter how you quibble today, I will settle this account with you. Die. Rumble. The waves of the blue sea rise 10,000 feet in the face of the storm. With the power of the law that purifies everything, they charge towards Hephaestus. In the domain of the Lord God, there is no escape. The dignity of the oceanic and river gods cannot be desecrated. Sure enough, another idiot. Hephaestus was not surprised to see the opponent attacking. In his opinion, the male gods of oceans and rivers are a bit out of their minds. Shenhua, come out. Hephaestus made a thought. Endless red-golden flames gushed out from behind, carrying a terrifying temperature, fighting against the world-shattering blue sea. The two forces touch. The power of Arnold's law, as fragile as porcelain, shattered. The blue sea waves were quickly ignited by a magic fire like gasoline. The entire ocean domain instantly became the fire domain of Hephaestus. Arnold's sea became the turtle in the urn, lost in a blink of an eye. Urza Arnold's was a little dazed and still didn't understand what was going on. Why was my power of law and my own ocean wiped out in an instant? And why was I trapped in the enemy's domain? Boiled Titan in sea water. Hephaestus said again. In an instant, the endless sea of burning seas counterattacked Arnold's. Arienti. The latter finally showed a look of fear and hastily blasted out waves of law power to resist. However, with a huge difference in realms and a change of home game, how can he be Hephaestus' opponent? In a short time, his hair and beard, as well as his robe and scepter, were all burnt, and he looked extremely embarrassed. And there is a burn on the back, which looks miserable. Hey, what level is this guy? Why is he so powerful? Even I am no match. Could it be that he is half-step primordial? How is this possible? Arnold was shocked, and at the same time began to regret, constantly cursing that useless Acasta. He actually provoked such a big enemy. If you start over, even if you kill him, you won't come to revenge. He is at the peak of the main god, looking for half-step original revenge. Isn't this courting death? Arnold's wanted to beg for mercy, but Hephaestus' attacks continued in waves, and he would die if he didn't pay attention. There was no chance to beg for mercy, which made him feel so miserable and aggrieved. Zero suddenly. A small voice came from outside. Hephaestus, don't kill them all. The only bully is Acasta. He is dead now. Why don't we let it go like this? These are the words of Thetis. In fact, after Acasta died, her anger disappeared, not wanting to let Hephaestus die now. Moreover, Os Arnold's is also one of the 12 titans. If he is killed like this, it will definitely anger Gaia. No matter how strong Hephaestus is, he is still no match for Gaia, and Thetis does not want to invite strong enemies for Hephaestus. In addition, Thetis did not forget to consider Hephaestus' fiancé, Arnold's sea, but Athena's grandfather. On the eve of the wedding, the groom killed the bride's grandfather. Thetis didn't want to see such a thing happen. Although Thetis' voice penetrated through the domain barrier, after being weakened, it became very subtle. But Hephaestus still heard. He hesitated for a moment, and Taodao Huahai stopped attacking. He understood Thetis' thoughts and had his own considerations. See the attack stop. Os Arnold's was very grateful at this moment, and quickly shouted, Thank you. Thetis, thank you for your words of help. Hephaestus also withdrew the realm, saying, Go away, and don't let me see you again. Arnold's body shook, and he hurriedly said, Yes, great Vulcan, please forgive my rudeness and recklessness. I am willing to pay for my mistakes. Thank you for forgiving me this time. The voice of begging for mercy has not yet fallen. He fled like a puff of smoke, for fear that Hephaestus would repent. Chapter 134. Marrying Athena. Arnold's fled in embarrassment. The blue sea returns to tranquility. Hephaestus falls to the surface of the sea, opposite Thetis. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the magic barrier protecting her. Hephaestus said, It is time for us to go. The wedding in the underworld is about to begin. The gods and Athena must be waiting for him. Thetis nodded and smiled. Okay, I'll go back and prepare some congratulatory gifts first. On your wedding day, I can't always give you shabby things. Both of them knew what the other was thinking, so naturally they didn't have to waste much time talking about letting Arnold's go. In the end, the gift was still not ready. Hephaestus refused, because Thetis had sent a large box of ocean treasures before, and these are not necessary, as long as people can be present. Underworld. 003-inch wedding planning is complete. This lifeless place has been processed by many gods, and it has become a beautiful fairyland. The dawn, the silver moon, the golden rising sun, and the rainbow bridge across Guanyu. The impossible scene in the world is perfectly presented here. Now, just wait until Faith and Athena are married. After Hephaestus brought Thetis back, there was a commotion. After all, this is the granddaughter of the first generation of sea god, and her status is extraordinary. It's just a little lower. But no one dared to underestimate her, because this is the foster mother of Vulcan, and Vulcan is half a step into the original state. Inside the room, Hecate, Athena, Hephaestus, and Thetis gathered together. Hecate, who saw her mother-in-law for the first time, was a little nervous, but Athena was still calm, and they both saluted Judies together. Seeing that the two daughters-in-law are so beautiful and powerful, Thetis couldn't hide her smile, and each of them gave them a pair of jewelry as a gift. Hephaestus, when you were away, Hera ordered Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, to send several boxes of expensive gifts. She knew that you invited Thetis to come, and she seemed to be fighting for the throne. Hecate whispered to Hephaestus. Behind them, Athena is chatting with Thetis. Thetis was still carefully helping Athena organize her wedding dress and wear jewelry, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Fight for the master. Hephaestus thought for a while, then suddenly smiled. Unexpectedly, Hera has not figured out who is more important. Knowing that Thetis is coming to the wedding, she still wants to be his and Athena's high hall. This is naturally impossible. Although Hephaestus made false claims with her and secretly formed an alliance with her, he would not make concessions on this kind of place. Now that he has great strength, he no longer needs to think so much about being afraid of offending anyone. To act, as long as one's thoughts are clear and one's mind is happy. Don't worry about it. Let her sit with Zeus. There is only one main seat today. Hephaestus said. Hecate knew Hephaestus' character and was not surprised when he heard the words. He nodded and said, I see. I will arrange it. You change into your dress quickly, and the wedding will begin soon. Don't make the gods wait too long. In the end, she glanced at Athena enviously before leaving. It's a pity that Thetis didn't come to the first wedding. The backbone of this adoptive mother is now all on Athena. After a while, Thea and Selene, goddess of the moon, and Eos, goddess of dawn, soon entered the room to help Hephaestus dress up. Thetis couldn't help but be amazed that the three master gods acted as slaves. Unknowingly, the child she adopted has become so powerful. At the same time, I am very pleased. During this time, Hephaestus went out to practice, and she was worried all the time in the ocean god palace. As the saying goes, a mother who travels 1,000 miles is worried. Looking at it now, she doesn't have to worry about Hephaestus' danger anymore. Half an hour later, the gods gathered in the inner sanctuary of Hades. Thetis and Hecate are entertaining these guests. There are several tables of banquets, and the three groups of people are clearly separated. They are the gods of the underworld headed by Hades and Persephone, the gods of the holy mountain headed by Zeus and Hera, and the gods of the sea headed by Poseidon. Her princess did not come to the underworld. This pattern change is naturally related to the previous war. Even though the three parties showed a group of harmony, it is still difficult to conceal the vague hostility behind them. In fact, it is not difficult to guess that Zeus also figured out Gaia's thoughts to some extent. Gaia stopped helping him, and it was definitely not because she wanted to give up the control of the throne of God King, but because she changed the person she supported. Hades, the king of the underworld, has the backing of the goddess of the night and will no longer collude with Gaia. Then only his good big brother Poseidon is eligible for support. It is precisely because of this that Cronus walked out of the abyss of hell openly, but there was no original god to stop him. Whether it's Nyx or Gaia, they all hope to use Cronus' hand to get rid of him and help their own people to take over. Thinking of this, Zeus looked at Poseidon and Hades with a hint of hatred. But he is not helpless. As long as the wedding is completed, Hephaestus will return to his command. With this strong backing, he no longer has to be afraid of Cronus. The fire cooks the oil, and the flowers bloom. After a burst of excitement, the climax of the wedding came. Look, the bride and groom are coming out. It's Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, as a bridesmaid. I really want to marry Vulcan. Athena is so happy. Vulcan is so beautiful. No matter how you look at it, you can't get tired of it. I'm so envious. I heard that the god Empress threw him away because she disliked Vulcan being too ugly. I really don't know what to think. I'm guessing my guts are turning green now. Look over there. Sitting on the main seat is the sea goddess Thetis. Being kind is worse than nourishing kindness. I heard that the pet python skin of the Queen of God used to send people to assassinate Vulcan. It was the goddess of the sea who came to save her. Shoot, don't say these things, don't you want to die? In the bustling hall, some people were discussing in low voices. Many were talking about the appearance of Hephaestus, and some were talking about the past. After mentioning a sensitive topic, he was severely reprimanded. That person knew he had made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly shut up. In this cheering tide, Hephaestus and Athena walked slowly into the hall. Behind them are the three mothers and daughters of Thea, as well as Artemis, the bridesmaid, and four close-fitting sea nymphs. In short, the real appearance is quite luxurious. Seeing Thetis and Hecate sitting in the distance, he couldn't help smiling. That's the right kind of wedding. And Athena, holding Hephaestus' arm, also had a faint smile on Yuan Li's calm face. This is what it feels like to be a bride. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be the bride of Hephaestus. Although she agreed to marry Hephaestus, it was not because of their feelings, but because of their interests. But now, Athena was a little confused. The two came to Thetis first. Hephaestus joins Athena in toasting her. Thetis was naturally full of joy. This was the happiest day of her time. It's just that Hera, who was sitting by the side, had a stiff smile on her face. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the embarrassment and annoyance behind her smile. Chapter 135. Marriage with Athena, as usual. Hephaestus and Athena exchange oaths and exchange wedding rings. The second most important part of this wedding is completed. Hephaestus felt that the moment he put on the ring, Athena's hand seemed to tremble slightly. Moreover, at that moment, her heartbeat was unusually fast. Apparently, she was not as calm as she appeared. After the two sat down, the gods chatted with each other. Thetis chatted with Athena for a few words, and then began to explain to Hecate why the last wedding did not come. But it was just a whisper between the two, and Thetis didn't want outsiders to know about it. The ocean and river gods are Athena's mother clan, and a joke was made at the wedding to embarrass Athena. And Zeus, after saying a few words of blessing and encouragement to Hephaestus, he drank by himself. His eyes swept towards Poseidon and Hades intentionally or unintentionally, and there was a murderous intent hidden deep in his eyes that no one could detect. Apollo and Artemis also sat with several people. They are cousins with Athena, and they also have a relationship with Alliance 17, so they are naturally closer. Ever since the newcomers Hephaestus and Athena appeared on the stage, the smiles of the siblings have never disappeared. Artemis, Apollo, I will leave the table with Athena later. Before that, I have a few words to explain to you too. I can't deal with Cronus directly now. If Cronus is attacking again, you have to be careful. Don't follow Zeus to fight. Avoid it if you can. Suddenly, the words of Hephaestus sounded in the minds of Artemis and Apollo. The siblings were slightly taken aback when they heard these words. This is the layout and plan of the original god. No one can stop Zeus from falling. Just listen to me. Hephaestus said again. His original idea was to confront Cronus and kill the opponent. But after contacting Gaia, he had a new idea. He intends to follow the trend. After the downfall of Zeus, Cronus will inevitably take the opportunity to bring disaster to the world. Even if he doesn't come out to make trouble, Gaia, an Evernight goddess, will definitely find an excuse to attack him. Because Cronus is a great threat and a stumbling block to Hades and Poseidon ascending the throne of God King. With Cronus dead, his threat naturally ceased to exist. Two great enemies can be killed because of this. Why not do it? We get it, rest assured Hephaestus. Artemis and Apollo replied via sound transmission. They are a confederacy and naturally obey the orders of Hephaestus. Hephaestus nodded and raised his wine glass to toast the two. From the corner of his eyes, he could see the gloomy expression on Zeus's face. Moreover, he also sensed a faint murderous intent. This is naturally Zeus's response to the two big brothers Poseidon and Hades. In fact, Hephaestus knew that Zeus's intention to kill him never disappeared. It's just that he is facing the enemy now and needs to rely on him to support him, so he can bury the killing intent deep in his heart. Given the chance, Hephaestus is sure Zeus would have designed to get rid of himself without hesitation. For the prophecy of Gaia and the vicious curse of Uranus, Zeus can absolutely do it. After all, Zeus can even devour a pregnant wife, not to mention an enemy who has deep grievances and uses each other. Shortly after, Athena and Hephaestus thanked Thetis, God King, Pluto, Neptune, and others, and left the wedding scene. They will return home to complete the most important part of the wedding. After they left, the gods were happy for a moment, and then they all left. They are hostile to each other in their hearts. Even if the wedding can bring them together in harmony, they can't stay for long. As a result, Pluto's inner hall was soon left with a ruined cup. Only the gods of the underworld are still there. Hecate and Thetis were also talking to themselves. Go back to the room. What was it like when you first married Hecate, Hephaestus? Athena dragged her long white dress and came to the table to pour wine. She didn't drink it all before, but today is a bit special, and naturally there must be special exceptions. Hephaestus closed the door, followed her to the table, was silent for a while, and suddenly said with a sneer, I think the standard answer should be, I am about to have a beautiful wife who loves me deeply, and she will stay with me for the rest of my life and never betray. I am very happy. However, that day is more about, Thetis, I'm sorry I didn't come. Athena took a sip of her wine and nodded irrefutably. It seems that the sea goddess is really important to you. Hephaestus also poured himself a glass of wine and said, just as Métis is important to you. Métis is the mother of Athena, the former goddess of wisdom. Hearing this, Athena drank the wine in one gulp. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, but her tone remained calm. Hephaestus, I think you should know why Zeus gave me to you. Can you tell me your plan? I think Cronus will attack again after he heals his injuries. Gaia still won't help Zeus. He has nothing to hope for but you. Athena had not communicated with Hephaestus for a long time before her marriage. Hephaestus shook the wine glass, thought for a while, and said with a smile, you actually think that I will help Zeus fight against the enemy just because I married Zeus' daughter? Athena shook her head immediately. I don't think so. Ask because you doubt, and doubt because you don't trust me enough. You don't trust me enough? Said Hephaestus. Athena was speechless for a moment, then poured another glass of wine. Okay, I apologize. Hephaestus clinked wine glasses with her and made a crisp sound. I accept. I can also tell you clearly that Zeus will be overthrown when Cronus launches the second war. Gaia is now Poseidon's person. She can't wait for Zeus to die, and there is no way to rescue him. And why do I want to save those who hate me and use me? So, in a short time, your vengeance will be avenged. Athena's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment, and she looked at Hephaestus with a softer gaze. Once Zeus dies, Cronus' death will not be far away. After hearing what Hephaestus said, she could easily deduce that Gaia was killing people with a knife. That's right, so we'll just have to wait, said Hephaestus. Athena put down her wine glass, looked towards the door, and said, I want to inform Artemis and Apollo that if Cronus invades, they can't make any more moves. Otherwise, there will be danger. Wait for her to walk to the door. Hephaestus, who was watching him, said with interest, no need. I have already explained to them just now. Athena froze slightly and stood there, seemingly at a loss. In fact, it is not in a hurry to tell Artemis and Apollo. Athena was just making excuses. She's very nervous right now. Involuntarily want to escape from this room. Even though she was very calm on the surface, Hephaestus also guessed why she was nervous. Putting down the wine glass, she walked over to her. Athena, we are a political marriage for our alliance. To overthrow Zeus. I didn't force you to do anything. You made 2 mistakes today. The voice fell. He also passed Athena, walked to the door, and put one hand on the door frame. But at this moment, Athena suddenly grabbed his hand. I didn't mean that. Chapter 136. 7 days and 7 nights in the bridal chamber. Athena took Hephaestus' hand and whispered, I didn't mean that. For Hephaestus, she has no complaints or dissatisfaction. Hephaestus has the same goal as her, both to overthrow Zeus. Powerful, half-step original state. With a handsome appearance, it is difficult to find anyone in Mount Olympus or even the entire god realm who can match her. However, Athena was still nervous in the face of this wedding night. Hephaestus slowly withdrew his hand upon hearing this and looked at Athena. Compared with Hecate's charming and soft beauty, Athena is more heroic. The heroic posture has always been valiant, especially when wearing armor. Now if you put on a pure white wedding dress, it will look dignified and holy, with an inviolable temperament. At this moment, she should be feeling ashamed, and because of the wine, her cheeks are still flushed. She is extremely cute. I had envisioned everything that would happen after we got married, and I thought I would take it all in peace. However, there is always a gap between expectations and reality. I didn't know that I was not ready until this moment came. There were several very strange emotions churning in my heart. It was hard to erase, hard to clarify. Athena let go of her hand and continued. His tone gradually calmed down, as if he was analyzing himself. She began to look directly into Hephaestus' eyes. Hephaestus thought about it, nodded to show that he understood, and didn't speak, because he knew that Athena hadn't finished. But, Hephaestus, when you just opened the door. 11 Athena's voice gradually became very gentle, and she said, there is only one voice in my head, and it keeps saying 2 words repeatedly. What? Hephaestus asked. Don't go, Athena replied. Listen to these 2 words. Hephaestus suddenly smiled and reached out to rub Athena's head. He is not an unsympathetic wood and stone. He can completely understand the meaning contained in these 2 words. And Athena, with her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, took off her white veil and took the initiative to bully her. At the same time, Zeus, The king of the gods who left the wedding banquet breathed a sigh of relief. Married to Athena, Hephaestus was his son-in-law. Even without Gaia's shot, he can use this to resist Cronus. What needs to be worried about is that the goddess of the night and Gaia will attack Vulcan or him. If these primordial gods no longer care about appearances and directly act brutally and arrogantly, half a step away from the primordial Vulcan, it will be difficult to keep his position as the king of the gods. It still needs a two-pronged approach. Let Hephaestus break through the original as soon as possible, and then send his mother to Gaia to intercede and make her change her mind. Zeus thought secretly, Gaia can give up on him, but he cannot give up on Gaia. Even if Hephaestus can break through the original, it can only solve the small trouble of Cronus. Facing Gaia, the old primordial who has lived from the beginning of the world to the present, he is still not an opponent. So if you want a secure seat, you still have to win over Gaia. Hedging bets is the safest way. In this way, 7 days passed in a flash. The wedding is over. All kinds of visions naturally disappeared completely. The underworld is still dead. Countless souls of the dead filled the plain of truth, and on the other side of the river Styx, they let out painful howls one after another. Hephaestus and Athena never came out of the room. 7 full days. This made First Lady Hecate very dissatisfied. At the beginning, she and Hephaestus were only 3 days old, and it was all because of the goddess of agriculture and the goddess of hearth, who provoked Hephaestus out. But thinking that the other party is to save Persephone, Hecate can't get angry with them. Fortunately, Thetis chatted with her to relieve her boredom, and told her some things about Hephaestus in Lemnos Island and the Sea God Palace, which made her have a lot of fun. And the abyss of hell. During these 7 days, there were low and painful voices from time to time. This is the movement made by Cronus. He was pulling out the arrow of destruction that Hephaestus had shot at him. The destructive power contained in the arrow will explode at any time, causing even more terrifying secondary damage. So Cronus had to be very careful to pull it out of his chest without triggering an explosion. Viscous hot blood dripped all over the ground. Under the manipulation of Cronus, a gust of black air enveloped the golden arrow and was withdrawing outward. The body of the arrow is almost 2/3 out. After a few breaths, with a puff, the arrow flew upside down from Cronus' chest with a pool of blood. Hephaestus, damn you, damn you. The pain aroused the ferocity of Cronus, and the scarlet eyes burst out with endless killing intent. The wound on his chest healed quickly, and the power of thunder and flame was repelled. With the blessing of the abyss of hell, this kind of injury is not difficult to heal. Humph, I don't believe you have a second such powerful artifact. Hephaestus, when I kill Zeus and devour his god Wang Quan, your time of death will come. Cronus snorted coldly, flipped his wrist, and the sickle reappeared. Great time. He didn't intend to delay for a moment. Therefore, a high-spirited, immortal will full of killing intent once again shrouded the entire abyss of hell. Cronus yelled out only one word this time. Kill. On the field of truth, a huge void crack appeared. The seal was also destroyed. Cronus' mighty abyssal gods and demons invaded again. Before the little god of the holy mountain guarding the field of truth had time to raise the alarm, he was chopped into pieces by a pitch-black arc-shaped cold light falling from the sky. The coldness and killing intent spread throughout the underworld. This is a silent declaration of war. The gods of the underworld, the gods of the ocean, and the gods of the holy mountain all sensed it clearly at the same time. Cronus, how dare you come out? Could it be that the arrow hasn't taught you a lesson yet? The angry voice of Zeus, the king of the gods, immediately resounded across the universe. I saw streams of light shooting from the sky, standing in the air, transformed into a powerful god. But without Athena, Artemis, and Apollo, the lineup looks very thin. At this moment, Zeus held the thunderbolt and pointed at Cronus from afar. There was no fear in his tone or expression, because Zeus was sure Hephaestus would strike and defeat Cronus. Cronus sneered and said disdainfully, Zeus, Vulcan can say that, because he shot that arrow. But you can't, you are not my enemy. So just shut up and die? No one can save you today. Who block me, whoever I kill? His voice fell. Not to mention nonsense. With a wave of the sickle, the mighty power of the law went straight to kill Zeus. Cronus noticed that there were a few gods missing behind Zeus, and Vulcan hadn't arrived at this time. If he could take advantage of this opportunity, it would be a great thing to kill Zeus in advance. Chapter 137. Zeus fled in defeat, cut off the sickle. Half of the sky in Hades is covered by tide-like darkness, and the endless power of the kingdom of God strikes. In an instant, the faces of the gods of Mount Olympus turned pale. Zeus also gritted his teeth, gathered a thunderbolt, and blasted out in front of him abruptly. The masculine, swift, and violent thunder, full of destructive power, is infinitely close to half a step original. Even if it is a strong master at the peak of the main god, it is absolutely impossible to resist this blow. But in the face of Cronus, a powerful half-step primordial god, this level of attack is too fragile. A dull and dense rumbling loud noise burst out. I saw the phantom of the abyss god kingdom and the cold light of Cronos' sickle, crushing the thunder inch by inch, like rolling wheels crushing a piece of porcelain. The fierce and unparalleled power directly suppressed Zeus and the gods of the holy mountain. Queen Hera, goddess of justice Themis, god of war Ares, god of love Aphrodite, and other main gods all unanimously launched the strongest blow. Brilliant rays of divine light erupted in the darkness. However, they soon repeated the same mistakes and staged the situation when they lost the first time. A series of muffled hums sounded out one after another. One after another divine light disappears. The attacks of the gods were crushed and disintegrated one after another. The weaker one, 433, spewed blood on the spot. Hera and other gods all showed panic. Zeus even roared furiously, "Hephaestus, come out quickly!" The cold light of the sickle cut through the sky and split the earth, killing them in an endless stream. Miracles did not happen. The inner hall of Hades' palace. Hades sat on the dark throne, looked at this scene, and grinned silently. It seems that Hephaestus will not come out to rescue Zeus this time and resist Cronus. And his prediction was not wrong. This time, Zeus lost his wife and lost his army. Maybe even his life could not be saved. The same is true for Poseidon, but he laughed arrogantly. His laughter could be heard almost throughout Hades' palace. The only one who has a little mercy for Zeus. That is Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. But when she thought of all the evil things that Zeus had done before, her eyes also turned cold. Unexpectedly, in the end, the ending of father and son killing each other is unavoidable. The stove goddess heard his, said in a sad tone. She also doesn't like the brothers Zeus, Hades, and Bohandong. But the situation of father and son killing each other made her unavoidably touched. This is fate, inescapable destiny. Artemis and Apollo, who were hiding in the palace of Hades, did not face Cronus' attack, but they still felt breathless after seeing this scene. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on his head. Cronus' attack fell relentlessly. Almost all hit Zeus. Thunder spewed out from the latter's body like a tide, turning into an extremely solid barrier shield. But I still couldn't resist. My body flew upside down like a cannonball. The entire underworld was shaken by the aftermath, and the universe of the underworld cracked one after another, like fish scales. And half of the remaining attacks fell on Hera, Themis, and other powerful main gods. The other half fell on those low-level gods. Even this Ling Luo's attack was extremely ferocious. A series of cold lights bloomed like spring flowers. Hera and other main gods were injured and fell from the sky. Those low-level gods were even more devastated and cut into pieces. They were smashed into powder. Just a few breaths. Mount Olympus, heavy loss. Ha! See this scene. Cronus laughed wildly and swung his scythe again. He slashed at Zeus. The sense of crisis of death welled up in my heart. With a roar of falling, he inspired his full strength and fled to the distance. In the blink of an eye, he has made a decision. Give up the gods of Mount Olympus and save your own life first. A faint blue thunder cut through the void in an instant and shot into the distance. Next moment, the land of the pastoral truth was cut open by Cronus' scythe with a terrible crack, like a bottomless abyss. Still want to run? Cronus' eyes shone fiercely, and his figure disappeared instantly. BHDH followed closely, and the tide-like army of gods and demons behind him shouted to kill the gods of Mount Olympus. In fact, the damage done to them by these gods and demons is far less than that of Cronus' blow. If it weren't for Cronus to chase Zeus, then the gods of Mount Olympus here would probably all be destroyed. Quick, quick, faster. Feel the heavy oppression approaching behind you. Zeus yelled in his heart. If he was caught up one step later, he would be dead. Soon, a dense white mist and a black line appeared in the distance. Zeus knew it was the river Styx. As long as he crosses the river Styx, he will be able to paint in peace. Boom! A terrifying power of law pierced through the void and directly suppressed Zeus. Although it has been weakened layer by layer in the domain of the main god of Zeus. But the power is still strong enough to kill the main god. Break! The blue veins on Zeus's forehead exploded. His eyes were about to burst, and the majestic thunder power turned into a ferocious thunder dragon, engulfing the power of law and slamming the attack from behind him across the void. Bang boom! Deafening explosions resounded through the underworld. Thunder was smashed again. And Zeus, after all, was not intercepted. He landed on the edge of the sticks and jumped straight into Kauai's boat. Sharon had just carried a few dead souls across the river, and the timing was incomparable. "Hurry up, row," Zeus yelled at Sharon. Sharon rowed unhurriedly to carry him across the river. He is the son of the goddess of the night. Even if Cronus chased him, he would not dare to attack him. So Zeus was so panicked that he didn't react at all. The ferry boat disappeared into the white mist. Billowing air waves descended from the sky, stirring up countless gravel and smoke. When Cronus landed, seeing Zeus escape by boat, he said a few words through his teeth extremely coldly. "You can't escape, Zeus. Cross the river Styx." Zeus didn't dare to stay for a moment, turned into thunder, and flew away again. After passing through the gate of hell and the garden of hell, he immediately withdrew all his divine power, not daring to make a sound, and cautiously entered the deep and dead darkness. Like a tide of darkness, it swallowed him instantly. This is Erebus, one of the passages into the underworld. Here, you must maintain absolute tranquility, and you must not make any light, otherwise you will undoubtedly die. Not long. Cronus also chased after him. He also knew the rules here, so he restrained his divine power reluctantly and rushed into the darkness. The rustling sound disappeared quickly. "Zeus, where else can you escape but return to Mount Olympus? You are doomed." Cronus couldn't find Zeus in Erebus at all, so he radiated his will while chasing him. Zeus, who was running away desperately in front, heard this voice in his mind. But he didn't dare to respond in the slightest, otherwise he would be sensed by Cronos immediately. Cronus, on the other hand, did not sense Zeus, but he sensed that an incomparably terrifying stalwart was continuously suppressing him. "Die, die, die." This word exploded in Cronos' mind in an instant. Chapter 138. Primordial God Erebus. The power contained in this will is extremely terrifying. In an instant, Cronos was suppressed and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a terrible premonition of danger rose in my heart. This can't be Zeus' method, because Zeus does not have such a powerful strength. Damn it, he woke up. Cronos suddenly thought of a possibility. His complexion was very ugly. The vast divine power in his body was agitated, turned into a dim light, turned around, and ran away. If that one wakes up from deep sleep, he cannot be his opponent. There are many opportunities to kill Zeus. The premise is to save your own life first. Die, die, die. That will keeps on pressing. At the same time, in the deep darkness, a mighty force of law traveled through time and space to attack Cronos. There is no way to avoid it. Cronos' heart was beating wildly, knowing that it was a matter of life and death. If he is not careful, he will die here. Therefore, Cronos gathered all his strength, summoned the phantom of the kingdom of God, and faced the power of this law head-on. In the darkness, there is no light. The attacks of the two collided without making any sound. In a dead silence, Cronos felt that his phantom of the kingdom of God was shattered, and the endless power of the law is still coming unabated. Fortunately, much of its power has been spent. Swinging the sickle, he tried his best to chop off. Boom. Finally, the explosion sounded. Cronos spewed out a mouthful of hot blood again. He resisted the pain of shattering, turned into a faint black light, and continued to escape. He had just entered Erebus. Therefore, it is not slow to escape. This crushing of willpower and the attack that almost killed Cronos was completed in the blink of an eye. Until Cronos escaped, it was only a matter of breathing. The power of Tartarus? Is he dead, in the dark? That great and terrible will is a little puzzled. The other side. Zeus is still fleeing desperately. Life and death are at stake. How dare he relax for a moment? However, Zeus unfortunately found that he got lost in Erebus. He clearly remembered that he hadn't broken away from the yin and yang path of traveling between the underworld and the human world. Damn it, where the hell is this? Zeus cursed in his heart, and his eyes glanced around, but he couldn't see anything except the darkness, and he couldn't even go back the same way. Here, he is a lost lamb. Although he could release the lightning and find a way to leave Erebus at his fastest speed, Zeus did not dare to do so. If he woke up that one, he would definitely die faster than meeting Cronos. Zeus walked into a passage unknowingly. He followed this passage from one piece of darkness to another piece of darkness, and he didn't realize it because the kingdom of darkness had deprived him of his vision and all his perception. However, Zeus miraculously saw a majestic temple, and the gloomy flames lined up with the passage. He could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying existence in the temple. This is. Zeus stopped, his heartbeat accelerated, and almost jumped out of his throat. A temple in Erebos, the kingdom of darkness. There is no need to think about it at all. Everyone knows who is inside. But didn't the other party fall into a deep sleep? Why did he wake up at this time? Damn ants, you woke me up from my slumber. It's an unforgivable crime. Suddenly, a deep and majestic voice came from the temple, implying anger. It is conceivable that once this anger erupts, how terrifying it will be. His legs were weak, and he hurriedly said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty Erebus, I have no intention of waking you up. This is absolutely not my intention. Please forgive my sins. I am willing to pay the price and compensate you." Erebus, one of several primordial gods. He is also the husband of the goddess of the night. This dark kingdom linking the underworld and the human world is his territory. Zeus went astray, unknowingly came to the kingdom of Erebus. He was speaking at the moment, not even daring to enter the temple, because the coercion of the original god rushed over like a tidal wave. Zeus already had the intention of kneeling down. "Ant, what can you do to compensate me? You are just an ant," the voice in the temple said, and suddenly, Erebus let out a slight hey, and said again, "You have the handle of the god Wang Quan on your body. It seems that you are a new generation of God King. What is your name? Tell me." Zeus dared not answer, thinking that this might be a chance to survive, so he immediately said, "Your Highness Erebus, my name is Zeus, and I am the son of the second generation of God King Cronus." The voices in the temple fell silent. A ghostly dead fire burns, but there is no temperature. Sleeping for too long. The anger in Erebus's voice was reduced a lot, but it was still majestic and terrifying. "Since you are the king of gods, it's not that I can't let you go. Help me kill the guy who took my power, I will spare you." "Ask for flowers. The guy who took your power?" Zeus was startled and suddenly remembered something. Erebus seemed to be thinking about some things and said after a while, "The new Yendi is the guy that Nyx has been cultivating. I can sense his existence. A long time ago, Erebus is the real emperor of the underworld, and he owns the Netherland and the space of Erebus. But after falling into a deep sleep, everything changed. But no matter what, the authority that was taken away must be regained. The guy trained by Nyx, the goddess of the night. Hades, the king of the underworld. It turns out that Erebus wants me to kill Hades." Zeus's thoughts were running extremely fast. The fear gradually dissipated, and he became a little bit happy. Zero, he and Erebus have the same goal. If he can win over this original god, his chance will come. With Nyx's support, it's inconvenient for me to do it myself, but you are different. I will give you something that can kill the new underworld emperor. In the temple, two gloomy rays of light flew out. One fell into the hands of Zeus. One flew into Zeus' eyebrows. Before Zeus could respond, the voice of Erebus came out again. "Two kinds of curses, one for you and one for the new underworld emperor. Complete my request. He dies, you live. If you can't complete it, then you will die with him." There was an itching between the eyebrows. Zeus felt this kind of itching wrapped around his body like a cold snake, and even wrapped around his soul. "This is the curse of the Lord of Darkness. Obey, your Highness Erebus. I will definitely kill that guy." Zeus was frightened for a while, lowered his posture, and said with a humble bow. He had heard that although Erebus and Nyx, the goddess of the night, were married and had children, their relationship was not good. Now it seems that it is so. As long as Hades is dead, the couple may start a big battle. "However, your Highness Erebus, the second generation God King Cronus is hunting me down in the kingdom of darkness. As long as I go out now, I will meet him. If I die in his hands, I will no longer be able to fulfill your obligations." "Will," Zeus said again. "Cronus? Is he the one who holds the authority of the abyss? He has been seriously injured by me, and his strength is not 1 in 10. If you meet him, he is enough to kill him. Go away quickly," Erebus said impatiently. As soon as the voice fell, Zeus was repelled from this side of the kingdom of God by the power of the law. Chapter 138. Primordial God Erebus. The power contained in this will is extremely terrifying. In an instant, Cronos was suppressed and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a terrible premonition of danger rose in my heart. This can't be Zeus' method, because Zeus does not have such a powerful strength. Damn it, he woke up. Cronos suddenly thought of a possibility. His complexion was very ugly. The vast divine power in his body was agitated, turned into a dim light, turned around, and ran away. If that one wakes up from deep sleep, he cannot be his opponent. There are many opportunities to kill Zeus. The premise is to save your own life first. Die, die, die. That will keeps on pressing. At the same time, in the deep darkness, a mighty force of law traveled through time and space to attack Cronos. There is no way to avoid it. Cronos' heart was beating wildly, knowing that it was a matter of life and death. If he is not careful, he will die here. Therefore, Kronos gathered all his strength, summoned the phantom of the kingdom of God, and faced the power of this law head-on. In the darkness, there is no light. The attacks of the two collided without making any sound. In a dead silence, Kronos felt that his phantom of the kingdom of God was shattered, and the endless power of the law is still coming unabated. Fortunately, much of its power has been spent. Swinging the sickle, he tried his best to chop off. Boom. Finally, the explosion sounded. Kronos spewed out a mouthful of hot blood again. He resisted the pain of shattering, turned into a faint black light, and continued to escape. He had just entered Erebus. Therefore, it is not slow to escape. This crushing of willpower and the attack that almost killed Kronos was completed in the blink of an eye. Until Kronos escaped, it was only a matter of breathing. The power of Tartarus? Is he dead? In the dark. That great and terrible will is a little puzzled. The other side. Zeus is still fleeing desperately. Life and death are at stake. How dare he relax for a moment? However, Zeus unfortunately found that he got lost in Erebus. He clearly remembered that he hadn't broken away from the yin and yang path of traveling between the underworld and the human world. Damn it, where the hell is this? Zeus cursed in his heart, and his eyes glanced around. But he couldn't see anything except the darkness, and he couldn't even go back the same way. Here, he is a lost lamb. Although he could release the lightning and find a way to leave Erebus at his fastest speed, Zeus did not dare to do so. If he woke up that one, he would definitely die faster than meeting Kronos. Zeus walked into a passage unknowingly. He followed this passage from one piece of darkness to another piece of darkness. And he didn't realize it, because the kingdom of darkness had deprived him of his vision and all his perception. However, Zeus miraculously saw a majestic temple, and the gloomy flames lined up with the passage. He could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying existence in the temple. This is. Zeus stopped, his heartbeat accelerated, and almost jumped out of his throat. A temple in Erebos, the kingdom of darkness. There is no need to think about it at all. Everyone knows who is inside. But didn't the other party fall into a deep sleep? Why did he wake up at this time? Damn ants, you woke me up from my slumber. It's an unforgivable crime. Suddenly, a deep and majestic voice came from the temple, implying anger. It is conceivable that once this anger erupts, how terrifying it will be. His legs were weak, and he hurriedly said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty Erebus, I have no intention of waking you up. This is absolutely not my intention. Please forgive my sins. I am willing to pay the price and compensate you." Erebus, one of several primordial gods. He is also the husband of the goddess of the night. This dark kingdom linking the underworld and the human world is his territory. Zeus went astray, unknowingly came to the kingdom of Erebus. He was speaking at the moment, not even daring to enter the temple, because the coercion of the original god rushed over like a tidal wave. Zeus already had the intention of kneeling down. "Ant, what can you do to compensate me? You are just an ant," the voice in the temple said, and suddenly, Erebus let out a slight hey, and said again, "You have the handle of the god Wang Quan on your body. It seems that you are a new generation of god king. What is your name? Tell me." Zeus dared not answer, thinking that this might be a chance to survive, so he immediately said, "Your Highness Erebus, my name is Zeus, and I am the son of the second generation of god King Kronos." The voices in the temple fell silent. A ghostly dead fire burns, but there is no temperature. Sleeping for too long. The anger in Erebus's voice was reduced a lot, but it was still majestic and terrifying. "Since you are the king of gods, it's not that I can't let you go. Help me kill the guy who took my power, I will spare you." "Ask for flowers. The guy who took your power?" Zeus was startled and suddenly remembered something. Erebus seemed to be thinking about some things and said after a while, "The new Yendi is the guy that Nyx has been cultivating. I can sense his existence. A long time ago, Erebus is the real emperor of the underworld, and he owns the Netherland and the space of Erebus. But after falling into a deep sleep, everything changed. But no matter what, the authority that was taken away must be regained. The guy trained by Nyx, the goddess of the night. Hades, the king of the underworld. It turns out that Erebus wants me to kill Hades." Zeus's thoughts were running extremely fast. The fear gradually dissipated, and he became a little bit happy. Zero, he and Erebus have the same goal. If he can win over this original god, his chance will come. With Nyx's support, it's inconvenient for me to do it myself, but you are different. I will give you something that can kill the new underworld emperor. In the temple, two gloomy rays of light flew out. One fell into the hands of Zeus. One flew into Zeus' eyebrows. Before Zeus could respond, the voice of Erebus came out again. 2 kinds of curses, one for you and one for the new underworld emperor. Complete my request. He dies, you live. If you can't complete it, then you will die with him. There was an itching between the eyebrows. Zeus felt this kind of itching wrapped around his body like a cold snake, and even wrapped around his soul. This is the curse of the Lord of Darkness. Obey, your highness Erebus. I will definitely kill that guy. Zeus was frightened for a while, lowered his posture, and said with a humble bow. He had heard that although Erebus and Nyx, the goddess of the night, were married and had children, their relationship was not good. Now it seems that it is so. As long as Hades is dead, the couple may start a big battle. However, your highness Erebus, the second-generation god King Cronus is hunting me down in the kingdom of darkness. As long as I go out now, I will meet him. If I die in his hands, I will no longer be able to fulfill your obligations. Will, Zeus said again. Cronus? Is he the one who holds the authority of the abyss? He has been seriously injured by me, and his strength is not 1 in 10. If you meet him, he is enough to kill him. Go away quickly, Erebus said impatiently. As soon as the voice fell, Zeus was repelled from this side of the kingdom of God by the power of the law. Chapter 140. Re-election of God King in the Abyss of Hell. The imprisoned gods and demons were unusually quiet. They all witnessed the scene of Cronus being burned by the flames. Obviously not alive. Not returning for so long proves this point even more. Without the leadership of the Lord of Hell, they might never be able to escape from this cage. The gods and demons have their own thoughts, and there is a dead silence here. Suddenly, 1,100-foot cold light cut through the dark night of the abyss and flew in. Many gods and demons cast their gazes together, showing surprise. Who came, and could it be that Cronus has returned? But the aura is completely different from that of Cronus, and many gods and demons suddenly panicked. Is this the inside of the abyss? It's so cold and oppressive. The flame behind Hephaestus dissipated slowly, standing in midair, feeling the biting cold constantly attacking his body. But he is half-step original, and he is not afraid of this coldness. With the power of the priesthood, the spirit of Hephaestus spreads infinitely, linking up with the abyss of hell. Blessed with the power of one law after another, his aura is much stronger. Using the authority of the kingdom of God again, Hephaestus' body gradually merged with the darkness, regardless of each other, and merged with the kingdom of God. 17. It is no longer cold here for him, but has become comfortable, like a fish in water. The entire abyss is under his control. Hephaestus seems to have incarnated the abyss. The abyss is him, and he is the abyss. The gods and demons in the abyss of hell also clearly appeared in Hephaestus' mind. It was as if he could kill all these gods and demons with just one thought. In fact, it was true, but he didn't do it. Many gods and demons felt a terrible premonition of danger at this moment. They couldn't help trembling, including 300 armed titans. They are very clear in their hearts that the abyss of hell has changed hands again, because they felt the same way when Cronus refined hell. But who was their third master? Could it be the young Vulcan who killed Cronus? They were still extremely quiet, for fear of offending the new lord of the abyss. I don't know how long it has passed. The fluctuations inside the abyss of hell have stabilized. The kingdom of God has been completely controlled. Hephaestus opened his eyes, and in the depths of the dazzling eyes, there was a touch of blackness. Hades' inner temple. The gods of the 3 parties gathered together. The atmosphere is quite low and depressing, and the air is generally frozen. The battle between the gods of Mount Olympus and the gods and demons of hell was quite tragic. The death of the low-level gods was immeasurable. The main gods were all wounded and died, and the king of the gods, Zeus, was even missing, and his life and death were still alive. The only good news is probably that Cronus was killed by Hephaestus, which solved a serious problem of the gods. After waiting for a long time, no one spoke. The goddess of justice, Themis, said coldly to the purple-eyed man sitting not far away, Poseidon, what do you want to call everyone here? Make it clear, don't waste time here. We all need to rest and heal. The eyes of the gods turned to Poseidon. The latter remained expressionless for a moment, then suddenly smiled, stood up, and said, of course it's for a major event in the god realm. He glanced at Hades, who was sitting on the throne, and walked to the center of the hall. I just discussed with my brother, and I think it's time to run for the position of king of the gods again. The voice fell. The gods were in an uproar. If the king of gods is not dead, how can he run for the next king of gods? What does Poseidon mean? Several gods of Mount Olympus glared at Poseidon, and many gods shouted, what are you talking about? The god king is not dead yet. Poseidon chuckled lightly. Zeus was seriously injured and fled in defeat. How could he escape Cronus? He must have been killed by Cronus. My heart aches as much as you, but you must accept this fact. The position of God King cannot be vacant, so why not take advantage of the opportunity when everyone gathers in the underworld to decide on the candidate for the fourth generation of God King? What do you think? The sea gods, of course, agreed. Hades looked indifferent and said nothing, and the gods of the underworld were also silent. This is the default meaning. At this time, the god Queen Hera replied coldly, Poseidon, did you see God King Zeus killed with your own eyes? How can you be sure that he is dead? I think you can't wait to ascend to the throne of God King. She also has the ambition to take the throne of God King. So the first one came out to scold. Poseidon smiled without saying a word. The goddess of justice, Themis, stood up at this time. Her tone remained calm. What Hera said is not unreasonable. If the God King dies, he can naturally elect a new God King, but no one can be sure whether Zeus is alive or dead. Hades, I know that Prometheus is in the underworld. Let him come out. Let him predict the whereabouts of Zeus, and then make a decision. Prometheus has not been seen for a long time, since the gods of the holy mountains and seas came. Firstly, he was the one who stole Shinhua, and he was always guilty, so it was inconvenient to show up. The second reason is that he wants to meditate, and he doesn't want to come out to show his face. Themis stared at Hades. The latter just said one word, yes. So, Prometheus was invited out. He is hiding in the underworld, which is a tacit secret. No one was surprised. Prometheus looked peaceful and serene. After bowing slightly to the gods of Themis, he turned to Hades, the king of the underworld, and said, The king of the underworld wants me to predict the life and death of the king of the gods. The arraigner had already informed him of the current situation. Yes, let's prophesy quickly, Prometheus, don't waste time. Hades didn't speak. Poseidon spoke one step ahead, with a somewhat impatient tone. The gods of the underworld deeply felt his rudeness and frowned. But Hades didn't care, and said, Go ahead, Prometheus. Prometheus nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and a wave of mysterious power surged around him. After all, it is difficult to escape from a fierce half-step primordial like Kronos. After a while, Prometheus opened his eyes and said calmly, I see that Zeus is in the darkness, and he is not dead. God Queen Hera didn't care about these things, but said to Poseidon, See, Poseidon, Zeus is not dead yet. Put away your ambition. This process lasted half an hour. As soon as the statement came out, in their thinking, the death of Zeus was a certainty. She wanted to hang over Zeus. Time passed by every minute and every second. With a cold snort, he said loudly, So what if you don't die? This defeat is entirely due to Zeus' incompetence, and you have all seen that when he met a strong enemy, he chose to run for his life, abandoning his gods. Fight to the end. He is no longer worthy to be a god king. Another god king must be established, no matter whether you agree or not. The gods waited impatiently, but no one dared to speak to 023 to break the silence. I'm just telling what I see, and it's up to you to understand. Prometheus replied. The gods of Mount Olympus almost cheered. All the gods thought of Cronus' injury at the same time. Could it be that it was really caused by Zeus? What whole card did Zeus hide? This time, Poseidon did not hold back. Hades was also a little surprised, and looked at Hecate beside him. Prometheus, what do you mean by the darkness you mentioned? Themis asked. Poseidon's purple eyes flickered, staring at Prometheus, wondering what he was thinking. Several veins popped out on Poseidon's forehead. Chapter 141. Zeus is back. Poseidon's attitude was extremely domineering, leaving no room for negotiation. Moreover, this time Hades also echoed. Poseidon is right, the king of the gods, it is time to change. His voice rolled and echoed in the hall, full of coercion. These two spoke. The faces of the gods of the holy mountain were all pale. Now that Zeus is not here, all the main gods are injured. If these two force him, the king of gods may really have to change. However, these fans of Zeus did not fear and give up. At this moment, they shouted loudly, Fart. This defeat is entirely because of your refusal to support. That's it. You all have evil intentions. Let us stand alone against the army of gods and demons and Cronus. This is your fault. The god king is not dead. How dare you set up another god master? And the gods of the sea are not to be outdone. You have Vulcan here. Why do you need us to take action? In the final analysis, you are incompetent. The god king is so cowardly. Why is he worthy of commanding the gods? If it weren't for Vulcan's action, you are all dead now. Pluto's inner hall suddenly became a mess. The gods quarreled and cursed red-faced. If the conflict escalates further, the three parties may fight over it. Prometheus stood aside, trying to persuade, but his strength was not strong enough to hold the scene. In the end, even Hades went off the court, and Themis confronted Maimong. Neither of them allowed half a point to quarrel. Just when the three-party dispute was heating up, a coercion suddenly rolled in from outside the palace, accompanied by an angry cry. "You guys are enough." This breath and voice are extremely familiar. Instantly, the entire temple fell silent. All the gods looked at the entrance of the hall in unison. Zeus, whose armor was torn, walked in unhurriedly, with thunder and lightning intertwined in his eyes. His aura was like a titan, and he looked down on the gods from above. He returned from Erebus safe and sound. When Zeus came back, the gods reacted differently. The gods of the underworld and the sea were silent, but the gods of Mount Olympus immediately greeted them with joy. "Are you all right, Zeus?" Hera walked over and asked. "In fact, there is a trace of disappointment in my heart." Zeus waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, passed these subordinates, came to the center of the hall, glanced at Hades and Poseidon, and said angrily, "Hades, Poseidon, I'm not dead yet. You just want to seize power and usurp the throne? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." His eyes stayed on Poseidon. The latter snorted coldly and did not answer. Hades looked gloomy and said mercilessly, "Zeus, so what? You gave up the holy mountain and fled without a fight. You lost all face. Do you think you are still qualified to sit on the seat of the king of the gods?" Zeus and Hades looked at each other and said angrily, "Flee without fighting? When this king fought against Cronus, all the gods witnessed it. Why didn't you and Poseidon make a move at that time? Cowardly avoiding the battle, just sit and watch no matter. You still have the face to criticize this king now? Who gave you the courage? Lost Gaia though. But now that he has the support of Erebus, with the original god behind him, his courage naturally rises. There is a murderous intent in the words. After all, he is the king of the gods, so furious at this moment. Hades and Bohandong were actually suppressed for a few words. Hades was annoyed. At the same time, he was extremely disappointed and kept cursing Cronus as a waste. With such a disparity in strength, he didn't kill Zeus. Now that Zeus is back, things get trickier. Hades glanced at Poseidon and saw that the other party did not intend to make trouble, so he didn't say anything later. He is also afraid of Zeus. Because Cronus was seriously injured before, Zeus may have some cards in his pocket. Before this whole card is revealed, you can't act rashly. No matter what, you lost this battle. If it wasn't for Vulcan to help you hold the bottom and kill Cronus and Zeus, you would be wiped out. Hades flicked his sleeves and said coldly and loudly, "Now Cronus is dead. The abyss gods and demons, I, the underworld, will deal with it. Zeus, Poseidon, you can all leave as soon as possible. The matter of the abyss of hell is resolved." He naturally didn't want Zeus and Poseidon to stay in his territory anymore. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he directly issued an order to evict the guest. Poseidon smirked twice and said, "I still have important matters to deal with in the sea, so I won't accompany you." Immediately, he led the sea gods to leave the Pluto hall in strides. There are still two great strengths in the ocean that are no less powerful than him. He can't leave for too long. If there is something wrong here, he must rush back as soon as possible. And Zeus, standing there, motionless, his scowl gradually faded, seemed to be thinking about something. He was still digesting Hades' words just now. Cronus was killed by Vulcan. If this is the case, then his confidant's serious problem will be solved. However, Zeus did not reduce his hatred for Hephaestus. If Hephaestus had acted earlier, he would not have escaped in such a panic, and was cursed by Erebus. "Zeus, you want to meditate? Go back to your Mount Olympus to meditate." Hades' bitter voice sounded again. Zeus raised his head and said disdainfully, "Hades, this king will leave after finishing his work, and you don't need to tell me what to do." After speaking, he also turned and left. The gods of Mount Olympus immediately followed him away. How could he just leave without killing Hades and undoing the curse of Erebus? Seeing Zeus' refuse with such a rude and arrogant attitude, Hades also had blue veins on his forehead, and his body was full of divine power, as if he was about to strike at any time. At this time, he quietly left his room, dodged the hidden stakes monitoring him, and sneaked into Hades' bedroom secretly. There is no change in nature. It is always a shadow, lifeless. The sooner it is done, the better. But Zeus, the king of the gods, did not rest straight. At this moment, the gods of Mount Olympus began to rest. Erebus mission. For example, the undead guards changing shifts in the palace of Hades. The opening and closing of the door of the room where the priest runs the official business of the underworld, and the food sent by the servant elves to Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and brought back intact. There is no alternation of sun and moon in the underworld. Hades suppressed his anger and said to the subordinates around him, "After healing, you need to rest to restore the divine calendar." But in the end, all the gods of the holy mountain disappeared from sight. He still didn't move. Hypnos took a step forward, bowed and said, "Yes." The god of death, the god of sleep, and Hecate, who stood aside, knew that Pluto had endured it and naturally extinguished the idea of doing it. However, there are still many signs that a long time has passed. They had been through a terrible battle and were very tired. For money. Hypnos, watch them. If there is any change, report it to me immediately. Zeus had already felt that the curse entangled in his soul began to tighten slowly, suffocating him. Chapter 142. Hades was cursed and died. Pluto's bedroom. Hades, the king of the underworld, was lying quietly on the bed, resting, surrounded by the power of the law of the netherworld. Every moment, his breath will become thicker. His realm power is not weaker than Zeus, but like Zeus, he is shackled by blood and has never been able to break through the step of the peak of the main god. And this level will keep them stuck forever. I don't know when. A phantom appeared quietly outside the window. He was a middle-aged man with fierce and domineering brows, and there was a flash of lightning in the depths of his eyes. He has no breathing, no heartbeat, no temperature, no sense of existence. At least in Hades' perception, there is nothing abnormal around him. If he didn't open his eyes, he would never be able to find this man who appeared out of nowhere, Zeus. Zeus, who successfully sneaked into the bedroom, went over the window and came to Hades' bedside. The latter still has no induction. Such hidden supernatural powers are not owned by Zeus, but a convenience brought by the curse of Erebus. It was a great help for the action at this time. Zeus stared at the man lying on the bed with both eyes and thought, "Hades, I gave you the supreme power of the underworld and let you control the underworld, but you have never been grateful, and even colluded with that ********* to covet my position of 500 god kings. In this case, you should die? I have tolerated you for many years, and I have given you a chance." He flipped his wrist. A dark light full of death breath appeared in the palm of Zeus. He aimed at Hades and struck down. I saw that the dark light suddenly entered Hades' eyebrows, and he disappeared. Actually, Zeus didn't need to curse Hades at such a close range, but it was a matter of life and death. He had to do it himself and see this scene with his own eyes to confirm his peace of mind. Hades still didn't respond. He who was taking a rest, unknowingly, his consciousness fell into the boundless darkness. This is not a deep sleep. The darkness seems to lead directly to death. Hades faintly sensed something was wrong, but before he had time to think about it, he completely lost consciousness. The power of the law of the netherworld lingering around him disappeared. Zeus grinned and laughed silently, his eyes full of pleasure. With a flash of his figure, he just disappeared in place. Time flies. 3 days in a row passed. During this period, nothing noteworthy happened in the underworld. The Olympians recuperate their wounds. The gods of the underworld handle their official duties, and Faith, BHDB, has already returned from Tartarus, the abyss of hell. Everything is calm, but it has an extraordinary meaning. It was as if this was the moment of calm before the storm. Hades hadn't left the room for many days in Pluto's bedroom. The personal maids serving Pluto first discovered the anomaly. They timidly tried to wake Hades, but no matter how they shouted, Hades couldn't wake up. If it wasn't for breathing, these elf maids would even think Hades was dead. The situation is beyond their comprehension and beyond their ability to handle. So, after internal discussions, the head maid hurriedly went to find Hecate, the vice-lord of the underworld, the goddess of magic. In the absence of Pluto, Hecate is the biggest, so if something goes wrong, it is natural to look for her. Lord Hecate, Pluto hasn't woken up for 3 days. No matter how we call, he still doesn't respond. We don't know what's going on. I suspect, in short, Lord Hecate, go and have a look. The head maid's tone was flustered and urgent. Hecate's complexion immediately became serious. Sleeping for 3 days and not waking up, it can never happen to a strong man of their realm. Clearly something is wrong with Hades. Following the head maid to Pluto's bedroom, Hecate walked to the bedside. Her 2 slightly sharp eyebrows frowned. The divine power is not working, the breath is sluggish, and the breathing is disordered. What's wrong? Hecate saw something was wrong at a glance. The head maid asked worriedly, "Master Hecate, what is the matter with Pluto?" Hecate shook her head, motioned to stop talking, approached the bed, closed her slender hands, then opened them again, and a green magic circle appeared in her palms, falling around Hades. Ambilite seems to be healing Hades. But soon, doubts flashed in Hecate's eyes. The magic array changed immediately, changing the base of 7 or 8 rune arrays in a row, and the color would change each time. Finally, Hecate withdrew the magic circle, stood by the bed, and remained silent for a long time. The head maid did not dare to speak, and remained silent. Just now Hecate used 7 or 8 methods in a row to check out the abnormality in Hades' body. And just check it out. For this anomaly, Hecate imagined thousands of solutions in an instant in his mind, but after deduction, he found that none of them was feasible. Pluto was cursed viciously. If it can't be broken, there will be only a few days. Hecate finally spoke. Although he didn't finish his sentence, the face of the head maid turned pale in an instant. There is nothing? There are not a few days to live? Hecate's eyes suddenly became sharper, and he said, "This is an extremely important matter, and no rumors are allowed. Whoever tells the second person will be executed immediately. Do you understand?" The head maid's voice trembled. "Ming, I understand. There is a curse in Pluto's body, and his life will not be long. Once this kind of news spreads, the Hades will definitely be shaken and chaotic. Zeus has not left yet. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing." After Hecate gave strict orders, he left the Pluto's bedroom. This question was also beyond her competence. Apart from the original god, Hecate couldn't think of anyone else who could lift the curse on Hades. In front of a palace, 2 handsome young men with wings were gathering together and talking in secret. Among them, the young man in white clothes has white wings, while the young man in black cloak has black wings. This is the child of Nyx, the goddess of the night, the twin brothers of sleep and death. While discussing in low voices, the two let out inexplicable laughter that made people have various associations. In fact, the two were discussing the dream of the Olympian god. These days, Hypnos, the god of sleep, has played tricks on the gods of Mount Olympus. But in the dream, sleepiness is the biggest, and the other party can't do anything to him at all, so he can only bear this breath. This is a very rare pleasure for the gods of sleep and death, so it is natural to have a lot of discussion. Suddenly, the two fell silent together. Without saying a word, they looked in one direction as if sensing something. And in that direction, a red figure suddenly appeared. It was Hecate, the goddess of magic. The 2 men got serious, bowed slightly to her, and called, "Vice June." Hecate approached and said very seriously the words that made the 2 of them tremble. "Hypnos, I want to enter the kingdom of dreams immediately, to meet the goddess of the night, Pluto." Something happened. Chapter 143. The Queen's Bedroom. Under the silent service of the maids, Persephone got up, changed and dressed. These daily routines are extremely boring, but Persephone has gotten used to it, or rather has become numb. Look at yourself in the mirror. Persephone felt that she was becoming more and more lifeless, and seemed to be constantly moving closer to the underworld. This change annoyed Persephone more and more. She simply closed her eyes and let the maids take care of her. It's been a long time. The rustling sound stopped. The maids packed up their things and left the room silently. Persephone opened her eyes again, and without looking in the mirror, she was about to get up and leave. However, there is one more thing on the dressing table today. It's a rolled-up note. Persephone wondered, why did the maid leave this thing behind? She opened the note, and the words on it made her pupils constrict and her heart beat wildly. Pluto had an accident, fell unconscious, and fled quickly. Persephone did not know from whom this message came. Maybe it's a kind-hearted elf maid, or an enemy of Hades. But no matter who it is a great thing for Persephone. True or not, it's worth a try. Without the slightest hesitation, Persephone immediately contacted her mother and aunt, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, by voice transmission. Not long after, 2 beams of light pierced the sky, descended from the sky, and landed in the palace of the Empress of the Underworld. After a breath of effort, the 3 streamers flew away from the Empress Dowager's bedroom together. The guards and the low-level gods guarding the Queen of the Dead yelled in panic, intending to go up and block the way, but there was no exception. Repulsed and suppressed by the goddess of agriculture and the stove, the 3 joined hands, and there are few people in the underworld who can stop them. Just when Persephone ran away with her 3 aunts, Hecate has just left the palace of Hades and went to find the god of sleep. Hades' weird curse. Very tricky. It can only be solved by relying on the original god, the goddess of the night, and there is no other way. Hypnos, I want to enter the kingdom of dreams immediately and meet the goddess of the night, Pluto, is out. Come to a temple dedicated to the god of sleep. Hecate met the twin brothers, god of sleep and death, and directly stated his purpose. Hearing her words, both Hypnos and Thanatos trembled. Had something happened to Pluto? What happened? Could it be that he fought with Zeus? Not waiting for them to ask, A high-ranking god from the underworld ran over in a hurry with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and screamed at Hecate, "It's bad. Lord Hecate, it's bad." The goddess of agriculture and the goddess of hearth ran away with the queen of the underworld. He was one of the gods who tried to intercept the three goddesses. His face is still hot and painful, and 4 or 5 teeth seem to have fallen out. The queen of Hades has escaped. Hecate was startled for a moment, and then a sullen look appeared on his face. After the last lesson, for no reason, how could the Empress of Hades have the guts to escape? This must be knowing about Pluto. As soon as she forbade the news to go out, the Empress Dowager found out about it. Who leaked the news? How many traitors are there in the underworld? Hypnos, Thanatos, quickly go to the palace of Hades to protect Hades, and then inform the goddess of the night as soon as possible. I will go after the queen. Hecate made a prompt decision, issued an order, turned into a stream of light, broke through Guanyu and flew in the direction of Styx. It's good that Persephone, queen of the underworld, was stolen from Mrs. Yajai, but Hecate knew that Pluto cherished and liked Persephone very much from the bottom of his heart. If the queen of the underworld is allowed to escape, even if the king of the underworld can survive this level, he will fall into madness. What's going on? The Empress Dowager took the opportunity to escape. It must be extremely serious. Let's go. First go to Pluto's bedroom. Both the god of sleep and the god of death turned solemn and disappeared in place in an instant, leaving only the upper god in a daze. Hestia, Demeter, and Persephone escaped from the underworld all the way and soon passed through the Garden of Hell. They are so powerful that the monsters in the garden dare not approach them at all. Afterwards, the 3 of them stopped using their divine power, took all their actions lightly, and entered the dark kingdom of Erebus together. Passed through here to leave the underworld. Originally, Hades also mastered a passage to shuttle Yin and Yang, but they obviously didn't have the chance to take that road. Soon after, a streamer of red pierced through the gate of hell, which was as huge as cast bronze, and landed in the Garden of Hell. Dressed in red, it was Hecate who was chasing after him. She cast a spell to search for breath, and after a while, followed the 3 of them into Erebus. Asked for flowers. The 4 of them still don't know that the monarch in this dark country has already awakened. There is no riot in the underworld, because the news of Pluto's dying did not leak out. The only thing that may cause waves is the escape of Persephone, queen of the underworld. But there are a few people who know about this matter, and these few people also know. With the powerful vice lord of the Hades on the scene, they naturally don't need to worry about this matter. So there is peace, and everything is as usual. Hephaestus is also practicing as usual to consolidate his realm. Recently, he is thinking about opening up the god of fire kingdom. With the reference of the kingdom of hell and abyss, he can walk on this road more easily. However, this thought was interrupted not long after. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Hephaestus, are you there? Someone is calling. It was the voice of Prometheus, and Hephaestus remembered it clearly, although the two were busy with each other during this time, and they seldom met each other. Come in, Prometheus. With a wave of Hephaestus, the barrier was removed. Then, Prometheus opened the door and walked in. He was still wearing a loose khaki robe, with bare feet, and he looked like he was holding wisdom beads. Walking in front of Hephaestus, Prometheus took out a pile of materials and said, I would like to ask you to help me forge an artifact, Hephaestus. It is best that the defense function is strong enough. My original protective artifact, which has been with me since the Titan War, is almost useless now. Hephaestus looked at the materials, nodded, and said, Okay. The two walked together all the way back then, escaped to the underworld, and experienced all kinds of things. They were considered life and death friends, and they had enough friendship and tacit understanding, so there was no need to say anything. Communicate. Hephaestus blasted out of the forging field, refining these materials. About a quarter of an hour passed. 3 small and exquisite shields were born from the ashes. There is a breath of sacred tenacity. Moreover, it is engraved with magic runes and Vulcan runes. In times of danger, these 3 shields can not only protect the body, but also launch fierce attacks. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging a perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards clergy/prophecy, 100-year divine power, 1000. Chapter 144. Hecate is in danger. The prophetic priesthood rewarded by the system made Hephaestus quite curious. After all, Prometheus can even predict his future. This authority is obviously extraordinary. It is easy to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and predict the future. During the Titan War, the priesthood of Prometheus gave Zeus a lot of help after the two exchanged the function of the sacred fire shield Prometheus thanked and left. Hephaestus began to study this priesthood and try to prophesy. Closing his eyes and activating the power of priestly laws, Hephaestus found that prophecy was not as simple as imagined. One question, countless answers. Pull one hair and move the whole body. One scene after another appeared in his mind. Among these confusing pictures, Hephaestus began to deduce and choose the final result of the prophecy. This result is not necessarily accurate, because the 440 in the future is full of changes every moment. And there are too many factors that affect the change. Just like the time travel of Hephaestus, it directly changed the current pattern of the god realm and changed the fate of many gods. However, for him who is half a step into the original state, it doesn't take much effort. After a while, countless pictures in my mind were suppressed by one picture. Hephaestus saw that a beautiful woman in a red robe was trapped in a deep and boundless dark cage. The red-robed girl is Hecate. What Hephaestus predicted was his first lady. In this dark cage, no matter how Hecate walked, she couldn't escape. Like a prey caught in a hunter's trap. Gradually, Hecate's exquisite face showed anxiety, but she didn't make any sound. This silent despair is even more desperate. The screen stopped abruptly. Hephaestus suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. How is this going? Hecate in danger? What is that darkness? Is it a specific place, or an abstract expression of disaster? Many questions appeared in Hephaestus' mind, and he was a little uneasy. So, he decided to investigate the details. A breeze suddenly blew in the room. The two doors creaked and shook. Hephaestus is nowhere to be seen. When he came to Hecate's office, Hephaestus found no one. Spiritual thoughts covered this huge building complex, but there was still no harvest. This made Hephaestus a little nervous. However, at this time, he heard the discussions of several low-level gods. I don't know what happened. This time the Hades escaped, but the Hades didn't show up. The gods of sleep and death also hastily entered the palace of Hades. I always feel that something is wrong. The war is over, and the gods of the holy mountain still refuse to leave. Maybe this matter has something to do with them. Don't gossip, you'll be fined if you're heard. If Lord Hecate chases after you, it's probably fine. These words sounded in my ears. Hephaestus looked a little dignified, and at the same time activated the priesthood of prophecy again. He probably already knew what was going on. It seems that something happened to Hades, the king of the underworld, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld, who wanted to return to the world, took the opportunity to escape. After hearing the news, Hecate chased after her. Hephaestus thought to himself, maybe the future he just predicted has happened and become the present. This time the prophecy came to what Hephaestus believed to be accurate. Hecate is trapped, Erebus. Hephaestus' eyes sparkled brightly. Undoubtedly, that deep and boundless darkness is Erebus, the kingdom of darkness. Athena, something happened to Hecate. I'm going to Erebus. You should pay more attention. If there is any problem, the main thing is to protect yourself. Hephaestus locked his mind on Athena in a certain palace and transmitted sound. Holding a bow and arrow, Na, who was competing with Artemis, was a little surprised when she heard this. But soon she replied via voice transmission, "Do you need my help?" There was no answer for a long time. Athena knew that after saying that, Hephaestus left. Pushing back a strand of long hair at the side, Athena stood tall and straight, and pulled her longbow into a full moon, thinking, how could something happen to Hecate in Erebus? No one would be stupid enough to make trouble there. Could it be Hecate? Carter woke the one. She loosened her fingertips. The long arrow shoots out. At the same time, call out. A stream of red gold light passed through the gate of hell. Among Erebus, Hestia, Demeter, Persephone, including Hecate, all lost their way in this dark kingdom. Here, none of them dared to break the rules, use magic spells, or make noises. So we can only explore slowly. But no matter what, they couldn't find a way out. Gradually, the four girls became anxious. There's something wrong. Demeter, we may have met something. Meet what? Could it be? Not sure yet. Mother, what happened? Why haven't we found the way yet? To prevent getting lost, the three women held hands and communicated through sound transmission. Persephone's body was still trembling, and Hecate, without any companions, was in turmoil at the moment. She also guessed something, but she was not sure, because that would undoubtedly be the worst possible outcome for her. She is the vice lord of Hades, and she can also be regarded as the goddess of the night. As for the goddess of the night, her relationship with that person is not good. Just when the four girls were desperate, suddenly, a vast and great will came. An extremely majestic voice exploded in the minds of the four girls at the same time. Submit, submit, submit. I am Erebus. The voice was slow, the tone was extremely long, and it was extremely terrifying. the four girls almost lost their minds in shock. A trace of blood flowed from the corners of Persephone and Demeter's mouths, and their eyes gradually lost focus. Hestia is powerful and less affected, so he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the two. Wake up, Demeter. Persephone, wake up. She used the power of the law. The eyes of the mother and daughter refocused, and when they woke up, their faces showed horror. And Hecate, whose complexion turned extremely pale, was not overwhelmed by the voice. Her eyes were sharp, and she said sharply, Erebus, I never thought that you really woke up. I can't surrender to you. Stop playing tricks. This 5.3 sound spread far away. Hestia, Demeter, and Persephone all heard. They recognized that it was the voice of Hecate, the vice lord of the underworld, and they were extremely surprised. The pursuers caught up so quickly, but their biggest threat right now is not Hecate. It was a terrifying existence that woke up from a deep sleep. Your Highness Erebus, we are just passing by here. Please don't embarrass us. The goddess of the earth, Gaia, is our grandmother. 17 Hestia said through voice transmission, and also mentioned his background. The reason for the sound transmission was that she didn't want to reveal her position to Hecate. Moving out of Gaia may make Erebus a little bit afraid. How about the descendants of Gaia? No matter who they are, leave them here for me. Erebus' voice rang in their heads again. This time, none of the four girls had time to speak. Chapter 145. Want to give Hades a cuckold? Hestia's eyes dimmed. Found myself in another place. It was also dark here. Several young boys and girls with immature faces were sitting around him to keep warm. All of them looked very pitiful. This is a scene that is both familiar and unfamiliar. Hestia returned to her childhood, trapped in the belly of his father Cronus, those dark days. And these boys and girls are Hades, Poseidon, and the others. Feeling the biting cold, Hestia shuddered and whispered, Erebus. Stab. The sound of cracking silk suddenly exploded in my ears. Demeter, who was on the bed in the temple, woke up with a start. Looking down, he found that his dress had been broken into many pieces. Suddenly, devilish laughter sounded outside the hall. This voice is very familiar. Demeter knew that it was from her brother Zeus. That buried memory suddenly emerged in front of my eyes, with a new look. Before he had time to think about it, Demeter showed a look of shock, anger, and humiliation on his face, and hurriedly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the temple to escape. In any case, she doesn't want to go through that pain again. 17 Persephone was in a trance for a while, and suddenly found herself back in the human garden cast by her mother. The scenery here is picturesque, with vegetation and flowers competing for beauty. She is picking flowers with some nymphs. One of the nymphs folded a pure white flower and stuck it beside her, laughing like a silver bell. All the horrors before were like a big dream. Everything is so real right now. The fragrance of flowers, laughter, cool wind, bright sun. One's own senses are keen to receive all this. Just as Persephone gradually relaxed, this nymph suddenly turned into Hades in black robe, with a cold and indifferent face, and a wide magic hand directly grabbed her arm. Persephone's pupils shrank, and she screamed immediately. Hecate is also the same as the three daughters. His eyes blurred, and he came to a gunpowder battlefield. Looking at the one-eyed titan that blocks the sky and the sun in front of him, Hecate blinked her beautiful eyes, thinking, illusion? When she was in a daze, the one-eyed titan had already let out a terrifying roar and killed her. Hecate raised his eyebrows and immediately summoned his staff to fight. If it's an illusion, if you kill the one-eyed titan, you'll be able to get out. Anyway, it's not like she hasn't fought a one-eyed titan before. The battle started, and the battle was fierce. I don't know how long it has been. A muffled thunder resounded through the sky. All was silent again. Hecate's robe was shattered, his staff was broken, and he was spitting out blood. He was extremely embarrassed. And the one-eyed titan had already fallen to the ground, no longer breathing. This illusion constructed based on her memories was still not against her. Can we get out now? Hecate thought to himself. The next moment, heaven and earth changed. Hecate found himself in the underworld. A new figure appeared in front of him. Looking closely, he was a tall man with blonde hair and shawls, blue eyes, and a charming faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Hecate was very familiar with this man. Erebus, you are damned. Hecate's eyes were full of hatred. Her silver teeth were clenched tightly, and she clenched the broken staff tightly. She hated the illusion. Because the blonde man is Hephaestus, all four girls are surrounded by visions created by Erebus, constantly fleeing, fighting, and experiencing various dangers in this dark country. But in the eyes of ordinary people, they are just fighting wits with the air. Wait until the mental defense of the four women is reduced to the extreme. The last phantom will be ushered in, and Erebus will be recognized as the master. At that time, The mind will be reversed, and Erebus will subdue them. It's easy. Although there are more violent methods, Erebus prefers the easy and effortless one at the moment. Suddenly, a figure flew into the vast darkness. It was Hephaestus, who came from the underworld. He restrained himself and kept scanning the darkness around him, trying to find Hecate. But Hecate didn't find it, but discovered the changes in this dark place. The barriers of the kingdom of God? It seems that Erebus has really awakened. It's tricky, Hephaestus thought to himself. But he didn't panic. In the picture foreseen before, Hecate was only besieged, and there was no danger yet. Of course, the danger escalates as time goes by, so Hecate must be found as soon as possible. What? Suddenly, there was a scream in the distance. Hephaestus moved his ears slightly and flew over immediately. Fly a few miles. Hephaestus saw a woman in a green robe running away screaming. Her face was full of tears, and she panicked, as if something terrifying was chasing after her. This woman is Persephone, queen of the underworld. In fact, she is not very old, but she is dressed in a mature and dignified appearance. At this moment, her makeup and hairstyle are scattered, but she reveals a delicate beauty. Landing in front of her, Hephaestus shouted through voice transmission, "Queen of the underworld, where is Hecate? Where is she?" Seeing the man in front of her, Persephone trembled violently. After that, the illusion in her eyes changed immediately. Hades, who was chasing her, disappeared. A handsome boyfriend with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared. Immediately afterwards, Persephone's eyes and complexion also changed. No longer panic, but full of shyness. Hephaestus Persephone lowered her head and said with some resentment, "Why did it take you so long to find me? Where have you been? If you do this again, I will never forgive you again." Hephaestus frowned. What's the matter with the Empress of the Underworld's insane appearance? Teardrops hang down and laugh shyly. This kind of situation makes people shudder. Okay, don't be dumb. I forgive you, Hephaestus, but you have to make it up to me. Persephone said with a sweet smile. Hephaestus's mind raced and he thought, Phantom? Apart from the illusion, there is no way to explain this weird scene. It's okay, my mother won't know, and I won't tell her. Don't be so timid, Hephaestus. At this time, Persephone had already walked to his side, holding his arms with both hands, with her head resting on his shoulders, as if they were really a couple. And Hephaestus, at this moment, said through a voice transmission, "Queen of the underworld, wake up quickly. You have been hallucinated." He was half primitive, using the power of law, and this shout was very effective, directly waking Persephone awake. The voice in my head gradually dissipated. She was confused for a moment, looked up at Hephaestus, and took 2 steps back in panic. But she didn't forget the vision that happened, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I'm going to find Hecate. Follow me closely. Don't get lost, or I won't save you again." Hephaestus didn't care what she was thinking, passed by voice transmission, turned around, and left. Persephone struggled for a moment and hurriedly followed. Here she can only rely on Hephaestus. Moreover, she also wants Hephaestus to save her mother and aunt. Chapter 146. Breaking the original elementary illusion easily, the two, one after the other, searched in the dark kingdom. Not long. Hephaestus heard a screech from afar. His expression couldn't help, but he was overjoyed, and he flew over quickly. In the illusion, Hecate is still fighting the false Hephaestus. Her condition was even worse. There were countless wounds on his body, and his hair and red mage robe were scorched black by the flames. If she hadn't known that this was an illusion, and everything was false, she might have collapsed by now. And the handsome young man on the opposite side has a much lighter body than before, like a dead soul, which will dissipate at any time. But it hasn't dissipated yet. Obviously, there is still energy left. If Hecate loses, his willpower will collapse. The next vision will reverse her mind, and surrender to Erebus will be a foregone conclusion. Erebus. Thinking of this, Hecate's beautiful eyes glowed fiercely, and her silver teeth rattled, like a female beast. She wants to do her best and make one last fight. However, even if he wins in that way, he will fall into the illusion again, and he will never be able to escape. This situation is the worst. But also, there is no other way. Hecate was a little disappointed. However, at this moment, suddenly a thunderous voice resounded between the sky and the earth. Hecate, wake up. The power of law contained in this voice is extremely ferocious. It directly shattered the sky and the earth, as well as the Hephaestus on the opposite side. Everything turned into fragments and disappeared from sight. Hecate was overjoyed. She recognized the voice of Hephaestus. Eyes filled with darkness, Hecate regained consciousness and found Hephaestus and Persephone standing opposite him. Without any hesitation, she immediately sent a voice transmission. Hephaestus, leave this place quickly. Erebus has awakened. When he finds us, no one can escape. After finishing speaking, she grabbed the blond youth's arm with one hand, planning to retreat and leave. But Hephaestus didn't move and didn't transmit the sound. He looked solemnly into the darkness in the distance and said, "It's late." The expressions of Hecate and Persephone changed immediately. "It's too late? Could it have alarmed that person?" Rumble. The next moment, a huge force of will attacked. "Who are you? How dare you spoil my good deeds?" The voice exploded in the minds of the three at the same time. It was Erebus. He has discovered Hephaestus. Hephaestus's eyes flashed brightly, as if he wanted to see the original god clearly. But the darkness stretches as far as the eye can see, and nothing can be seen. He was silent for a moment and spoke without being affected in any way, with a very calm tone. "Erebus, these lost lambs who strayed into the kingdom of darkness, I want to take them away. Please make a condition." Why, Hecate and the Empress of Hades stood on both sides of him, very nervous, but with a sense of security. Because of Hephaestus, Erebus was a little surprised by this. But this opinion was not adopted. "You are a little bit interesting. Could it be that you killed that Kronos before? You actually have the breath of Tartarus on your body. But this is not enough to make a deal with me. You trespassed on my kingdom of God. Then let's stay together too." The voice fell. A wave of domineering enveloped Hephaestus. The eyes of the latter suddenly went dark. Opening his eyes again, Hephaestus found himself on a deserted island. The sky was filled with dark clouds. On the sea in the distance, a tsunami with a height of hundreds of feet was approaching continuously, crushing it with turbulent waves, and there were still 10 figures standing on it. This is clearly the island of Lemnos, and the one standing on the waves is the father of the sirens, the river god Acros. It was long ago that Hephaestus first encountered mortal danger, created a phantom attack by Erebus. This method may be useful to others, but it is useless to me. Disdain flashed in Hephaestus' eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of divine fire surged up behind him, sweeping out overwhelmingly. The queen of the dead and Hecate saw that Hephaestus was frozen in place, motionless. I was startled for a moment. Can't even Hephaestus escape this phantom attack? However, the next moment, Hephaestus suddenly ignited a red-gold divine fire. His thick blonde hair stood upside down like a hedgehog, and his divine eyes shone like stars, illuminating the darkness in this side. The phantom was shattered. Hecate and the queen of the underworld all showed joy. Immediately afterwards, Hephaestus restrained his divine fire. Everything returned to its original state, and darkness shrouded the place again. Erebus' slightly surprised voice sounded again. "Interesting, interesting. As a half-step primordial, you can break my tricks. It's really amazing. It's a pity that you still can't escape. Don't forget, this is my kingdom of God. You are very powerful. From now on, be mine, God damn it." Of course Hephaestus knew this. Otherwise he would have fought with this man long ago. At this moment, he didn't wait for the other party to make a move, and immediately said, "Erebus, if you fight, you can kill me, and I can also seriously injure you, fall into a deep sleep again, or even never wake up. Why is this so? Why don't we do it? A deal, mutual benefit, and win-win. Think about it." His strength has just been revealed. A half-step former primary powerhouse. But that was not enough to make Erebus retreat. More interested in deals, he asked, "What deal?" "Be clear." Hephaestus continued calmly. "There are 7 or 8 kinds of fragments of the kingdom of God, broken artifacts, and unknown substances. Each one oozes evil." After thinking for a moment, Erebus said, "I don't believe you. You can only leave after the forging of the artifact is completed. These are my property, and I leave them all to you. If you can't forge the original artifact for me, I promise you will die a miserable death." Erebus said, "If he can really forge the original artifact, then his strength will also skyrocket, and even if Erebus repents, by Zhao, he will be able to retreat with Hecate." The illusion of the two of them was also lifted, and their eyes were still a little dazed. Persephone showed joy and immediately pulled the two aside. Erebus replied, "These two are also yours, and I will send you back." The void was twisted again, and several dark lights appeared in front of Hephaestus. "These are the top materials for forging artifacts. Cheer up, I will make this deal with you." Hephaestus continued, "Then, please give me the materials, and I will forge an original artifact for you as soon as possible." So when Erebus thought about it, he couldn't help feeling a little bit moved. The dark void twisted for a while. The value of the original artifact far exceeds their sum. Demeter and Hestia were moved here. The voice did not come to an end. Hephaestus narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a while, and said, "Of course. I am the god of fire and craftsmanship, and what I am best at is forging artifacts. In this regard, even a one-eyed titan can't compare to me. So the deal is, I will help you forge an original artifact, and you let us all go. Duh. Chapter 147. Hephaestus glanced at the artifacts and fell silent. After a long time, he replied, "These are not enough." This is what he infers from experience. He has refined half a step of the original artifact. And with all these materials in front of him, at most, it can only refine a high-level, half-step original artifact. Erebus fell silent now. There was no response for a long time, because there are only so many top materials for him, and there is no better one. In this case, let's refine the half-step original primary. Erebus said, "The original artifact is too rare, he is willing to make concessions." The darkness and void distorted, and 3 of these raw materials were taken back and replaced with 6 lower-level materials. Hephaestus didn't speak this time, just nodded slightly. Then Erebus told him his request. Hephaestus is full of smithing paramounts. Dispelled Erebus's suspicions. The exchange is over. Hephaestus looked at these materials and pondered for a moment, then waved out the forging field, captured strands of gloomy light into the field, and refined it with red gold divine fire. Behind him, Hecate stood silently guarding, and Hestia, Demeter, and the Queen of Hades are communicating through sound transmission. After Pluto 900 narration, they all knew that Hephaestus saved them. However, I also know that the main purpose of Hephaestus is to save Hecate, and they are just incidentals. Now Hephaestus makes a deal with the Dark Lord. If they really leave Erebus safely, they will still be hostile to Hephaestus and Hecate. Therefore, the situation is not optimistic. They just jump from one pit to another. And no matter which pit, they can't get out. Time ticks by. The turbulent fire gradually weakened. The refining part has been completed, and the precise fusion operation is required next. A long time passed. Hephaestus felt sweat on his forehead, and the artifacts in the forging field gradually took shape. It was a gloomy light, full of dark and evil atmosphere, and even the divine fire was polluted, which undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty of forging. Fortunately, after a few breaths, this artifact was fully formed. The fire is gone. A pitch-black scepter with the length of an arm appeared. The whole is like moyu, luxurious and exquisite, but full of negative things such as curse, resentment, hatred, and so on. There is also a dark divinity, which is very compatible with Erebus. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging half-step original primary artifact. The system rewards 20,000 years of divine power. Mastery/darkness. The voice of the system sounded in Hephaestus' mind. Without changing his face, he said to the darkness, "The artifact you want has been refined." Void warps. The scepter disappeared. After a while, a voice of admiration came from the darkness. "That's right. Your forging technique is perfect. There is no flaw in this artifact." Hephaestus ignored it and simply asked, "So?" Erebus snorted coldly and replied, "So, you can leave. I am not a person who does not keep his word." Hephaestus nodded, turned around, and said to the goddesses, "Let's go." After the words fell, he strode towards the way he came. Hecate and the Queen of Hades followed closely. Walked a long way. Only then did Hephaestus feel that the feeling of being watched disappeared, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If you cannot fight, it is best not to fight. The opponent is the original god. Even if he won't die, he won't get any benefits. A thought was born, and the system panel appeared. Hephaestus immediately clicked with his mind, and at the same time blessed several magic circles with the effect of concealment and occlusion around his body. He just broke through as he walked. After a few breaths, the vast divine power in his body stopped growing. Looking at the system panel again, it has been successfully promoted to the 5th level of the half-step original state. It is not far from the real original. Both Hecate and the Queen of Hades sensed what had changed in Hephaestus, but it was hard to describe. It seems to be strong again. Hecate saw some clues, bhcd. Unknowingly, a group of people have come to Hellgarden. At this moment, the Empress of Ming stopped suddenly. Her aunt and Hecate stopped almost at the same time. The eyes of the first two fell on the blond young man, while the eyes of the latter fell on Empress Ming. "Hephaestus, please let us go. I don't want to go back to the underworld," Persephone said with a painful expression. Hephaestus also stopped his figure. This sentence interrupted his just-born train of thought on constructing the god of Fire Kingdom. Turning around slowly, Hephaestus stared at Persephone, and after a long time, he turned to Hecate. He didn't speak, but the meaning was obvious. This matter is up to Hecate. Hecate also understood, so she simply refused. No, Persephone is indeed very pitiful. She was taken captive by Hades to the dark underworld to be her wife, and her mother and daughter were separated by yin and yang. If Hecate stood in the position of others, he might let her go. But she is Hecate, the goddess of magic, the vice-lord of Hades, and she has her own position and principles. So the answer is 2 words, no. Let's go. Hephaestus didn't say much. He turned around and continued walking into the garden. Persephone froze for a moment, revealing an angry expression. But soon, a wave of grievances hit him, and his eyes were soon covered with a layer of crystal mist. Demeter and Hestia also showed angry faces, but they couldn't say a word. The opponent is so powerful that they can't resist at all. For the current plan, we can only find another way. Moreover, now that Erebos can't get through, he needs to find another way out. Everything has to be replanned. A group of people walked through the garden and came to the gate of hell. Coincidentally, a mighty group of gods in the gate of hell came towards them. The leader is the god king Zeus, and beside him are the main gods Hera, Themis, Ares, Apollo, and Artemis. Without Athena, Athena is now a man of Hephaestus, no longer owned by Mount Olympus. The 2 groups meet at the gate of hell. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. The gods of the holy mountain are more or less resentful that Hephaestus did not make an early move. However, Hephaestus finally killed Cronus. They are blameless and dare not give a half-step original accusation. And Zeus, with a sparkle in his eyes, still said, Hephaestus, thank you for killing Cronus. The matter here is over. We should leave. See you someday. In his view, Hades' death is inevitable. Even the queen of the underworld did not stop her from escaping, which already shows this point. Hephaestus saw the attitude of the gods of Mount Olympus, but did not respond, and said, no, Erebus has changed. This road can no longer be taken. You can use Hades' yin-yang channel. Chapter 148. Zeus became the half-step primordial god. This sentence was spoken to Apollo and Artemis. The siblings are also in the returning team. The same is said to the god Zeus. Although they are all hostile, it is clear that Erebos poses a greater threat. If it is allowed to control the gods of Mount Olympus again, the situation will change drastically again. Zeus was silent and glanced at Queen of Hades. Of course he knew that Erebus had changed. But the curse on him has not been lifted, and the task of assassinating Hades has been completed, and now he must go this way to meet Erebus. But how did Hephaestus know that Erebus has changed? What did he experience before? Had he also seen Erebus? Hera and other gods also have their own puzzles. What changed in Erebus? Why are Hades and Hecate here? What happened in the underworld? This road still has to go. Zeus replied in a deep voice. Hephaestus, maybe you can leave with us, but if you insist on staying in the underworld, it's as if I didn't say this. Without waiting for Hephaestus' reaction, Zeus took the first step across the gates of hell, because he knew that Hephaestus could not go with him. Hephaestus also ignored him. His eyes fell on Artemis and Apollo and the team, and said, you stay. The eyes of the gods suddenly fell on the pair of siblings. There are also a few gods whose eyes are full of doubts. Because the Apollo siblings, like Hephaestus, did not participate in the battle before, even if there is an explanation afterwards, it is far from enough to exonerate the charges. Now Hephaestus named them to stay. What does that mean? Artemis nodded calmly and said to Zeus in front, Father, I want to stay with Apollo. Apollo nodded. What my sister means is also what he means. Since Benefactor said there was a problem, there must be a problem. None of them questioned Hephaestus' decision. Zeus tilted his head slightly. His eyes flashed sharply. He didn't answer and continued to walk on his own. In this regard, other gods were surprised, including Hera. But God King has made a decision. Of course they can't say anything more. So, in silent astonishment, the gods followed Zeus's footsteps and left together, and their figures gradually disappeared into the dense forest of the Garden of Hell. Zeus knows that Erebus has changed, but still insists on moving forward. Hephaestus looked calmly at the backs of the gods. After doing some calculations like this, he came to a conclusion. Zeus colluded with Erebus, and Cronus was injured by Erebus. The gods of Mount Olympus followed Zeus into this deep, dark kingdom. Among them, Themis, Hera, and other powerful main gods all sensed that something was wrong and frowned tightly. Why is there a barrier to the kingdom of God here? Could it be that the one who is sleeping is terrific? No matter what they found and how they planned, it was already too late. The majestic and obscure fluctuations instantly enveloped the gods. Except for Zeus, all the gods of the holy mountain felt the world spinning, and the stars were moving, and they all fell into their own illusions. You're doing great, Zeus. In the dark, a wave of stalwart will descended, which was very pleasant. This is good. It refers to the excellent completion of the task of cursing Hades, and it also refers to leading the gods to cast him under his seat. On Zeus' domineering face, there was a flattering smile. It is a great honor to do things for Emperor Hades. In the darkness, the eyes of the gods regained their brilliance. They did not break free from the illusion. Instead, his willpower collapsed, and his thinking was reversed in the illusion. Now, in their minds, Erebus is their only lord. All the gods bowed to the darkness together at this moment, and the mountain shouted, "I have seen the emperor of the underworld, my lord." There was a burst of laughter in the dark. In one day, Erebus was very happy to forge a half-step original artifact and subdue so many gods. Therefore, he was extra merciful and summoned Zeus to the temple. Zeus stood in the center of the hall, watching the handsome man on the throne trembling with fear. Even though Erebus has a harmless little white face. Of course, there was another factor in the trembling. The coercion of the original god was too strong, and Zeus couldn't bear such a close contact. "Zeus, I'm just the one who asked you to get rid of Hades, but didn't let you lead the gods to seek refuge." There was a long silence in the hall. Erebus spoke and said with interest, "It seems that you have ulterior motives." The last 4 words made Zeus tremble violently. "But it's good for me. I won't punish you. What reward do you want?" Erebus said again. Zeus breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Everything can't be hidden from the emperor of the underworld. I want to ask the emperor of the underworld to help me break through the shackles of the bloodline and advance to the half-step original state. Otherwise, my god king, if he is not in the position, he will not be stable, and there will be a lot less things he can do for Emperor Hades." As for flowers, Erebus became interested and asked, "Oh, once Hades dies, who else can compete with you?" This is not a compliment to Zeus, but just his pure doubts. Zeus thought for a while and replied seriously, "Poseidon, the king of the ocean, and Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman. Especially the latter, whose strength has reached half a step to the original level, and even killed the brutal second-generation god king." God king, that's what worries him. Erebus nodded. He is quite interested in this god of forging. So easy to forge a half-step primitive artifact, and the forging method can be the best in the world. If you can subdue it, your subordinates will have another big boost. But the opponent is strong and needs to plan slowly. Erebus looked at Zeus and said, "I agree with you." As soon as he spoke, Zeus was so happy that he almost fainted. But he restrained himself and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Emperor Hades." Once he breaks through the half-step primordial stage, there are many things he can do. In an instant, the surface of Zeus's skin was sunken, forming dense spell runes, emitting a faint fluorescence. A drop of blood essence flew out from Erebus' fingertip. Half-step original first level, second level, third level. There will be no more fear of Hephaestus. Poseidon, seize the throne of God King. The shackles of the bloodline were suddenly broken, and Zeus rose to the 3rd level in a day. He became a half-step original 3rd level existence. Rumble. Erebus was expressionless, muttering words, and a faint light flew out from his fingertips, flying into the center of Zeus' eyebrows. "Open your mouth," Erebus said. Without the majestic appearance of a god king, he howled and rolled all over the floor. But at the same time, he began to reborn, and his aura rose step by step. Ho ho ho, this is the result he has accumulated for many years, the background text. This made Zeus suffer even more. Suddenly, he felt that he swallowed a big mouthful of red-hot coals, and the blazing temperature almost cooked him. Zeus opened his mouth and swallowed it. Zeus made a strange sound, knelt down on the ground, strangled his neck with his hands. His face turned purple, obviously in pain. Zeus restrained his mind and followed his advice. A strong momentum like a raging wave filled the entire dark temple. Chapter 149. Forging half-step original artifact after promotion. The severe pain in Zeus's body gradually disappeared. His hair and beard are wet. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from his forehead. But the heart is extremely happy. Half-step to the original state. Powerful power. Let Zeus be full of confidence. He thought to himself, even if he is not the opponent of Hephaestus now, it is more than enough to protect himself. More importantly, it can frighten the gods. Let them dare not have a different heart. Even if Poseidon really has Gaia's support, he must carefully consider whether to stand up against him. As for Nyx and Gaia, with the support of Erebus, the original emperor of the underworld, what does he have to be afraid of? Also at this time, Hephaestus suddenly sensed something. The fire in his eyes was bright. He turned his head and looked behind him. His eyes seemed to penetrate the gate of hell and reach the black, 073, kingdom of Erebus. The priesthood of prophecy not only gave him the ability to see everything, it also brings him a keen sense of future changes. Hephaestus senses that the future is changing at this moment. He closed his eyes, surrounded by a mysterious power of law, and began to prophesy. Both Apollo and Artemis looked at him curiously. I thought, when did Hephaestus also get the power of prophecy? But they were very quiet and did not dare to disturb them. At this time, Hecate and the queen of the underworld had already rushed to the palace of the king of the underworld. The goddess of the hearth and the goddess of agriculture have also left and disappeared. After a while, Hephaestus opened his eyes full of astonishment, and murmured to himself, Zeus actually broke through the shackles of the blood and reached the half-step primordial state. This sentence was clearly heard by the Apollo sisters and brothers, and their faces were shocked. How is this possible? If he could break through, Zeus would have already done so. How could he wait until now? But they had to believe it was true, because that's what Hephaestus said. Mount Olympus, don't go back. The astonishment of Hephaestus disappeared in a flash, and he remained calm, saying to the two of them, Zeus will be even more unscrupulous if he breaks through half a step to the original state. Even if Zeus can break through the shackles of blood, he won't be promoted as fast as him. So nothing to worry about. Apollo and Artemis nodded solemnly. We can only do this first. I am afraid that many gods in the holy mountain can guess their relationship with Hephaestus. There must be no good fruit to eat when I go back, so I might as well stay in the underworld first. The other side, Pluto's bedroom. There are many gods around Hades' bed. Hypnos, god of sleep, Thanatos, god of death, Hecate, goddess of magic, and Persephone, queen of the underworld. Among them, there is a passage to the kingdom of God. The round space hole is connected to another world, where the stars are bright and the night is dark. A force came out of it and enveloped Hades, as if he was investigating the situation. It was Nyx, the goddess of the night, who came to the rescue. All the gods held their breath and did not dare to disturb. After a while, the power of the goddess of the night was cut off. Hades was still lying on the bed, motionless, lifeless. Mother, how is Hades? Hypnos asked curiously. There is no response from dreamland. Nyx was lost in thought. She found the handwriting of a familiar old man inside Hades. Curse of Erebus, can attack Hades. This also means that her brother, her husband, Erebus, has woken up from his deep sleep, and it was without her noticing. The gods fell silent. They realized that the situation is very serious. At this time, the Evernight goddess said, the curse on Hades will take me a month at the fastest to break. But Hades will die within a month. The room fell into an eerie silence. Except for the queen of the underworld, the three of Hecate's complexions were a bit ugly. Did Pluto die like this? Who did this? And the method is so powerful that even the goddess of the night will take a month to crack it. After another moment of silence, the goddess of the night closed the passage to the kingdom of God, leaving only one voice. Be optimistic about Hades, I will find a way. Evernight's approach is inseparable from Hephaestus, because she wants to forge an artifact that will break the curse. As for the forge, Hephaestus is the first in the world. Inside Hephaestus' room, a space hole slowly appeared. This is a divine channel. With the expansion of the passage, the scene of stars in the dark night is gradually revealed. Seeing this scene, Hephaestus, who was consolidating his realm, was a little surprised. However, he sensed that this was the kingdom of dreams, and knew that it was the goddess of the night looking for him, so there was no change. After the channel is stabilized, I saw a powerful existence slowly stepping out of it. It is a woman with a graceful figure, exuding a sacred aura from her body. Her face is shrouded in the power of law, hazy, and her true face cannot be seen. Hephaestus sat there without moving, and said, Goddess of the night, isn't it a bit wrong to break into my room like this? Immediately, he felt the eyes of the Evernight goddess piercing his face. There was a moment of silence. Nyx said, Your face is very beautiful. She had also seen Hephaestus before, but never seen it that close. Hephaestus smiled slightly, then stood up and bowed. I don't know why the Evernight goddess is looking for me. The goddess of the night said, Forge, Half-Step Original Junior. Are you interested? Hephaestus nodded. Of course, as long as Evernight can afford the materials. Next moment. Swish, swish, several streaks of light appeared between the two of them. These are forging materials, source crystals, water of life, a star, and many Hephaestus don't know what they are, but they are full of evil, the same evil as Erebus. I plan to fight poison with fire, so this artifact. Hecate had told him when he returned. This is an all full of dark curse breath, sharp and sharp. It seems to be able to pierce everything. Hades thing. Nyx said, Hades is cursed and needs to rely on this artifact to save his life. so please be sure to succeed. The Evernight goddess at the side secretly applauded. So no nonsense, nodded and said, tell me about the requirement of 4.5. He blasted out of the forging field and started the forge. Many artifacts gradually merged into one. This artifact can be called flawless. And the voice of the system also sounded in Hephaestus' mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for forging the perfect, half-step original primary artifact. The system rewards 10,000 years of divine power. Holy title/curse. So, after a while, this artifact took shape. But he believed that the Evernight goddess also knew. Red golden flames burn and rise within the furnace-like barrier. Hephaestus fully understands at once, and after confirming that there is no problem, it is not difficult for Hephaestus to guess who did it and who was behind it. With the water of life neutralized, the difficulty of forging is greatly weakened. The Evernight goddess began to talk about the requirements for forging artifacts. Chapter 150. Athena, I want a child, although it is only 10,000 years of divine power. Hephaestus reckons it is enough to raise the level of the first level. Reigning in his divine fire, he raised the artifact with his divine power and sent it to the Evernight goddess. The latter took it, watched it for a while, nodded with satisfaction, and said, You are very good, Hephaestus. Do me this favor, I will remember it. Without further ado, the figure of the Evernight goddess has disappeared. The passage to the kingdom of God was then closed. Hephaestus' expression remained unchanged. He closed his eyes again and began to digest the benefits of this refiner. Today, the pattern of heaven and earth is changing too fast. The higher the strength, the better. He can't let up. And the goddess of the night can go to Pluto's bedroom. Under the gaze of the gods Hecate, the cone-shaped artifact was inserted into Hades' heart by Nyx. With her spellcasting, the curse of Erebus was absorbed by this artifact. 3 days later, the realm of Hephaestus is firmly at the half-step original 6th level, and the all-artifact on Hades' body was taken out, and the curse was completely removed. He opened his eyes, empty, and didn't respond for a long time, as if he was a little delirious. It wasn't until the goddess of the night called his name with the power of the law that Hades seemed to wake up, and replied weakly, Master Nyx. He was indeed still weak. The curse nearly killed him. If it was a day or two later, he would really be dead, and of course it was impossible to be alive and kicking as soon as he woke up. The Evernight goddess also saw this. She was silent for a moment, and said, Hades, you are seriously injured, and you need to sleep for a period of time to fully recover. During this period, the affairs of the underworld will be handled by Hecate. Hades reacted a lot slower and nodded after a long time. Okay. At this moment, he didn't even have the energy to think about who caused him to be like this. Therefore, you must sleep deeply. Recovery is good, regiment revenge. A wave was transmitted from the channel of the kingdom of God. Shrouded in Hades, his eyes slowly closed, and he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Most of the gods in the underworld don't know what happened in the palace of the king of the underworld. They only see results. Hades, the king of the underworld, fell into a deep sleep. Hecate, the goddess of magic, became the agent of Pluto and had full authority to handle all affairs of the underworld. Vulcan still sees the head and sees the end of the dragon. And the guards in the Empress Dowager's palace are stricter than ever. Even Mount Olympus and the gods of the sea are gone. The defense of the underworld has not let up in the slightest. It seems that he is guarding against an enemy who is hiding in the dark and has not yet surfaced. The only thing that is not affected is the holy mountain gods who stay in the underworld, such as Apollo, Artemis. They are good friends with Vulcan, so naturally no one dares to control them. Among them, Athena, the second wife of Vulcan, is the most prominent. Fortunately, they did not cause trouble with the gods of the underworld. It's just that some guards discovered that Athena had been frequently traveling to and from the palace of the prophet Prometheus recently. Athena, what do you want me to prophesy? You might as well just say it. Don't be a fool. You must be tired after running so many times. Prometheus, can you predict what I want to predict? Inside the temple, Athena and Prometheus sat and talked face to face. The former is followed by 2 beautiful sea nymphs. When Athena's question fell to the ground, Prometheus was a little helpless and a little funny. The goddess of wisdom has always been heroic and vigorous, but when it comes to Hephaestus, her husband, she becomes sticky and shy. The magic power of love is a bit too great. Without refusing, Prometheus closed his eyes and unleashed the authority. Mysterious aura lingers around him. After a moment he said, You want a baby? Athena showed a trace of shyness on her face, which was almost nothing, and continued, Yes, continue. Another moment passed. Prometheus opened his eyes and said with some sincerity, "You will have a child, and this child will be very good, so you don't have to worry about it." He has always had a good relationship with Métis, the previous goddess of wisdom, and has a good relationship with Hephaestus. He is also very happy to learn that Athena and Vulcan can give birth to an excellent child. Athena had a smile that couldn't be concealed. Her eyes were burning. She stood up and said, "Okay, when the child is born, Prometheus, I will let you be his teacher." Before she finished speaking, she left the temple like a gust of wind. The two sea nymphs bowed to Prometheus and quickly chased after him. Athena did not ask when the child was born, because whether the child is born or not depends on whether she and Hephaestus work hard enough. This is something that does not need to be prophesied. What needs to be done is action. Then, Hephaestus found that Athena had been very active recently. The First Lady Hecate was busy with official duties and neglected to get along with each other. The rest of the time was all occupied by Athena. He could naturally see that Athena had a purpose. When he learned that Athena wanted to have a child, he couldn't help being a little bit ridiculous. At first, Hephaestus thought Athena was just a whim, so he was more cooperative. But gradually, Hephaestus finally found that Athena came with the necessary determination. This made him a little helpless. He didn't want to spend all his time making villains. But he couldn't stand Athena's entanglement. "Therefore, I can only work hard day and night, like a diligent and honest farmer." Fortunately, the sea goddess Thetis is leaving Hades recently. Hephaestus finds this excellent excuse and prepares to return to the ocean with Thetis and part with Athena for a while. Give each other a break. Erebos can't go anymore, but Pluto still has a channel to shuttle yin and yang, and the goddess of the night has temporarily handed over 533 to my control. Now, Hephaestus, mother, let me send you out. In Hades' palace, Hecate, who was dressed in a red robe, spoke with a gentle smile on his face. Thetis is the adoptive mother of Hephaestus, so she will change her words naturally. "Then I will trouble you, Hecate." Thetis thanked with a smile. Hephaestus and Athena quietly accompanied him. Athena replied calmly with a blank face, "Impossible, unless you resigned as Pluto's agent." At this time, Hecate cast a spell. Only Hecate and Athena were left in the temple. A dark road suddenly split open, appearing in front of the four people. And at the end of the road, there is a glare of light, which is the world. After speaking, he turned and left the law. Hecate blinked and said, "I will conceive before you." Although she didn't spend many days with Thetis, Athena could feel that Thetis treated her very lovingly, which made her think of her own mother. The entrance to this passage is closed, and it has been cut into silence. After a few breaths, then Hephaestus and Thetis walked into the passage together, and their figures disappeared quickly. The two looked at each other for a while. Athena and Hecate say goodbye to Thetis. The void twisted for a while. Therefore, regardless of whether she is angry with Hephaestus who is avoiding the war or not, she and Thetis are still in love with each other, and naturally they will come to send each other off. Hecate looked at her back and snorted angrily. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.